Spooky.
Hi, we are unprepared, late, and ready to stream. Actually, I should check that it's working. This is a new like thing for the start of all of my streams, is just checking to see if the stream works.
I could help with that, but I'm slow.
I've already got Edge open, so I can just go and do it. And if anyone's bitching about me using Edge, I do use Firefox, but I also use Edge. I use Edge for my streaming stuff, and I use it to interconnect with other devices that can't run the modern Firefox, but can run the not the this version of Edge, but the RTS, like the version that still works on Windows 7 and Windows 8. Because like I use old tech a lot, so like having access to an integrated web connection is useful.
Hmm.
Okay. Also,
I
Foreign Man in
just
a Foreign Land, yo, everyone needs to watch this channel. This motherfucker is a absolute G. He's also Piff, but like, um, absolute G. Piff means hot, by the way, if anyone's wondering. Okay, it's working. Um, so that was a pointless endeavor. But so we're here to hear queer philosopher Dennis Pragerson, Penis Prager. Oh, I should have done it like that. I should have said queer philosopher, Penis Prager. That would have been so much more funny. Ah, I failed. I'll change the name. I will do it. I'll make sure that this gets good. But anyway, we're looking at queer philosopher Penis Prager, who's going to tell us whether like LGBT promotion in the workplace should happen and whether T belongs with LGB. Um, I should put it at 1.2 rather than 1.5. We can get the delicious, slightly fast but still standardized Prager noises. Um, and like we're gonna probably have shits and giggles to deal with because like I mean, it's our boy Prager. We know what we're gonna get. We like there is a set standard for this kind of market. So like it's Prager. Like expect immense amount of fucking transphobia. Oh, actually,
yeah.
I do need to change something. Um, let me like that. Ba-ba-ba. Pop out. My streams are definitely ready and prepared when they need to be. I am very good at this. Okay. Hi, Raymond. Welcome to the Piss Fest. There's going to be a lot of piss because it's penis Prager. So let's get started.
And that's it. I want to touch people.
Okay. Okay, Dennis. Whoa.
Junior year in high school, third year in high school, became the vehicle. And now, obviously, the internet. And that's it. I want to touch people. I believed at a very early age.
Oh my god, that is
That
so
was
funny.
perfect for me. And good idea, touchy subject. And if you believe that, obviously the internet. And that's it. I want to touch people.
Someone needs to clip this. Someone needs to clip
healthy and good ideas for a better life.
Okay, he meant it. He meant it through radio. I am taking him out of context, but it does kind of fit in line with how much of a creepy fuck he is. Like Jesus Christ, this is the kind of person you would not leave alone with your daughter. I certainly wouldn't want to be left alone with him.
Yeah. Spooky.
And if you believe that, I guess you do, because otherwise you wouldn't be watching this.
That's a
Sarah,
weird
23
presumption.
years old, Lancaster. Hello, I know this is a touchy subject. Uh-oh. This is not a question to be hateful, but about personal conviction concerning my religion. I work at a retail store. Here soon, we are supposed to set up a section specifically for Gay Pride Month that has a sign expressing it along with wearables and decorations. I would be responsible for setting it up. I really don't feel good about doing that. I am the assistant manager, though, so it's expected of me. Our district manager checks up on us often to make sure everything is done, and we also have to mark it off in the system. I work with people of the LGBT plus community. They are lovely people. I don't want to be offensive, but there's a difference between being friends and promoting something God is not for. What would you suggest I do?
Okay, what the fuck is this kind of mentality? Oh, they're lovely people, but God is just not for it. I fucking hate this shit. Hate the sin, but love the sinner. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you hate our existence if you hate our ability to have rights. That's just plain and simple. Like, if you're not gonna support our ability to have rights, how the fuck do you actually love us? Like, oh, it's a bit different when it comes to supporting something God is against. Where the fuck did God say that thou shalt not take the estradiol? Like, fuck me. Like, I do believe one must take their estradiol. Um, but like, shit. This is a ridiculous conundrum that I do not get. Like, from the, like, this is not even just a Christian thing. Islam does this too, and it is like, oh, I despise the sin you're doing, but I love humanity, so I love the sinner, and it's like, if you love my ability to exist, then you're gonna have to support my rights, whether you fucking think it's a sin or not. Like, that's the simple of it. Think what you fuck you want, but my rights have to exist for you to love my ability to exist. Now, there are people who do believe this stuff that follow that kind of line. I can respect that. I still disagree with their line a bit because of the way that they're still treating us as sinners. But the fact that they'd be willing not just to support our existence, but to support stuff that benefits our existence and allows us to actually like flourish. Happy days. When people are pushing and like a position that's like, oh, I love people I know that are LGBTQ plus, but their shit's a sin, so I can't promote this as a legal thing in society. There are people that are trying to push the idea of spiralization, that if you made LGBTQ plus like rights standardized within society, that you would end up with this spiralization where it will force people to become LGBTQ plus QIA plus, which is just, that's not true. That's not ever how that kind of shit works. Like, we exist regardless of whether you tell us you want us to exist or not. It's just the difference is whether we exist in chains. That's the difference. And like those chains are never really gonna go away until capitalism goes away. They could give you nice, fluffy, fluffy, frilly chains. Um, if you're like one of the special ones, they get to like sell out the trans community to the right. Having your Blair White arc. They give you special fluffy chains, but they're still gonna fuck you over. They're just gonna give you a fucking little bit more privilege while they're doing it. This is kind of like, we've seen this shit before throughout history with fascists. The Nazis literally did this in death camps. The British did this in their colonies in America, where they manipulate. Oh, and they did this in India too, but they manipulate a faction of like slaves or workers against another that have some semblance of privilege. They do this back at home. This stuff like has been a core element of this kind of split up. The middle class, in the proletarian sense, exists specifically to break up the working class, and that's its function. And so like using elements of people that have been given privilege that are still in chains. Like, you're still a worker if you're a fucking labor aristocrat. Yeah, you've been turned bourgeois in the sense of like cultural aspirations and engagement, but you're still working for a wage and like having to pay to exist. You have probably have a more expensive house than some people and having to pay a lot for that, or whether it be rent or mortgage. You probably fucking have all these different things you're having to pay for that if you lost your job, you'd be fucked. It got even worse with shit like the slave part of this context, like in the Caribbean and the kind of conflicts that were caused there. because of the worser conditions and it being colonized peoples and not the white feckers. But this we see this as well in the death camps in Nazi Germany, where there would be small groups of not just Jewish people. It was like anyone on the camp. Like everyone focuses on the Jewish people that did this, which I think is a bit anti-Semitic. But members of the camp would become part of essentially like prison guards and like snitches and stuff like that, and they get special beds, heating. That's where the swimming pool thing comes from. In Auschwitz, it was a thing, and it was for people that would backstab like anyone else in there, like people that would betray the movement and sell them out and become one with the Nazis on that one. And once again, I must say, people not to fucking hyperfixate on the fact that Jewish people did this. It was not just Jewish people; it was opportunists. It was not a Jewish thing; it was an opportunist thing. And I just really want to distinctify that, because there is so much like anti-Semitism around how people handle the Holocaust, and I think that really needs to be much more dissected in how we explain it because of that conundrum and that engagement. Um, Halito comrades, um, back at it again with more blood boiling Prager, you bullshit. Oh, it's queer philosopher Penis Prager who's going to teach us about being LGBT in the workplace. I'm so willing to learn about how I exist, because I obviously have no idea until Dennis Prager tells me.
This is a very tough one. And putting even what did you say? Something God is not for. Yes. Okay. So even if one says, what if you don't believe God is for or against it? God isn't God for love, and so on. This is a very complex issue. I don't find it healthy, the whole notion of having these public gay pride presentations. U.S. embassies around the world had gay pride flags up at the embassy. There are a lot of, even if you think it is the most wonderful cause, there are many wonderful causes. But it's always the left that does this, however. I mean, there are people who believe that abortion is immoral unless you're saving the mother's life. So would any embassy in the United States, would any retail store put up signs, adoption is more moral than abortion, just as an example? Of course not, because they're so afraid of the left. Nobody's afraid of the right. It's not a healthy trend. Why can't we leave spaces untouched by political messages? That's the way it was in the past. Stores didn't put up political messages because they knew a great portion of their clientele may not agree with it, whether it's even if it's a good idea. My gay friends don't believe in gay pride presentations. They believe that we should respect people who are gay, that we should, needless to say,
okay, I was missing part of this,
as an example.
adding someone into the group.
Of course not, because they're so afraid of the left. No presentations, U.S. embassy for love, and so on. This is a very complex issue. I don't find it healthy, the whole notion of having these public gay pride presentations. U.S. embassies around the world had gay pride flags up at the embassy. There are a lot of, even if you think it is the most wonderful cause, there are many wonderful causes. But it's always the left that does this, however. I mean, there are people who believe that abortion is immoral unless you're saving the mother's life. So would any embassy in the United States, would any retail store put up signs, adoption is always the left that does, and so on. This is a very complex issue. I don't find it healthy, the whole notion, many wonderful causes. But it's always the left that does this, however. I mean, there are people who believe that abortion is immoral unless you're saving the mother's life. So would any embassy in the United States, would any retail store put up signs, adoption is more moral than abortion, just as an example? Of course not, because they're so afraid of the left. Nobody's afraid of the right. It's not a healthy trend. Why can't we leave spaces untouched by political messages? That's the way it was in the past. Stores didn't put up political messages because they knew a great portion of their clientele may not agree with it, whether it's even if it's a good idea. My gay friends don't believe in gay.
Oh my god, everyone keeps messaging me to do things and I'm missing parts of the video. Let's just pause it and wait a fucking second. I'm getting stressed out.
Kara, if you want, you can make me like mod, so that way I could help you do some things, so that way you're not stressed out.
No, it's not about moderation. I can make you a mod in the chat. It's like people are asking me to get people to join in, and like I've added you. I've been Gabby. Sorry, Ashanti wants to join as well, but like they need to be on Discord, like because we're doing it through Discord. I can't like move the stream. Like no one else here is like part of a like they don't have like a separate like political Facebook that doesn't dox them and everything about them.
Want me to add Shanti for you?
Yeah, like just add them to the group chat.
Gotcha. Let me just add her to the group chat.
But yeah, where's YouTube? I can make you both moderators. More moderators the better, because like sometimes you get some stinky transphobic shitheads.
Indeed. There we go. I added Shanti.
Hey.
Hey, Shanti.
I'm here.
Okay, so we now have new moderation.
Yay.
Let's
Yay.
go.
Okay, so now
I'm here, you guys.
Oh, it's ringing people again. Shit.
I'm here, you guys.
Probably like the rest of the chat aren't like able to do stuff, so I've probably like just pissed them off a bit because it's rang like 2 times now. I don't know why it rings everyone when someone new joins the chat. That's fucking annoying. Like Discord. Okay, we're definitely prepared for what we do. Like this is all been worked out and prepared for. I promise.
That's what they all say.
So let's go back
Always
a bit
the
on
left
Prager Boy.
that
We're gonna
does
hear a bit of what he said again, but like my brain's scrambled and like everything's going a bit fast. So let's see what one. I'll put it at 1.2 again.
However, I mean, there are people who believe that abortion is immoral unless you're saving the mother's life. So
Stinky.
Would any embassy in the United States, would any retail store put up signs, adoption is more moral than abortion, just as an example? Of course.
I mean, what's it? I mean, like, why are those two things like mutually connected or like in any way? Like, they do different things. Like at the end of the day,
Exactly.
Adoption.
Right.
You could argue adoption is more moral than having a biological child. Like, if we're gonna really go into that argument, and the Christians would hate that because they fetishize the idea of like mating and women
really
being a
do.
part of like a creation stuff, and they fetishize the womb being like the center point of what makes a woman, even though the original Greek definition of gyne, which is where misogyny and gynecology and all that comes from, gyne, means or gyn means woman. That's all it means. It means female, it means wife. The second definition that means like female organs comes from a later development when gynecology started to emerge. Well, I don't think it originally was called gynecology. I think that term is a little later than the actual studies of these things. Or a lot later, sorry. A lot later. Like we're talking like hundreds of years.
I think it came. I think like the name, like the term. I think it was coined after. I'm pretty sure it was coined after the Roman Empire collapsed.
What's it? Yeah, gynecology was after the Roman Empire, and gyne itself was that one came from Greece. Like it's ancient Greek. Like,
Yeah.
to be fair, why we just still say ancient Greek? They were called the Macedonians. I'm fucking up. The ancient Macedonians. Because like that's the thing I really fucking hate about this kind of shit is that like, you know, like the you know, the history is kind of all seen through a Roman lens. So rather than looking at it as the
Effective.
rather than looking at it as the fucking what's it, the Macedonian history for the Spartans and all that lot. They look at it as the Greek history. Do you know where the name Greek comes from? Comes from a Greek city that the Romans had a different name for, and then you just called the Greeks the rest of that. And that's where the term Greece comes from. It has nothing to do with like the Greek language. It has everything to do with the Latin language.
Oh.
I thought it was a Turkish
Yup.
name there. I didn't know it was a Roman thing. I thought it was a Turkish name because
Is
the
it?
Greek name for Greece is Elas.
I see. I thought Greek came from the Romans because it was the name for one of the cities the
Oh,
Romans
you,
called.
you
It was like
might you
Grecia or
might well
something
be
like that.
you might well be right. I my knowledge of that is so sketchy. I only know. I mean, I'm not even
Me
sure.
too.
Because
I'm
I
really
know that.
unsure.
So I'm pretty sure that you are right about the Turks using Greek for Greece.
Yeah, that'll be what I know rather than
It's
yeah.
kind of weird that Greece adopted the term Greece, though. That really unnerves me a bit. It's not my culture, so I don't get to decide this stuff, and I should
I
probably
know-
back off a bit. But it does
I know the
unnerve
word-
me a bit because it just feels like the Latin and Roman elements of Europe have just completely overridden like their
well,
culture.
like Ireland as opposed to Eire and Wales as opposed to Cymru and all that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Or
But like
yeah,
because there's
don't
also
get
a
me started on that.
Macedonia still today, you will start a massive argument if you call Greece Macedonia.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I mean, Elas is the actual Greek name. You know, the Greek word for Greek language is Elanika.
Yeah,
So
it would be nice to see like Greece history told more from a Greek lens rather than a Roman lens. I know most of what we know about Greek history, like a lot of it does come from the Romans, not the Greeks. Like we have a lot from
Yes.
the Greeks, but the Romans documented a lot of stuff about these people. And
Yeah.
what we have left of the Romans does tell us a lot
Right.
about Greece, and they imitated Greece a lot. So like, there's an
Very much
interaction
so.
there.
Very
But
much so.
Oh, no,
applying
yeah,
all
they,
the Latin on top of
the
Greek
Roman
history
Empire-
just kind of fucks with that element of history.
Yeah.
Yep. The Roman Empire basically just co-opted and whitewashed Greek culture, basically literally taking their mythology and just placing different names. Instead of Zeus, you have I don't know what the Roman
I've
what the
forgotten his
Roman
name.
name for Zeus is, but
I've forgotten
like
the Roman
like
name.
instead of
Sorry, I'm talking over you.
Instead of Poseidon, no, it's fine. Instead of Poseidon, you have Neptune and so on and so forth.
Yes.
They basically just co-opted and
Yes.
whitewashed their culture and quote unquote made it their own, basically.
Culture thieving imperialist bastards, basically.
And then
Yeah.
and once again, U.S. imperialism and pretty much all modern forms of imperialism have their
Yep.
roots and are inspired by Romanism of the Roman expansion. I mean, hell, if I remember correctly, westward expansion and Manifest Destiny were, if I remember correctly, inspired and took inspiration from the Roman Empire and even from Alexander the Great and
Yeah.
so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing.
Actually, there's a funny
one
interaction
thing
where
that is-
Alexander the Great actually met with like a collection of Celtic tribes that were like, part of the weird like Celtic empire that existed. That was actually kind of like a collection of load of interconnected tribes. It wasn't quite like modern empires. It was a lot different. But Alexander the Great actually met with a collection of those tribes up near where modern day Serbia is. And like paid respects to them. And funny thing about Serbia actually does have many Serbians of Celtic heritage because of the long history of the Celts. Fucking
Right.
we were the first to go fucking around in everyone's fucking department in Europe. Like we were like one of the biggest. Like we probably were the first big empire to emerge in Europe. Because I don't know if the Basque had a big empire or anything. I think the Basques were pretty
No, they-
localized, weren't they?
the Basque.
Yeah.
The Basque didn't really have a large empire. If I remember correctly, I don't exactly know if they had a slave society or which specific tribes had slave societies. I don't think they ever really had a major empire. They might have been like a local empire, but not a large one.
See, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Um,
sounds right.
And
but
so, like, and because the Celts were the first ones to like stretch across into 2 continents, like they colonized all the way into Turkey.
Yep.
At least in Europe, I know that like Asia has like they outpaced us when it came to a lot of these developments during these times. Like China had already had like several empires by the time like the Romans appeared. Although it wasn't China at
Way
that point in
later.
time, it's kind of a bit
We have-
historically
By the
inept
way,
to
we
call
have
it China.
China is so ancient that not even modern historians know how old it actually is. Like we don't actually know how
Yeah,
how
like
old
we're
China
still
even is.
discovering so much more stuff, and like I think that like research is going to be absolutely slowed down by the revisionism of the Chinese Communist Party and the changes that have occurred to China in the last, what's it been, 60 years now?
Oh no, yeah, 100%. But one thing,
No, 50 years. Sorry.
One thing that is very interesting about the Basque is that they are one of the oldest ever cultures and civilizations.
Yeah,
That
they're pre-Indo-European, which I mean just makes them
Yep,
Indo-European.
Yep, like they were there before everyone. They were there before the Greeks. They were there before the Romans. They were there before the Celtics. They were there before anyone.
Well, it's
They were
an
literally
interesting
there
thing as well
first.
is that you find a lot of Celtic people that have Basque heritage. Maybe a tiny bit, maybe a lot of it. It depends on where you are. If you're closer to Spain, if you're part of like the Spanish Celtic groups, or even Brittany, you're probably more likely going to have relations to Basque people than maybe like someone over in the UK.
If because Celtic, because if I remember correctly, before Rome came about, Celtic people primarily presided over Central and Western Europe.
Yeah,
so,
it
like,
was
for instance,
it was in Gaul and in and in what we now today call Spain. I can't remember what they named as that, but it was mainly Gaul, what we now call France, where the Celts resided.
By the way,
so
for a second. Can a mutual friend wants to join? I don't know how to invite them.
Whom?
Everyone wants to join.
Celt.
There's no room in this group. We'd have to start a new group chat.
Oh shit!
1 second, I can do something.
But pre-Roman Empire, if you were a Celtic nation that was primarily in Western Europe, specifically around France and Spain, you have a higher likelihood of having some form of Basque heritage or Basque culture than Celtic people who lived in Central Europe.
Yeah, it depends on who you go to.
Exactly, it depends on who you go to. I mean, hell, Che Guevara himself was of partial Irish and Basque descent. His father came from Basque and Irish origin.
He's a Fenian bastard. That's why the loyalists hate him.
But one of the reasons why
we need to switch to the other chat so like Lumpen Celt can join, so I'm just going to do that now. Oh wait, I added the wrong person. I meant to add Red Fenian Punk. Shit.
Yeah, that was good.
I pressed down on the fucking arrow key. Like, fuck.
We're here.
Why can't I delete that message? Okay.
All in.
All right, Penis Prager coming to you on the big screen.
Oh, Gabby, sorry, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
We have everyone. We got everyone.
What were you asking me there? You asked.
I was asking you what's the Irish pronunciation of your name again? Is it Niall, right, or is it Neil?
Neil Anna O'Donnell is the I shouldn't use
Neil,
that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, fucking Iovite.
Niall is a kind of anglicized. It's like Berlin Heron, which is the English of Ireland. I use O'Donnell. Yeah, but Neil. If you're speaking in Irish, you'd say Neil.
Neil, yeah.
It's basically like Neil. But it's kind of emphasize Neil rather than Neil, but it's the same name basically.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I use a lot of my aliases. I use different surnames. I've used O'Donnell, O'Neill, O'Madon. I've used them all. I've used lots of different surnames.
Gotcha.
Right on.
The one some of them I've used O'Gallagher as well, which is no family connection to that name. I just used Gallagher means it actually
I'm
means
guessing it's an alias.
It's an alias I've used. I think I did have a Facebook profile with that name, but I think it got disabled. But I just used to use that because Gallagher means those who aid the foreigners, but I think the Gallagher and Gal in that case was the Vikings rather than immigrants. But never mind.
Yeah. It was,
Gotcha.
Because I'm a bit of a xenophile, as I'm sure everyone notices. So
I noticed.
complete.
I mean, what's it like? The issue is that like the English made it like really hard for us to not end up being nicer on the Vikings because like they treated us worse. I mean, not at first. It was basically the same shit at first, but like towards the like latter part of like the hundreds, just before we got to the thousands in years, there started to be increased tensions. Then the Normans came and shit got even worse.
Yeah.
And then there's just
Fuck the
what, like
Normans.
fucking 800 years
Everyone
of
hates the Normans.
torture.
The Normans are cunts, horrible bastards.
It wasn't the start of the problems of the English, because the problems of the English came from Christianity, but it did make things so much worse. The Normans went on a very, very in-depth
Really,
genocide
really worse.
against the Celtic people, and they also tried to do this against the English. It's just a part of history the English don't teach. They don't want to touch that, like, for some reason.
No.
Especially them
Yup.
Brits.
Well, the West Brits don't even get me started on those bastards.
The West Brits are too busy shitting on the diaspora to fucking
They
give
got
a
a
fuck
nice
about
big
history.
got a lovely brown stain on the end of their tongues from all the boots and arseholes that they lick. You know, it's clearly cringeworthy.
You know what's really sad? It's really sad that that a lot of people don't really seem to realize that English, both the language and the people, they're not Celtic. They're Germanic. A lot of people don't really seem to realize.
It's complicated.
Obviously,
It is complicated because it depends on where you are in England. Because English is primarily Germanic, but in the north of England, it is quite Celtic in culture. And a lot of the English language actually derives from Celtic. Like so many names that you would consider English are actually like English versions of Irish names and Cymraeg names. Like,
Could you give me an example of one?
what's that? Well, I mean, Neil is one that actually gets considered English by a lot of
Kevin.
people. That's already an easy example.
Kevin's Irish.
Yeah, what's it?
It's
Dale.
Cleveland.
Calling people Dale.
I didn't know Gale was. Yeah.
Wait. Gale as in G-A-L-E
No. D-A,
or
Dale.
G-A-I-L.
No, D-A-L-E, Dale.
Oh, Dale.
All right.
Dale. Gotcha.
Oh, Dale. I didn't know that one
That
was.
makes sense.
I'm pretty sure that's Celtic. Like, I can't
I know
remember.
Kevin comes from Clavine, which is the feminine version is Cleaver, which
Cleaver,
means friendly or amiable or sweet or something like that. I think it is.
What's it? I mean, fucking,
I mean, my middle name.
Kathleen.
Kathleen. Yeah.
Kathleen and
My middle
Catherine
name,
and stuff like that. Those ones, I mean, they're actually Greek names, but in the English context, a lot of it is influenced by Ireland. You see names like Catherine and Kathleen and stuff like that more in the north and more towards the northwest.
Yeah. Kathleen means little Catherine, by the way.
It's a cutie way. Like, I love the name. It's my ma's name. I love the name Kathleen. Like,
it's Kathleen. It's Koch is Catherine or Kate. It's where Kate.
Kathy. Like, if you're ever down in like one of the fucking folk places in Ireland, you'd be calling Kathy. Like, Kathy, you got the fucking like, you know, like, you got the top of the fucking like nose today. You got like what's fucking going on around there.
My middle name, my dad's middle name is Brian with a Y instead of an I, and I read somewhere that apparently that has Irish influence.
It's an Irish
with
name.
the Y.
Yeah, Brian is an Irish name.
I mean, because it's an O'Brien surname. O'Brien.
Yeah. If you ever like, because like Brian in Irish is not spelled like with an A originally; it's spelled with an E. It's Brian. Because that's how you get the name O'Brien. O'Brien is O with the apostrophe B-R-I-E-N, and
well, it's originally Briain.
Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. Okay,
But,
so
but
is the IEN thing an Anglification, or is that just like a
it's an
change?
I think it's a phonetic thing because because IAIN is kind of Eing.
Yeah, it's like
Do
a
you know? E.
brain.
So it sounds like
Yeah.
N. So that's why I think the English. I'm guessing that'll be why the English spells it IEN. I don't. Sometimes they just do it
Because I
arbitrarily.
know, like the
Sometimes
English, they changed it eventually to IAN. Like that's like the way they use it as a primary
No, I'm
name.
not. That's as a primary as a
Yeah,
first
yeah,
name.
because they
Yeah,
derived it from it and twisted it, and I mean it's a
yeah,
cool name. Brian, you know, if you've got a guy called Brian, he probably smokes pot. Like that's usually the expectation.
I'll put my camera on. It's only right. Well, I show my gorgeous face, shall I? Where's me fucking-
Yes.
But
Oh,
what was I saying before? Oh yeah, right. I was talking about the Basque.
Yeah.
All I was gonna say is one of the reasons why the Basque have survived for as long as they have is because Basque country is basically like the Vietnam of Europe terrain-wise. It's filled with thick forests, rolling hills, mountains. It's very easy to get lost. So whatever the Basque lacked, whatever the Basque lacked in military strength, they made up for in tactical strikes of their terrain. In fact, if I remember correctly, the Roman Empire tried to fucking colonize the Basque, but they just never
Yes.
fucking could because the Basque would always just fucking knock them
Yeah,
off
they
the
actually got
mountains.
themselves into a never-ending conflict with the Basque, trying to keep them
They,
down because they
I believe- I
basically
believe this-
occupied. They basically occupied the external territory. They had them boxed in, but they couldn't.
Yep.
They couldn't actually do the deed, and then eventually the Roman Empire fucking crumbled.
Yep.
believe the,
Another
um,
reason.
What are you
I
gonna
believe
say,
the
Rob?
swastika was stolen from the Basques by the Romans, and
Sorry,
that's.
what?
I believe the Basques used to have they have a swastika design, which was appropriated by the Romans, and that's one of the reasons the swastika has been it was adopted.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
really?
didn't know the Romans used the swastika or the Basque. That's
they
interesting.
didn't really
I didn't
use
know
it
that
much. But
either.
I have seen pictures of Roman legionaries with the swastika on it, and it's exactly the same as the one used by the Nazis.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if that came from the East or it was just like a
Sure, well,
coinkydink.
there's loads of cultures that have used the swastika design, or the it's like spirals and
Okay.
triangles and so on.
It is a pretty simple design, so I could see how it could occur naturally, like without being like from the natural occurrence that happened in like other cultures. Like you say, like the spiral
Okay,
design
so,
that like they use. Staffordshire uses it for their design. That fucking spiral that's seen everywhere. Like the Romans are pretty big on those weird spirals too. I can't
Yeah,
remember what it
So,
means. It used to mean something. It means something, but I can't remember what it means.
So I searched it up. What is the Basque symbol with a swastika? The laburu is actually a variation of the swastika or Greek cross. It is a kind of swastika present in the temples of the Buddhist cult, Persian monuments, Indian coins, and so on and so forth. And there's another one that says many Basque homes and shops display the symbol over the doorway as a sort of talisman. So yeah, you are right, Rabbi Neil. The Basque originally had like a swastika symbol, but it wasn't like the fucking slanted one. It was like a straight one, and it's like a talisman of like good luck, I think, or
Yes.
something,
Yes.
or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks pretty.
Another reason why the Basque were able to survive for so long is that well, obviously the Basque language is not Indo-European, which made it even harder to infiltrate the Basque from within because no one could ever fucking figure out the Basque language, so they
What
could
the hell they
never.
were saying.
Exactly. There's actually this saying. Where the devil lived in Basque country for 200 years and he had to leave because he could never figure out how to say hi or hello in Basque. So yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, Basque is. I tried learning a little bit of it. It's a very interesting language. Very. Nothing like it.
Is.
I think you need to turn like this. I think the sensitivity might be too high in your audio because it's like blurting out. You might need to change it in the settings.
Yeah. I can barely hear you.
Like your audio, Lumpen Cow, it's like blurting out. I think you need to go in the
Yeah.
settings and turn the
It's
sensitivity
kind of
down.
it's kind of like
It's like impossible to interpret. There should be settings on Discord that allow you to change the sensitivity.
Hear me
There
now?
should be.
Okay,
There we go. Now we can hear you.
that's better. That's less painful.
Yeah.
Oh damn! I was saying that Shay was part Basque, part Irish.
Yeah,
Yes, he
yeah,
was.
Shay was fucking
Yes.
what's it? It's one of
Yeah,
those things that
remember how
like
you say-
you find a good white guy in the colonies and they'll always turn out to actually have a heritage that's not white because Basque and Irish heritage, especially at that time, still had no like it still wasn't considered a white thing. I still don't consider like Irish like people that are actually native like I'm in diaspora. I'm not native, but people that are native Irish are primarily not white. Like that's
Agreed.
that's our existence. That's our history. That's what we've been through.
Like,
And then those of us that exist out of there that have gained whiteness, we must remember we have culture that is not white, and I fucking live to that. Like I am white because I've got
agree.
English heritage. I'm
Speak
white
it.
because I'm white
Speak
because
it.
I'm white because I've been inside a fucking colony that interprets whiteness and puts it on me. Even if I was like fully Irish and I had no English heritage, I'd still be white because of the interactions I've had
I just
being here.
had to
At
remember,
the same time, I have non-white heritage, and that is very important, and I will stick to that. And that's what I see as my
Fully
Irish
agree.
heritage, because it's not me being Irish. That like if I was like, let's say I'm fully Irish in this example, it wouldn't be being Irish that would make me white. It'd be me being in the British and being part of that culture and that society and being
Celtic.
integrated into that. But my Irishness, that's not a white piece of heritage, and I like, and the same with my Cymraeg heritage and my Scottish heritage, though to a lesser degree with the Scots for reasons. Everyone bullies the fucking Cymraeg, but if anyone has been the fucking traitor, like I'm not trying to generalize the place. Scottish fucking revolutionaries are some of the most radical people you'll find
Oh,
in the
yeah.
UK. But if there's ever been a bunch of loyalists that get in the way of struggle, it has never been the Cymraeg. It's always been the Scottish loyalists because they're like the second most loyal to the empire, and sometimes their loyalists are even more dedicated than British loyalists in England. Like there's some rabid motherfuckers in Scotland that want to like turn Scotland itself into a separate empire from like the Union. There's some people like
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
I've said before, and I'll say it again, race is not only limited to your skin color. It's rooted
Oh,
in
yeah.
class. And if you are not a part
Yeah.
of the subordinate class, if you do not uphold and are exploitable to uphold the interests of the ruling class, that you're not part of the quote unquote same race. I actually used this example with Neil. I'm Neil. I don't know if you remember this example that I give. It was a while back.
Mhm.
But under Tsarist Russia, Georgians,
Yes.
Poles, Jewish people, other Slavic ethnic groups were not considered white under
Yes.
under the Tsarist racial hierarchy. It was essentially only the Great Russians, the European Russians, that were considered white. However, after Tsarist Russia was beaten by the Bolsheviks, the other European countries became afraid and scared of obviously of the Soviet
What's the-
Union because it posed a direct interest to the ruling classes of the other
It's the fact
capitalist
that
imperial.
it not just showed revolution, it showed decolonization. That's the most
Yes.
like
Exactly, and that's what scared them the most.
because if Russia didn't decolonize, that would have been a win for them, and I think that's part of the like that was probably part of the hope with the state of Russia, that Russia would just become like a gawky country that's trying to do some social democratic changes but is still a colonizer. But they didn't get that. Instead, they got the Bolsheviks.
Exactly, once that happened, once the Bolsheviks were able to gain state power and establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, Russians in general were no longer considered white by other European countries. Not even Great Russians were considered white after that point, and especially
Even
when
though
the
they
Nazis
do still
came
have
around.
whiteness, like because that's a blindness.
In
Like
some
Of
way,
course.
yeah.
because
in some way,
I mean
yes.
like we see this with the arisal of Russian chauvinism in the 40s and the 50s.
Oh no, yeah, definitely.
Because like what's it? I feel that like a big failure of the Soviet Union was that it didn't actually like it didn't do a good enough like decolonization program.
Yeah.
Oh no, it definitely
Yes, it didn't
did
do
it.
well
I actually talked about I actually talked to this about to Robert Halla about this. The Soviet Union should have the Soviet Union should have had Siberia been its own Soviet Socialist
Yes.
Republic and led by the indigenous people of Siberia. It should have never been under the rule of the Soviet Union. And the same can be said about China after the PRC was established. There were other cultures there that were there before the Han that have their own unique culture, but they were never allowed to have a dictatorship of the proletariat or their own socialist state. So that's another thing as well. When it comes to the Soviet Union and the PRC, before Mao died, they did have their root in decolonization and in self-determination. They just didn't take it far enough, unfortunately, which led to a lot of ethno-fascist and chauvinistic sentiments to rise up. I mean, hell, Lenin himself said to be weary of great Russian chauvinism and supremacy, and Mao himself said to be weary of Han chauvinism and supremacy, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah. But you know, the example of how after the Soviet Union was formed, even great Russians were not seen as white by other European countries. If Ireland right now were to become its own socialist state and its own dictatorship of the proletariat, they will no longer be considered white.
I mean, they still aren't considered white. This is the thing. The way the British work, the British, so like America considers Irish people white. Britain does not. Like Britain considers certain Irish people white, and they're like these certain types of gimmicks that suit the British interest. Otherwise, Irish people are still the butt end of racist jokes. Like they're still not considered in any way a part of like the European norm. We're considered like alcoholic monstrosities that can't speak properly, that will fucking steal your dogs, rob your cars, fucking kill your kids, like all sorts of crazy shit. We get called gypsies all the fucking time. Like I come from Scouser heritage. My family like had to become travelers from Ireland to get into the UK. That is where the Scousers come from. This kind of like language. Yeah, exactly. Or they'll call us fucking pikeys.
Oh,
that one is a bad one. Like, holy fuck! If you're not Irish, don't dare say that fucking word. Like,
it's more of a.
Although the British do consider Anglo-Irish England's white.
Yeah. Anglified Irish people are definitely white. Yeah.
Yes, the ascendancy with the white.
Because it's because of the Anglification, like they're part of that Anglicized culture. Like I have English culture, so I am white. Like there's no denying that.
The West Brits, the West Brits who are most of them are colonizers originally anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old English.
Yes. Yeah.
Anglo-Irish Catholics who didn't convert to Protestantism. The first wave of Anglo-Irish came over.
Yeah. The Gaelic, and even slightly Norse mix up there were not regarded as whites. They're
same with the travelers. They didn't consider the travelers white either. Actually, a lot of Irish people don't consider travelers white.
The Irish, the Irish cultural cringe cunts regard them. They call them the term used in Ireland is it's up there with pikey. They call them knackers because what happened was the travelers used to work in knackers yards. They'd be taking animal corpses away for disposal, and that's where the word knacker comes from. It's a very nasty one.
It is like it's fucking like bottom of the barrel, fucking evil.
It's the worst.
It's a fighting word. It's a fighting
word. It is like using the K slur towards someone that is Jewish. Yeah, like, that's the level.
Even here though, originally Turtle Island, like the first. Even here in Turtle Island, like the first two generations of Irish diaspora here in Turtle Island, we're not considered white. There means I'd say no dogs, no blacks, no Irish.
Yep. Yeah, they weren't white originally, although they were aspiring. They were aspiring to be white, though. That's the issue. Like, because while they weren't white during that period, and I mean, many people didn't aspire towards it, but so many did aspire to try and be white during that time, and that's where we got like Irish people doing minstrel shows and stuff like that. Still, when they weren't classified as white, and that was part of what was like the indulgency, like the Irish people indulging what they are was a part of like what that was as well. And that was
It's
because they wanted to be white. They wanted to be liked by the white people. This is the kind of similar thing
desperate
we
for
saw with like
validation.
the behaviors of descendants of former house slaves that ended up actually having a little more like not wonders of like
Like
drastic amounts of wealth, but they had more wealth and upstanding in society, and they got
they
to
climb
continue
up the
working as
ladder.
they got to continue the people that were musicians. They got to continue working as musicians in bourgeois halls, and they were more interested in appealing to the bourgeois in that regard and being able to get their luxurious living, because this is a minority. This is a very fucking rare occurrence. But like rather than, and this is why like there's always been like a conflict with how music works in like black culture, because you have both like the street and what comes from the underground, and then you have like what has been bourgeoisified from black people appealing to white people. This is why like some people literally
Right.
believe jazz was made by white people when it was actually made by descendants of house slaves.
Jesus.
Like it's
In
basically
Nolan.
it's basically the house slave version of blues, because blues comes from chattel. The blues comes from the chattel slaves, railway workers, people like that.
Yep. Yep. That's all true. And jazz came from Nolens,
Yep.
in Louisiana. So,
Yes.
you know, like you can tell it did not come from any politically white person. It came from us in the
Straight
most
up.
African city in the belly of the beast. So,
Yeah.
like, our music has been
Um,
so bourgeoised,
Oh
you know,
God.
because of us, of our music being exploited, for profit and made
Yeah.
into a whole industry, because that's why the music industry
Oh.
here even exists, is because of them exploiting our music, our
So
sound,
Yeah.
and making it appeal to the petty bourgeois way of living, like Motown,
Yep.
for example. Like, that was essentially like sanitized, largely it was like in its heyday it was sanitized like soul, with sanitized gospel, because you can hear that gospel in there, but it was sanitized gospel to be able to cross over, on the pop, on both the pop charts and the R&B charts here on Billboard. So
Yeah. It's
was
it's
it?
another thing. Yeah. There's people saying, black people have to listen to Motown and white people have to listen to metal, and they're not supposed to listen to. It's like
What
a
about
lot
like
of
all the cultural
a lot of the
exchanges that have occurred as well? It's like not just like I like to listen to black music, but as well there have been cultural exchanges like ska
I mean,
yes,
I
the
mean,
British rap scene, and like
yeah,
yes,
these things were
you get
done.
like
These things were actually done respectfully at first. I mean, ska did eventually get like bourgeoisified and sold out, and so did British rap. But like a
happens
thing
all the
I'd like to
time.
show is that you see these like bourgeois folk, and they'll fetishize jazz and blues, and they see that as like the core wonders of music, which it is. Like most music does
it
quickly come
is.
from blues, not so much jazz. Jazz is more for progressive music, but like blues is the
Yeah.
baseline of everything in music that
Pretty
we
much.
do today, pretty much. Like not of course there are different things to that. It's me being a bit like what's that word that starts with a B?
Um,
Belligerent? No, not
Not
belligerent.
That's
belligerent.
blues.
No,
There's no metal in rock
someone
and
has
roll.
like the worst connection ever. But like, what's it? Yeah, so it's like a big baseline to everything. But these white folk will then hate especially you hear it from like white middle class people here, but you hear a lot from white Americans as well hating on the British rap scene. It's like the British rap
yeah.
scene compared to the American white rap scene, I would say, is a lot more respectful of the cultures they're entwining with. There's a lot of songs coming out the British rap
It
scene about
is.
racism and like dubstep as well. Dubstep actually did originate from some experimental music in America by Black Americans, and then it got picked up by the British, by the English, I should say, and that cultural exchange was it came at a point of actual respect rather than it just being like stealing culture to make a profit, although that has happened as well, because just like this happens to black rap as well in general. There's the whole gangster
Right.
rap shit where it's like made for middle class white people to enjoy so they can feel edgy or
Yeah.
something. I don't know.
It's like very
That's
twee
true.
Irish music. It's made by the bourgeoisie, most of whom are bloody Anglo-Irish anyway, and it's been
The
sanitized so much. That's why the Pogues were a blessing to us, because they came from the diaspora. and they
So-
didn't have that kind of like, oh no, you got to be just diddly 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 diddly. And
What's
that's all
this?
it
Some of
was.
the best Irish singers come from Liverpool. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, for sure.
Period.
You know,
Period.
the most cringiest shit in the world is seeing middle class colonizer people trying to quote unquote act thug. That's the most fucking cringiest shit.
I
in the fucking
agree,
world.
I
You know what?
agree.
That
Like-
is joint with fucking colonized brethren that are middle class using their minority privilege to fucking shit on like other people that are of that like oppression. Like, oh my god, the
Identity.
chauvinism of fucking of like middle class like Irish
Lord.
free staters is ridiculous. Like you're
Like-
more likely gonna get respect in Northern Ireland than you are in like the Republic, unless you go to like one of the like if you're
You
in
know-
the Republic, like, one of
I
the best
believe that-
places you're going to end up finding decent people is out in the places that are a lot more disconnected from
You know-
society, might
know-
not have full functioning electricity, because
You know what?
Ireland is still fucked. This supposed republic has done nothing to fix how like broken off and
I'll tell you-
destitutional the Southwest is. They've done nothing.
I'll tell you what. I've had the people who've always said you're not Irish or fake Irish are either loyalists, Scottish loyalists, or they're Irish West Brits, but the people in the people from the 6 counties and the Republican side, especially both sides of the border and across, and progressives in other as
The
well.
people that actually
everywhere
see
did.
that Ireland is not a republic either side
they-
of the border, they
They're
respect
the ones who
us.
said to me. They're the ones who said to me, "You're one of us. You're one of us. You're as Irish as we are." And fuck those wankers who say otherwise. The ones who
It's-
don't are the West Brits, and most of them are in the Free State. The ones who say to me, "You're not Irish. Fuck off." If I became a celebrity, like I won a gold medal in the Olympics, or I was a bloody striker for the Republic of Ireland soccer team, or if I was a bloody big international pop star. Oh, he was born in our village. He grew into our school when he was a child. But that's what happened with Shane McGowan. There was a lot of confusion a few years ago as to whether he was actually born in the Irish Republic and moved over when he was a baby, or if he was born in London. And it turned out he was born in London. But they tried to twist that round to make out that he was born and he was from their village. and
So
all this
they
fucking-
could not have to acknowledge that he might have not come from Ireland, even though he is Irish. Like, and
Yeah, the Late Late Show, that's flagship RTE chat show. You had Ryan Tubridy, who used to present it until recently, interviewing Samantha Power, the U.S. Democrat, that she was born in Ireland. Oh my God, oh, she's real Irish this and she's Irish that. She's a fucking Yank, fucking imperialist. One of those that was there going on about
Yankee.
the total fucking Yank, fucking piece of shit. Is what she is. She's one of Biden's bastards, basically. Cheering on
Lap
the
dogs. Yeah.
is she
cheering
related
on
to
the
Tar Power by any
Ukraine.
chance? Like, is this going to be one of those cursed situations where a descendant of a revolutionary is turned into a Democrat?
Well, it's quite common, isn't it, over there? But she's one of the she's there and he's there. Oh yes, and oh she's one of ours. Oh she's the Irish-born American senator.
This is
aren't
the
we
shit. Like,
proud?
why are they fetishizing American Irish people? They're literally the worst. Like, oh my god.
They're the
Like,
worst.
do you know what? Like,
Many of them
the
are the
Irish
worst.
people that celebrate St. Patrick's Day the most are the American Irish. Will never celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The guy came and just genocided parts of Ireland. Like, why the
Pretty
fuck
much.
should I
Celebrating
celebrate
your
that
color
Roman piece of
of
shit?
London,
Like,
bro.
what the fuck?
Right.
It's a bit like Christmas. I'm always tempted to join in with it, but I'll stick on a bloody a bloody communist beret on my head and say fuck St. Patrick. Let's party because the bastard didn't approve of
Yeah,
partying.
that's it. The bastard
make a
fucking
point of
didn't
doing it.
successfully kill us. That's the thing we can at least say. But he
Aye.
did destroy massive elements of our culture, and like,
Oh, for sure.
if his
Right.
grave can be found, I will piss on it.
Right.
Um,
Like you're
Christmas?
celebrating your oppressor? Like,
Oh no.
I'm
Christmas.
like,
Christmas.
Well, Christmas. The problem with Christmas is that it's stolen.
it is.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, I do enjoy Christmas. I don't like the bullshit associated with it.
This is
and
why
it's
I
a
like.
bastard.
I like even
Patrick's
Christian
Day
Christmas
thing.
has been poisoned. Like, Christian Christmas used to be not so bad because it's just like, oh yeah, it's family time, but you have to worship this weird
Late-stage
godchild at the same
capitalism.
time.
You have to work.
But like with
Late-stage capitalism.
with the pagans that they stole it from, because it's actually like Christmas and Christian is kind of a weird mix of what the Germans did and what the Celts did. And like it, and Scandinavian, sorry, as well. It's got a bit of that in it. It's basically the solstice. Everyone had their own little form of the solstice. They used
Yeah,
different
Yule.
names.
Yule.
Yeah, Yule. And fucking what's it? It was it was a longer period than just a day. This is where like the 12 days of Christmas and stuff like that actually comes from as well. Like There's like a whole
Exactly.
like build up period, and actually with the way the solstice works, it begins in December, but it's actually a part of the process that goes into March, which is the coming of spring. So it's like you have the actual like solstice celebration, which is the coming together that soon the days are going to get brighter, and then there's the build up of the days getting brighter, which is the like out.
Yeah.
That's the
Longest, the
post-solstice.
solstice, the longest day, and then you got the shortest day, and then it kind of gets, summer solstice.
If I
being
remember,
the longest day.
Yeah, like
If I
like
remember,
the solstice, it's actually like really, really close to where the shortest day specifically is, which kind of makes sense because humans have been pretty good at tracking date and time. Like we've come up with all sorts of weird contraptions of using just like a rock and something that's reflective and have lines on it, and that's like all you need for looking at the sun the right way. Like some of the coolest
Yeah.
inventions we've ever made have been just simple as fuck. I feel like everyone like gets a bit lost in like all these contraptions. I do. I could talk hours and gnaw your ears off about computer hardware. I fucking love it. But I think a lot of the small things are great. To be honest, I think a lot of computer hardware is on the small side of things, but everyone gets overwhelmed, so I'm probably wrong. Autism moment.
I have no idea.
it's true. Sometimes it's a small thing that have the biggest impact. But if I
Yes.
remember correctly, if I remember correctly, the whole tradition in
Your
Christmas
internet went
of-
so bad then. Like I could hear everything you said, but you sounded like a robot.
Mine buffered for a while.
Does that sound
Everything
better?
went quiet.
Do I sound better?
You sound better now.
Is
But
it-
you
Yeah.
keep changing
Yeah.
into like robot mode, and it's like freaky as hell.
Sorry. So
I am
I don't
Iron
think
Man.
I don't think I told you, Kara, but I recently just moved and we still do not have Wi-Fi. So if I sound like robotic or mechanical, that's why we don't have any fucking Wi-Fi yet. What was I gonna say? All right,
Oh my
the,
god.
the whole tradition, in Christmas where you get a tree and then you put ornaments on that tree comes from pagan culture where you take a tree
Yes.
and if I remember correctly,
Comes from
if
the
I remember correctly,
Germans, if I remember rightly.
exactly, and if
What's
I remember
that?
correctly, the pagans took candles and put it on the tree or like on the branches
Yeah.
of the tree to warm themselves up, and that's where we get the whole tradition.
Yeah, but do you
of
know that
ornaments.
like originally a lot of Christians that weren't Germans rejected that, and it was like until the Victorian period that it was adopted in Britain. Like that's when like
Which is really fucking weird. And
well, because they
another-
banned a
another-
lot of this culture because of it being like pagan symbolage, and then eventually when it was so far away from pagan like culture enough that they could take it, and the German Christians are already doing it, the British took it on, and then
Exactly.
it spread across the world because the British like Queen Victoria was very keen on everything that she liked being forced on everyone else. Fucking bitch.
Of course, a fucking course. Another pagan tradition that a lot of people don't realize is when you get a cake and you put candles on it and you blow them. That's actually a pagan tradition, if I remember correctly.
Okay,
They
so
would
our
get
birthdays are pagan. Is the fruitcake
Yeah.
pagan too? Because it wouldn't surprise me. Like it really wouldn't surprise me at this point. Like the whole idea of setting a cake on fire and then eating it sounds like it does sound like something the Germanic pagans would do. Like you're not gonna lie.
Essentially, the reason why they did it is that I don't think it was specifically cake. It might have been just some other food, but essentially they'd get candles and blow it, and the larger the smoke was, or the longer it went up, the farther it went to the god that wherever you worship. So you pray.
So this is
pray to
where the
whoever
whole
god-
like make a wish, blow the candles, like the whole thing is the pagan ritual, just like renamed.
Exactly, and that's where the whole make a wish, we blow candle comes from. Pagan, Christmas is literally just cultural appropriation. It's literally just whitewashed, co-opted pagan culture. That's basically all it is.
You sound like
Pretty
C3PO, but you're absolutely spot on. Like
She does.
Sounds like Iron Man from Black Sabbath song.
I
am Iron Man.
I
That's
am
Ozzy smoking fucking weed while fucking singing. I know it. Was it one of the cool things from Megadeth was on their third album for In My Darkest Hour, the music video? Like Jave, while he's doing the vocals, has this fat spliff in his hands, and he's just doing the vocals while singing. Like, smoking a joint while singing the vocals. Like, he was a fucking mad lad in those days. Don't ever smoke while singing; you'll fuck your voice up. And Dave found that out the hard way
You'll
by
get
getting throat cancer.
nodules. You'll get
You got
bumps
fucked.
on your voice.
I mean, I might have throat cancer as well for similar issues. So yeah, don't, because I've done that.
This is random, but my father, my quote unquote father, being the male chauvinist and misogynistic bastard that he fucking is, he literally bitched at me and was pissed at me because I purple/pink sweater from Walmart. I'm not even fucking joking with you. Like, he was fucking livid. He was like, "Oh, you're supposed to be wearing a man's sweater. You're supposed to be wearing a macho." So I'm like, "Motherfucker, it's a fucking sweater. The fuck are you getting so stressed about?" Hold up, let me fucking show you guys. This is the hello. This is a sweater that I got. I like it. It's pretty cool.
I think it's pretty cool, eh?
But yeah, he got fucking pissed off over a fucking sweater. It's fucking ridiculous.
Not
manly enough.
I'll launch into my Haas impression again.
Time for immense yelling.
Stomping on the enemies, on the skulls of our enemies.
We will piss.
I've got a. Can I make a little boast there? I made Socialism for All laugh out loud when he saw my Haas impersonation. I
Has
am very
fucking
proud
Pots
and
and Pans
humbled by that.
edition.
Sorry?
Has Pots and Pans edition. Boiled, not fried.
Yeah. With a saucepan on my head with a very phallic handle sticking out the front.
I mean, he is a cockhead. Like, you know,
that's the whole point.
And with the way his attitude is, that's where all the sides will be, because he has like the attitude of a man who's unconscious, like very self-conscious about like just having a bit of a
Apparently he's
small
very
wiener.
short. I don't know. I've never met him or stood within the vicinity of him, but I believe Haas is actually very short. He does look like he might be.
Because there's like a whole like toxic masculine concept, like complex that's like big boys have like him, where if they're like, they just say they have shortcomings in certain areas with the way that they perceive sex, they'll then become more aggressive about how they operate with that.
Right.
It's a manipulation tactic. It's an attempt to groom people. Like it's aggressive, like sexual seductive shit. It's fucked up, like beyond belief.
Absolute
It's
fucking
Do you get
weird
vibes from
shit.
Haas that he might be self-hating bisexual?
Quite definitely.
I don't know, like if I could say
Possibly.
that, but like
I couldn't say that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
This is like, you gotta think like these kind of super straight guys. They're gay for each other even though they're straight. It's kind of one of those things that usually happen.
Absolutely.
Like there's a lot of gay shit that happens with these people. I mean, look at like rugby players are one of the places you're most likely going to find someone who's probably homophobic. Let's be real. It's manly man.
The massive writhing flesh in the showers.
As soon as those manly men sports people, the showers or the changing rooms in general, cock slapping begins, and then like all sorts of little fucking and going on, like because it's
Or
not
in prison,
gay.
or in prison too.
It's not gay. It's with the boys. It's not gay. It's with the boys. You see, it's not gay.
I believe
In prison.
Bro,
Yeah, in prison.
Cara, it's what I fucking told you before about what homophobic men say, bro. It's not homosexual. It's homosexual. Okay, bro. Don't
Yeah. What's it? No. Do you know what's the funny thing? I came up with homosexual accidentally by myself as a cool way to say homosexual, and then I found out that toxic masculine people already beat me to it, and I'm really upset. Because they made it mean something different. I wanted to make it mean something cool and loving as like an LGBTQ
you still can,
whole
man.
identity thing where we can all call each other homosexuals even if people are straight. Like it's just like open doorism. But no, now it just means like super straight people, which I don't like that. I thought it would be more like LGBTQ people are all homosexuals because we're all homies.
We can reclaim it.
Although the thing is, the white people calling themselves
Right on.
homosexual are some of like the most white people ever. They're not like lumpen proletarians that have like, because of the point of oppression, end up integrating with a lot of oppressed cultures. These are people that are like, petty bourgeois or like labor aristocrats. They get to avoid having to interact with the oppressed cultures and can interact with other people's, like when they interact with other cultures from, let's say, like other countries or other people of their own culture, it's people of privilege. um and that differentiation of interaction
Yeah,
is very important. And that's when you see these
yeah, I'm
like
actually,
super white people going, "Oh, I'm a homosexual." It's like, oh my god, like don't say the word homie. Like, I mean, white people saying homie can be a bit stiff anyway, but at least be like someone who's like like, part of the integrated culture where you've actually like
at least
engaged
give
with
it some
people in this
flavor.
respect. It's like same with Jamaican pa. Like, you don't just like throw Jamaican pa around because like, oh, blah this blah that. You use Jamaican pa in respect of the cultural interaction that occurred between Jamaican and English people, especially in the
Mutual
50s and the
respect.
70s. Exactly, because it was a cultural exchange, and that's the important point of respect. And people are losing that respect. A lot of people in the UK, a lot of these middle class people think that Jamaican pa is like just some chav thing that comes from like the 90s.
Oh
It's
no,
been
it's
going on
not.
in the UK since the 50s because of the skinheads. Like,
What was that
Right.
again? Sorry.
Jamaican patois.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear the Irish influence in it, and I didn't
Yeah.
even
You
know
Oh,
can.
until
it
like a few
also
days
sounds like it
ago.
has a bit of a Yorkshire influence. What's
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
The like things like Wagwan, like that just stinks of Yorkshire. Like, because what's going on? It's like a 10-10-10. Like, that's what it reminds me of. Um, it's 10-10-10 is just one of the funniest ones because like it absolutely spins people out, and it's just like it isn't in the tin. That's all that's being said, but 10-10-10.
Trying to think of an Irish one that I
Because
could think of.
everything's pretty much being said. They've just like cut out everything that like makes it slow and have essentially made it like an word with how it like works. Like Northern English, the way it was actually designed was modern English. Was It came from Yorkshire originally, and it was not the way we speak it today. We speak Queen's English,
Yeah.
Yorkshire English. You wouldn't understand what they're talking about.
Is it Patrick
oh
Stewart, the
yeah,
actor, was saying how he used to speak it when he was a kid? It was I can't remember the word he used. Atta doing something. Atta is are you,
Yeah,
art thou, from art thou doing something, and I can't remember the word he used to say for playing, but it's atta something, atta coming out or something. It was very strange.
yeah. It's got a lot more of a Yorkshire modern English had like a weird like Celtic and Germanic like vibe to it. It wasn't as like
Oh
Frankic,
yeah,
but it did have its Latin elements quite.
oh yeah,
It was very Latin, like a lot, but it didn't have the U's in it. Like labor was spelled Labor because it's German, like
yeah.
it's a German
The
word. Like,
US spellings are old English ones.
yeah, some of
It's
them
the
are weird new bastardizations, like putting a
yeah,
Z in
yeah, yeah.
laser, but like,
I mean, what's it
but
called?
but labor, harbor,
Fall.
color, that's all old English.
Yeah. What's another? I mean, like fall instead of autumn.
Or like
Autumn,
it's
spring.
not old English, it's modern English, old edition. It's the
Yeah, yeah. I mean, an
Yorkshire.
earlier version of
It's
modern English.
because it's not really just Yorkshire English either, because it was kind of like Northern English, like if really anything.
Yorkshire, Lancashire kind of thing.
Yeah. Yorkshire and Lancashire were like really, really big when it came to like cultural development and
Yeah,
whatnot.
the Yorkshire and Lancashire would stop squabbling as to who's the most York
Oh, well,
northern.
what's
It's
it?
kind of,
I'm bullying Lincolnshire all the time.
it
What's it?
amuses me when I hear.
Scunthorpe has changed location so many times it is unreal.
Yeah,
Like,
it
what the
amuses me
fuck
because
is with that?
when I get like Yorkshire or Lancashire reactionary arseholes, which there aren't that many of them, but you do get them, like Tory voting Yorkies, and they start telling you things like they come up to Newcastle saying things like, "Yeah, get a fucking job, you budget fucking. I'm paying me taxes for you." I go, "Fuck off, you southern cunt, you
Uh,
southern bastard," and they go, "We're from Yorkshire, you fucking idiot." I go, "You're south of the fucking Tyne, south of Durham, mate. You're a southerner." And you watch them go, "Yeah, fucking
the thing that's kind of
fucking
depressing with
northerner, I'm fucking."
Yorkshire is that Yorkshire actually does have like an intrigue, like because it's like a lot of places in the north. In the north, there was much more Celtic integration than
Oh
slaughter
yeah,
because like by the time the Normans got up north, they figured out that slaughter was actually not going to work and they could lose, so they moved to cultural genocide. And so like a lot of Celtic people integrated into northern communities, and that's why there's a lot of Celtic culture in the north. Like northern English people for like that actually are like native to northern England. They're not just like southerners that move up here because they got a lot of money and
yeah,
it's cheap to buy houses up there. They're fucking little pricks. The
yeah.
what's it? They will actually be of Celtic heritage to some degree or another. A lot of it's genocided, so not so much. It's changed, but like there is a lot of people that still actually have those connections, and that's not really considered because these people don't actually have a formal nation. They're not connected to a formal Celtic nation. A lot of it's Scotland. A lot of it isn't. People easily talk about the Scottish connection because it was very recent that British actually, like the England actually took that from Scotland. It was like 1,000 years ago or less. No, it was less. It was sometime in the like the what would it be like? Maybe the 1200s, 1300s. I can't remember, but like England decided to take a big portion of Scotland. They did this with Cymru as well. Like it was over a period of time.
Tyneside and Cumbria, all that Tyne and Weir, Cumbria was all Scotland.
Oh yeah, because Cumbria was 1250 when they got rid of Cumbria.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And so like the what we saw that like they moved to cultural genocide because it was actually the war with Cumbria that fucked them over, and the Scottish and the Normanized English agreed together to go against the culture rather than the like going on a murder spree. I mean, there's still murder and imprisoning people. These people were butchers, but like the original plan was like absolutely brutal genocide, and they switched it up to cultural genocide. And this is the sort of thing we've seen with a lot of genocidal moves. This is what happened with the ceasefire in Palestine. They'll move, the ceasefire ends. Okay, cultural genocide continues. Like there's no end to that point of genocide.
Like,
the cultural genocide of fucking the natives of Turtle Island is still happening the moment I am speaking as this second as we go on.
Yeah, it's like the Brits. They love the Irish, though so they claim. But the minute we start saying "Hello, could you a tattoo?" Yeah,
it's
they're
right
quick
back
to pull
in
their
degradation.
pistol.
You know, you start saying, it's a straight pocket of water, go suicide fena, bastard sasnach, pug mahon glailach, then they really go ape shit at you. Like they love the Welsh until that's why that's probably why they hate the Cymraeg people, because they speak Cymraeg in their own villages, and they absolutely hate that.
Yeah, like if you go into the cities, you'll hear a lot of people speaking English, but if you go out into the villages, boy,
yeah, fuck,
are they going to speak English for you?
Yeah.
So I want to learn the language. I don't want to go in there and speak English and expect them to speak English to me. I want to go there and speak to my people.
I know diolch is thank you in Welsh, Cymraeg, but I don't really speak much Cymraeg at all. Unfortunately, I've no link to the place.
Cymraeg and Irish are definitely the main thing on my radar for learning language.
I really want to learn how to speak Basque at some point. I really do. It's such a unique language, and
I'm not savvy enough to engage with Basque. Basque is scary.
I know to say "Badaki Oskeras," which is "Do you speak Basque?"
Ooh.
Say,
I like the phonetics.
It's
very different for the region of Europe it comes from. Like,
I think it's a unique language. I mean, I know you say things that they don't like using too much over politeness. So if you keep going around saying, "Please, excuse me," they go like, "What?" Because "barkatu" is "excuse me."
So everything's quite like sort of like.
You don't really want to say "excuse me" more than once. You say "Yeah, mate, hi." You say that to them. They'd much rather the informal. They don't like "excuse me, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, thank you. Oh, very nice, very kind of you, sir." They're more like, "Hey, mate, yeah, can you do that for us, pal? All right, cheers, pal."
When your language is traditionally used in the way that like the coolest of English workers all about.
Yeah.
Like, it does remind me of that. It reminds me of that. It sounds so like proletarian pilled. Like, holy fuck. Like,
right.
Just like fuck your formalities. I'm just gonna be like, oi, mate. Like, can you just like?
Yeah.
I mean, that is just the way to be about it. Like, don't just like, because like, just like have fun with it, because like what you're doing is you're kind of like being a little more like fun about it. It's like because. You got to understand, this is like a cultural thing that doesn't just occur with the English. The Celts, we do this too, and that's the everything sort of like can be put into a joking matter. Like, well, not everything. Sorry, like every situation that you engage with, like having a conversation and stuff like that is what I mean. I don't mean like any topic. So it's like you can engage with someone and just like change the tonation of how you're engaging and make it a much more like trolly sort of situation. Like, and everything's sort of like self-deprecative or like deprecative of others humor is kind of very popular. And like there's obviously like disgusting ways of doing this, and there's ways of doing it that can actually be like fun if it's not actually depreciative. Because that's the problem, is the depreciativeness rather than it being like teasing instead. But that's like the way that humor kind of works around here. So you just kind of have a laugh with people when you're asking them to move out the way, rather than just like asking them to move. You can be a funny little fucker about it, basically. There's a little bit of leeway to it. You might get told to fuck off if you find a wanker, but at least you found a wanker.
You can be you can be the coolest troll that ever lived.
Hell yeah.
But I mean, I want to learn Basque. I want to learn. Well, honestly, I want to learn Cuban Spanish first. That's the first language that I really wanna improve and
Castilian
refine.
slur-pilled edition.
Yes.
like Cuban Spanish has the most slurs in any form of Spanish, as far as I'm aware.
Oh no, yeah, Cuban Spanish is again due to the cultures that surround Cuban Spanish. It's known for basically just fucking making up new words as you fucking talk, essentially, because of the many influences of different cultures and languages that influence it. So like Taino, Yoruba, Haitian Creole, and how even some Irish words influence Cuban Spanish. There is an Irish community in Cuba, and there are some Irish influences in Cuban Spanish as well. I don't know any specific words, but I know that they do exist.
I swear to God, Irish fucking like refugees and fucking immigrants who just end up all over the fucking place when it comes to the Americas. Like, what the fuck? Like like I know about the Irish community in fucking Cuba, but it's just something that gets me. Like, you can find loads of places in South America as well that have Irish communities. Argentina, for example. But
Argentina.
like, it's like, oh, like, fucking, why the fuck did we become white settlers in so many different places? I'm upset. This is such a letdown, because like the Irish struggle against the British is such a big symbol of hope for colonized peoples in like the early 20th century, and still is respected as that and seen as a model. The Black Panthers were very heavily influenced by the Irish, so with the Young Lords Party. That's why you see the Young Lords and the Black Panthers as well. Like, their outfits are quite similar to the sort of black outfits you would see with the IRA with the broad black brimmers.
That's
why a lot of local nationalists don't know.
Exactly.
Like, it's not a copy of those uniforms, but they are in the like essence of.
It's inspiration of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. They take inspirations and lessons from different revolutionary struggles and different national fronts. There's a law of solidarity, from what I've heard. At least there's a law of solidarity with a lot of diaspora and Cubans, primarily because of Che. Because of him being part Basque and part Irish, there's that sense of like solidarity, you know.
Sorry, I keep laughing when talking about serious stuff because the robot stuff just hits funny. The Irish diaspora is massive. Fortunately, some diasporas are better than others, because some actually are like, stick to their refugee heritage and like think about their homeland. But like a lot of people are like,
it's funny,
white supremacy. Let's colonize. Let's take over this land.
White supremacy.
Yeah, you find a lot of the the ones who climb the social ladder. I've seen some in my extended family, and they've become very much West British, and they've no empathy or solidarity whatsoever with the POCs.
Yeah, you do see that it's the Irish people that are in poverty in a lot of these colonies that are the ones that actually identify with their Irish culture and actually side with black struggle.
Red Fanian.
Yeah.
Hey, tell everybody the story about your grandmother and your uncle about Rhodesia.
Oh yes.
Oh shit.
Yes. My grandmother My grandmother
Go
grew up.
ahead.
My grandmother was born in the very early part of the 20th century, and she was in her teens or even her 20s when the Black and Tans were on the rampage in the Irish before the Free State. Okay, the War of Independence.
Yes, 16 till
Um,
22.
Yeah, she was born in about 1903 or something like that, roughly. I can't remember, but anyway, one of her eldest offspring went out to Rhodesia and married an Afrikaans woman from South Africa. And his attitude towards the African people were, as you might expect from a fucking racist colonizer. He was bragging about, I can't remember what it was, but he was bragging about treating these people like shit. And I don't even, I shouldn't really go into it. It's my mother was telling me this, but she said she was in bed at the time, not feeling very well, and it was the middle of the night. But he was talking about this in the main living room of the house, the family house where they all grew up. And their mother my grandmother suddenly starts screaming at him. Yeah, what the fucking hell? I don't know if she was swearing at him, but you will not go into people's countries and treat them like that. Who the bloody hell do you think you are? You bloody disgust me, you absolutely because she saw that happening with the Black and Tans, those mercenaries that were there as
And so
backup
she
for the
had that
fucking
empathy
army.
and that connection to that colonized struggle, and
Absolutely.
so
She screamed at him. He was. I can just imagine him. He was in his 50s at the time. He's dead now.
I mean,
But he'd be
he's lucky he didn't get the Irish Republican treatment and like got kneecapped or fucking killed by
Yeah,
her.
well,
Like, 'cause
yeah.
she was probably close to doing it. She seemed ready to fucking go at him.
Yeah, she was about. She must have been. What was she? 74, 5, 76 or something at the time. She was ready to fucking kill him. My ma's often said that.
They don't have a
must have
fuck
been like,
with like an Irish grandmother or mother. Like, they're the most dangerous people in
she could be
Ireland.
quite conservative in many ways and quite reactionary in some ways, but she had a very strong empathy with colonized people and very
It's
much
one of the
so
things where like there's all like even with some people who have like wrong lines on the proletariat, the difference between them and the petty bourgeoisie is that the
Yeah.
proletariat will have some good elements to it because our culture entwines us to be internationalist, it entwines us to have connections. That's why we've seen so many workers, including some fucking actual unions, breaking off from the corporate union response and getting involved in strikes and struggles for Palestine. And so, like, what we've seen is working class people show that absolutely they can be radicalized. This is why I hate this armchair communist thing. In the first world, workers could not be radicalized. Yes, they fucking can. Just form an actual Marxist organization. There is no organization. How can they fucking be radicalized if no one is radicalizing them? Don't be five people trying to picket. Start getting out there and doing things to help the working class. To then get us on your side, and then, like, you know, we can. Like, as Marxist intellectuals, we can create a fucking movement. We're like working with the working class, and do you know what?
We can
Do you know when you get those connections with the working class, you actually get more intellectuals in the Marxist organization because the intellectuals of a party are not just gonna like come from the petty bourgeoisie and grace us and fix all our problems. I come from poverty. I come from poverty, and there's plenty of petty bourgeois so-called Marxists that I've shit and pissed all over in discussion. Like, I ain't even the best. Like, I ain't even the fucking best Marxist. I'm still learning. I've only been at it 8 years. Like, and so, what's it? When it comes to Marxism, the whole point of the Marxist organization is to formulate as proletarian intellectuals. That requires class treachery for those that come from the petty bourgeoisie. And key word is in there: proletarian intellectuals. That means that people are going to be coming from the proletariat because there are plenty of intellectuals down here. I can tell you. This is where like reading Gramsci is really, really important for understanding the actual way the world works, because everyone's an intellectual. Sorry to burst anyone's bubble if you think you're special, but literally everyone is an intellectual. Like, they know something about something and then can describe it to you. Even if it's literally putting 4 blocks in the right order makes A, B, C, D. That is still like having the intellect to figure out and look at that. So at the end of the day, like, you know, if people can talk about something and explain what they're doing, that's an intellectual expression, because the difference between doing something and explaining it is the difference between showing the empirical practical activity and being able to rationalize it. And if you can rationalize anything, you are an intellectual of some sorts, even if it's like barely anything because you have like severe like conditions or something that limit you. You still know something and should be respected for what you know and treated kindly for it.
Exactly. And you know, the funny thing about it is that those same ML quote unquote revisionist pieces of shit who fucking say that are the same people who romanticize, fetishize, and idealize revolutionaries and countries that they have never been to, that they will most likely never go to, and that they've never actually engaged a genuine scientific analysis or discussion with the people of said state, and they would rather argue with people online about this shit than helping the homeless guy that lives right next to them that's going to be killed by the fucking cops. That's the fucking sad
Especially
thing
given
about
that
it. Like,
most of these fuckers are usually end up being petty bourgeois and have the money to do a lot of fucking shit.
exactly, but they don't, because they don't actually care, because it goes against their interests. They only give lip service to class suicide. They only give lip service to dialectical
Interests are not the
materialism.
same.
Exactly. Interests are not the same. Allies are not the same as comrades, because allies are performative and accomplices will switch sides the moment you're no longer on the winning side. Comrades stay there with you regardless if you are if you're at your highest or at your lowest,
and
because
what's
a
it like
comrade, a
when it comes to
revolutionary,
like
actually.
when it
Sorry.
comes to allies, this is a part of like United Frontism. And with United Fronts, we're supposed to present ourselves in a way where we are like the optimal choice. We maintain our party structure. No fucking Dimitrov disintegrate the party into a people's party with the Social Democrats. No, 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 no.
Nope.
And what we do is we manage to draw numbers from them because what makes up the supporters of Social Democrats? Workers. What makes up the supporters of any of these other movements? Workers, for the most part. Like there are petty bourgeois supporters and all that, but they're usually higher up on the chain and not really the people we're after. So we can draw workers into our organization and into support of our organization by
And cast the
being
net.
a stronger, more solid, more humanitarian, more caring, more intellectually
Just
driven
decent.
organization that's putting out the science. It's that framework of us being so much more like straight edge would attract more people into our organizations, and we've seen this happen before. And so
Exactly. And that's the necessity.
it's why, like
That's the
Lenin said, like
necessity of
if we join an organization of any sorts, like join a United Front of any sorts, we must retain our capacity to criticize the actions of the groups that we are united with, because that is an important
Exactly.
factor that we have to retain so that we distinctify ourselves from anything that they do, which allows us to draw numbers even more if they fuck up, because then we can make a distinct statement that disagrees with them, that shows people that there's another way.
Exactly. If I remember correctly, if I remember what a comrade said, a united front is not a strategical stance; it's a tactical stance. If I remember correctly, what they say, because in a united front there are going to be different organizations and different parties that don't have the same ideological line. They may disagree on something. Hell, they might be fucking full on Trotskyists for all we know. But as long as there is a sense of genuine revolutionary love for the people and meeting them where they're at and elevating, agitating, and educating them, then something can be done. We can move forward in some way, even though at the end we will have to deal with the different contradictions in our ideological and political line.
I think Antonio Gramsci said we need organic intellectuals and urban scholars.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Also, sorry if I fucking sound robotic again. Again, I have no fucking Wi-Fi whatsoever. The house that we recently just moved into, it's fucking bougie as hell, which fucking pisses me off. Like our uncle gave us this house, and for fucking context, we literally have a bar, like a whole ass fucking bar in our backyard, to put it to
Why?
context. And like the
So
only
bougie.
the fucking exactly the only thing that I like about suburbs, the only good thing about suburbs is the quiet. I usually like environments that are usually quiet and I don't have a lot of loud noises, but you can just get that in rural areas and living in a rural neighborhood. So either way, suburbs are just fucking complete waste of land and waste of fucking resources, and are just created to build class antagonisms and cause class divide among colonized and colonizer people.
The American way.
The American way, the American dream. If you
Gotta
just
live
work
the
hard
American
enough.
dream. Gonna go and kill some people and steal our land and piss a lot.
Piss walk. Stare at your piss.
Oh, so what happened to this American accent? Where they used to speak like a posh British.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know, mate.
that was a
sounds
funny
a bit
time for
weird.
America. America used to like enforce this like really awful like imitation of a posh British accent that was just dreadful.
You mean that kind of like Cary Grant transatlantic kind of a thing? You mean that's
Oh
all-
my
Yeah, the
fucking
transatlantic.
Yes,
accent.
yes,
literally that.
I said that's
Yeah, you know-
kind of slightly New England, but kind of like old England at the same time. Hi
Yeah,
there.
it's-
I'm an
Oh,
American.
what? We have goods to
What?
sell. Goods to sell. We have some great things on our advertisement list today. You can get this uranium cock strap. It'll make your balls grow big.
Whoa, anal beads and double-ended dildos, don't you know? Oh yes.
Uranium anal beads.
I'm just having to reduce it down to double-ended dildos and anal beads again because I'm hoping to offend as many puritanical revisionist Marxists.
You know what? Interestingly,
You know-
I don't get as much like shit in my comments or anything because like I'd expect. I mean, I only have 200 subscribers, so maybe the transphobes just aren't finding me. But like,
they occasionally creep up into my comments, but I think since my TikTok got shut down, they've not come to visit me at all. On TikTok, they were wild. They were all over the place.
I had it happen a few times, but like it's been like minor. And what's it? There was like a time like with the stream me and Pagan did on Synovia. When Synovia covered it, someone said like transphobic shit about like they misgendered her like real bad, and like
All right.
he just ignored it. Man, them just blank. Like it's like he doesn't even know what it looks like. Just like, okay, what?
One thing that really interests me is like all the different fucking accents that we have in the U.S. now. Like it's kind of just wild.
Like it's the fact that
to think about.
there's like white communists that tried to say America homogenized between the 80s and the 2020s, and now everything's all the same. And it's like, bro, you've been to an Italian fucking
No.
village. It's like,
Like,
holy
that's
shit.
a lie.
Like it's like, oh my god, or just and they said the black people had integrated too, and it's like, what the fuck? Society.
No.
So
No,
like
they have-
black
No.
people are like 83. Is it 83%? It's 80-something% more segregated. It might be 89. I might be getting it wrong. But like since 1991, like in most cities, black people are more segregated by like almost 100%. So like no, shit is worse. Like Kwame Ture said in I think it was 1992.
Yeah.
That like shit's actually getting worse since the 60s, and he's correct.
Much worse.
Like because like it doesn't seem worse for white people. If anything, for white people, yeah, everything's like okay, you know. Well, it's kind of worse that they can't get their houses cheap anymore, but you
But
know
they
they don't
become
have
more
as much. They don't have as much hard work to do because it's all been exported, and like most of it was being done by black people back then anyway. But they felt hard done by that they had to do stuff like be a manager for a workshop with black people in it, or like maybe have to be a mechanic. But the I'm being a cunt about it, but like you know what I mean. Like, oh, I'm a mine worker and all this blah blah blah, but they're getting paid like 4 times as much as what like a minimum wage car
They become more
construction
detached,
worker,
essentially.
car
Yeah.
manufacturer. Like, because like that was one of the biggest industries black people were essentially like were wage enslaved into, which was the car industry, Detroit, places like that. And
Detroit,
you would
yeah.
have black workers and white managers, white foremen. It was
The
segregation.
racial
It was
hierarchy at
I would
play
argue
here.
it's worse than the segregation we saw with Henry Ford.
It is.
And
It is.
shit's getting worse since then, because now, rather than it being distinct laws, would like society see? There's a reason why they would chill with removing the laws. It's not that they got along with anything that like any of us like have pushed in like throughout history. Our like anti-racist comrades have pushed through history in their revolutionary struggles. It's that is the scare. That's the fear. That's what drove them to do it out of fear. Another part of it is that they can rely on the systems of white supremacy to just do this shit anyway. They've already taught
Yeah.
people to hate the fuck out of black people. Black people are going to struggle to get jobs like fucking tens of times more than like white people are ever going to struggle. Black people are going to struggle to get homes. Redlining essentially happens without it being legally done. It's just like they don't tell you they're doing it. They do this in the UK. You'll find like a lot of
They do
Islamic people will get like put in specifically Islamic estates. And like they're the only places you'll like. You know, like there's the English thing. They're always like, oh, they're gonna build mosques everywhere. You go to most cities, you can't find a mosque. You have to go to the specific Muslim estate that's set up to essentially be a target for terrorism from white people, to find any sort of mosque or anything. And they're like hidden and coveted. Like they're hidden and coveted. And I don't like the fact that they have to be like that. I think that their culture should be able to flourish more. We have a long-standing history with like I mean, it's not just Arabs there; it's all sorts of different like peoples there. But so like Europe and like West Asia have had like a relationship with each other for fucking ever. Like it's, since the cradle of civilization, we could say. Like
they're all right next to each other.
Exactly. Same with Africa as well. We've like people have this
Right,
idea that we
like-
like discovered Africans and was like, whoa, black people. It's like,
No,
no,
there are
we were
relations.
trading with Africa for fucking like millennia. Like holy
There
shit.
were all right, like there were already relations. Read Black Marxism, because y'all want to pretend that these Europeans came and just colonized us out of nowhere. No, we already have relations for a long time.
There
Read Black
definitely was a
Marxism.
history where we weren't being bigots at one
Yeah.
point, and that's like a thing that like is interesting to look at, because what
It
we
always
saw is
pisses
the
me off
systems
how-
the systems of class
Sorry.
oppression dominated any of these points of relation. So any actual
Right.
what's the word? Principled cultural interaction would be a completely disintegrated part of history, because what we did is we eventually went and colonized. I mean, the idea of blackness as well wasn't originally linked to color of skin. As far as I'm aware, with the Arab concept of it, it was linked to just like impurity, which is still dodgy terminology. Thanks for the eugenics, but it's it is something that eventually became about black people. I think it did become about black people before the Spanish picked it up, though. I think that was something that did come from that Arab caliphate eventually, because they did start targeting Africans more than anyone. And they actually got kicked out of the empire. Essentially, they were like fucking seen as a rogue caliphate by the I think it'd be Medina at that point in time, wouldn't it? Yeah, by Medina.
And there's also the caste system in India, where the higher you go in the caste, the lighter skin you see people are. So like there were forms of racial oppressions
Not
before Europe.
always, because
Amen.
it really depends on where
Not
you are
always.
in India as well, because it's kind of not
Iffy.
all Brahmin are pale as days. That's the thing to say.
Right, like
Of course. It just
But
depends.
there is a racial hierarchy to it, absolutely. Like I talk about this a lot. Like
there is a racial hierarchy to it.
and the British
the thing
brought
that-
a lot of stuff in, but they also took a lot of stuff out. Like there was a bit of a swap in slave culture between the two.
Exactly. The thing that makes ethno-fascism, racism, and white supremacy, the thing that makes ethno-fascism and racism unique when it comes to Europe is that they were essentially the first ones that made a global phenomenon. Whereas before it was only really a thing in specific regions or specific countries. Now it became a global phenomenon due to the rise of capitalism, imperialism in Europe, the racial hierarchy, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's it? I mean, other places did have similar concepts, but what you see is like a mix of the European, usually the British or the French or the Spanish concepts of these things. Like if you go to China, Chinese white supremacy is a weird mixture of like Chinese racism, which already actually did fetishize white skin, and British racism. And you can kind of see that like that, and like Iran, they actually do like you can see elements of how they their respectability politics they engage in is very heavily influenced by the Victorianism of like the 1800s Britain.
And if I remember correctly, there was also a racial hierarchy and racial oppression when it came to Japan and the Yamato colonizing certain indigenous people that were already there.
Yeah.
Like racial oppression, while obviously not the same as today, has existed throughout different class societies and throughout different historical eras and socioeconomic systems. It's just Europe made it a global phenomenon essentially.
Yeah.
Fuck my back.
Let's get on with the Prager video.
Right.
It's not, because they're so afraid of the left. Nobody's afraid of the right. It's not a healthy trend. Why can't we leave?
Okay, what do you mean no one's afraid of the right? What? The right's terrifying.
Oh yeah. That's what that's one of the things I was gonna fucking say the moment I came in. When I heard him say nobody's afraid of the right, everyone's afraid of the left, I'm like, the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Like literally fucking go to any marginalized person and they will fucking tell you they're terrified of the right. And second, the quote unquote left is exactly all that left in the US.
There's no
Usually they mean
no
Democrats when they say this, which is kind of hilarious because Democrats are right wingers.
Exactly.
They are. And there's no actual left here in the Imperial Core, so like
exactly. There literally isn't, so I don't know what the fuck he even means. If by left he means liberals, no, liberalism is literally a right-wing ideology. It's literally a bourgeois ideology. It's by no means a leftist thing at all.
it's not. It's not. So we're already starting with lies. We're already
And this
starting with
is
lies.
trying to like basically tell a worker that that this whether this proletarian should accept LGBT people in the workplace. This proletarian woman was like, oh, it's like I love my LGBTQ coworkers and they're my friends, but I don't think I should be supporting something that goes against God. It's basically the
labor
love the sinner, hate the sin.
That's labor aristocrat shit. Straight up.
That's fucking petty bourgeois shit.
No, it's not petty bourgeois. It'd be labor aristocrat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Social chauvinism in the workspace. That's what it is.
Oh yeah. Also, is the video?
They're contacting Prager and getting to be on this show, so they're probably not a poor low end worker.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
There'd be some labor aristocrat. The type of person that can afford to go on a holiday once every year. Because the petty bourgeoisie, they're the types that go on holiday 7 times a year because they're little fuckers. I mean, I'm generalizing and being a bit of a cunt there. I know that a lot of petty bourgeois people don't travel like that, but I'm taking the piss.
I could be wrong, but I think I read or heard somewhere that that and like in the early days of PragerU, they didn't make all that bad videos sometimes in the early days. I don't know how true that is.
Their early videos are janky.
Mm-hmm.
Is more moral than abortion, just as an example? Of course not, because they're so afraid of the left. Nobody's afraid of the right. It's not a healthy trend. Why can't we leave spaces untouched by political messages? That's the way it was in the past. Stores didn't put up political messages because they knew a great portion of their clientele may not agree with it. Whether it's even if it's a good idea. My gay friends don't believe in gay pride presentations. They believe that we should respect people who are gay, that we should, needless to say, tolerate it, that we should not make it illegal.
Wait, but like this is like, it's just promotion in the workspace. Like what the fuck? Like Christianity gets promoted all the time, but like, oh no, like
it gets promoted all the time.
You promote
and the
gay stuff, and then we're all bad and evil. But every year we have to celebrate baby Jesus, even though most of us aren't Christian.
I'm fucking sorry. I find it fucking funny how he said, "Oh, no shops fucking had any like political signs." I'm just like, does this motherfucker exactly like I'm like, does he?
No blacks, no Irish. Have you ever heard of that before?
Exactly. Like, that's literally what was.
And then there's been people that have put no faggots and stuff on their fucking doors before.
Exactly. Like, has he not heard of Jim Crow? Has he not heard of fucking segregation? Has he never heard of child slavery?
No colors allowed. Colors only, whites only. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, let's not do selective memory here, cause you grew up in this. You knew, you saw it. You saw what's happening.
This is the thing. It's like how how can people be blind to anything that's like the police are awful and should be destroyed when they've grown up and seen slaughter? Like the amount of fucking like new African people that have died since I've been born is monumental. America internally, America is not in a war, and yet fucking hundreds to thousands of people end up dying because of police brutality, hospital malfeasance, and like shit like that. Black people are treated as people that can take ridiculous amounts of pain still by a lot of hospital staff in the UK and the US, which is an old racist trope. And what they will do is they'll deny black people drugs when they need them. They'll deny them like morphine and stuff when they need them because black people can tolerate more of the pain, and they perceive black people as to be drug
addicts. Can't feel pain, right?
Yeah, super people.
A joke.
It's ridiculous. It's stupid. And what it does is it destroys lives because if you're going through so much pain that you need morphine, that pain can fuck you up big time. Stress and trauma, big bad fucker. And I know that like
it's a ticking time
bomb. I know that
bomb.
in depthly with fibromyalgia that shit is torture, especially if it ends up triggering like it has with fibromyalgia, where I have to deal with that stress forever.
Yeah, it's literally a ticking time bomb.
Absolutely
ridiculous.
But what does it mean, pride? Do we have heterosexual Pride Month? Do we have straight Pride Month? I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we had, let's say, Parent Pride Month? We can't even do that. The only thing we're supposed to be proud of is same-sex sexual orientation and people who say that they are the opposite sex of the biological one they were born.
If it's lie. That's another lie.
My brain didn't compute what he said. What did he say?
It's a good idea.
My
gay friends don't believe in gay pride presentation.
What?
We have straight Pride Month.
Well,
I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we had, let's say, Parent Pride Month? We can't even do that. The only thing
we have Parent Pride. It's called Mother's Day and Father's Day. You absolute dillweed. And straight pride is every fucking day.
I find it so funny that he's saying that the only thing we should be proud of is, like same-sex stuff. But a lot of people in the beginning of the gay liberation movement from around the time Stonewall happened were white, middle class, gays and lesbians that wanted to assimilate and remove trans people from any part of the struggle.
Yeah, they
That's why
betrayed
Sylvia
they
Rivera had
betrayed
that speech.
Stonewall and what it originally started off as, because Stonewall was started by a transsexual, sorry, a trans woman. See, I remember in the Wikipedia article, and they used the old term because it was the 70s.
Yeah,
A transgender lass and a transvestite crossdresser.
right. Like, that's why Sylvia Rivera had her speech because
I
they
forgot
were
to say
trying
as
to
well,
erase us.
the trans lass, she was black as well, like, so it was colonized people that started the struggle as well.
Yeah, yeah, she was
And
Afro-Taino.
she was the leader of the original Stonewall struggle.
She was, and she was Afro-Taino. She was very proud of being Afro-Taino. So it's that other element in there. That's what they don't talk about as well. But the only thing we should be proud of is being gay and stuff. But y'all have all this heteronormative BS that we have to celebrate. This oppressive BS that we have to celebrate, no matter how abusive and terrible our parents are. We're supposed to celebrate them no matter what. Where were they?
Yeah, like I was talking to someone at the bus stop, and like I did mention that I didn't have a great relationship with my old man growing up, and they're like, "Oh, did you forgive him?" And I'm like, "I did," but like after they, like, when I came out to my old man, he just went to my sister and took the piss at me. He didn't take the piss at me directly to me. He didn't even respond to my message. He went and took the piss at me behind my back, and so like I'm moving away from that kind of shit. I'm not dealing with my identity being a butt of a joke. And it's
I
just
don't
like,
got
oh,
time for
but
that either.
they're your father at the end of the day. It's like, and
Like, come on.
I'm sick of that thinking. That thinking has had me trapped in that fucking loop
Yeah,
of trying to get away and then coming back, trying to get away and coming back, and nothing ever changing.
nothing.
These Cajun curly fries do not have enough Cajun seasoning on. Sorry, Cajun. I'm a fucking moron. These these Cajun curly fries do not have enough Cajun seasoning on it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, do you know what? The chicken with this fucking seasoning is great. Even with gravy. Even if you're having like a gravy and mashed meal, put Cajun seasoning
Yes,
on your chicken.
yes, they're good. So good.
Another reason why Irish people are the most based people in Europe, we know how to season our food.
Objectively speaking.
I like some of the blandness of
Oh,
European food though. Like pie. Pie is not like a very diverse taste, but it is so gorgeous, like a whole steak pie.
It is amazing.
Like it's just simple. Like people shit on it for being simple, but I think that's the best part about it. It's like sausage rolls. Sausage roll, like pork is kind of a disgusting meat, but sausage rolls are like darlings. Like, yeah, they're cheaply made, but they're pastry, and pastry's great. And that's like half of the English mindset, like just pastry. Um,
I
Actually,
was looking. I was looking
Cornwall are kind of
muted.
the masters of pastry around here. Like pasties comes from Cornwall. The Cornish pasty.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. English didn't call it that shit. That was Cornish.
I was fucking muted. Kara, you didn't hear me before, but I said if I was there right now, I would 100% make you a Cuban sandwich. So that way you could try it out. You would absolutely fucking love it.
That would be awesome.
I'm currently eating a sandwich right now with some sweet relish, some turkey, some hot and spicy sweet sauces. Very fucking good.
See, last night, in the evening, I was hoping to order a chippy, but then I just like went to sleep for a few hours, and it was too late.
Wait, Kara, I'm curious. How are chip how do you fucking say it? Fish and chips and fish. How are those stores like there?
What do you mean?
like what the fuck are they called? Fish and chips,
Yeah,
right?
fish and chips.
I've heard that they sell some pretty good food there.
Well, what's it? Chip shops are like they don't just sell fish and chips. They sell battered sausage, Savoy, doner meat, and chicken kebabs. Both tandoori chicken and like I can't remember what the other chicken is now. Actually, shit. But the what's it? They also have like pies, and obviously chips, scallops, fish cakes. Fish cakes are great. So chip shops are like they're like ideal places. If you go up north, you can start getting like really nice because those chip shops sell gravy, but in the north you get the nice, delicious thick gravy. And then when you get into Scotland, they'll literally like it's not that you can bring your own pizza in to fry; they will just deep fry a pizza for you as a part of their, fuck hell yeah! I want a deep fried pizza.
All this food is making me fucking hungry, and I'm eating right now.
Yeah, while we watch this shit.
You know,
Which I know is gonna be more lies.
Oh no, yeah. You gotta be careful when you watch PragerU because you want to watch enough where you're satisfied, but you don't want to watch too much, or else you feel like your brain is fucking melting away.
Let's melt our brains further.
We're supposed to be proud of is same-sex sexual orientation and people who say that they are the opposite sex of the biological one they were born.
Oh my fucking
But that's
god.
not how sex
See,
works.
that's a
Sex
fighting
is not
word.
only biological; it's also social and cultural. Like, oh my god, and I
That's
like
a fighting word.
even like, and
That's
if we're gonna go
fucking
down that
fighting
shitty medicalist route, which medicalism is bullshit. Like, a trans woman doesn't want to take fucking estrogen. There's still as much a trans woman as I am. But like, the whole is like, oh, you're not of this physiology, bitch. I have less testosterone than the average cis woman, and I'm on fucking estrogen, and I got pretty fucking my tits started growing 3 weeks into transition. I think I'm doing pretty well. I get a regular period. Like,
Yeah,
what
hell
experience
alone.
am I not having? I have to go through 2 weeks of cramps, pains, and fucking like temperament issues every month. I have been much more able to be emotionally like softer as I like to be because I've always wanted to be like that, but I've always had difficulties with it because of my abusive upbringing and stoicism. And now I'm much more unlocked and fluid. I've been dealing with misogyny even before I actually like came out and like fully cracked out of my shell, and I can point to parts of my childhood where I went through specific forms of abuse that are tied to misogyny, like being threatened to have my be pinned down and have my head shaved with a razor. No clippers to trim it or anything, just shaving really long pieces of hair with a razor, which will cause you to lose roots and possibly go bald in places. Fortunately, it didn't happen, but I've been pinned down a couple of times and it nearly happened.
That's something that my parents would also do, not to that extent, but I don't like having my hair cut. I want to let it grow, but my parents, being the fucking patriarchal bastards that they are, they would always fucking make me go cut my hair when I always just wanted to let it grow, and it just really fucking sucked.
Yeah, so yeah. I always get told I look like a girl when I grow my hair out, which thank you.
You do. You look very, very gorgeous. You look very fucking pretty.
I don't think so, but thank you.
I'd say you do.
I'm very
Anyway,
you're my chin and my
you're fucking
jawline
awesome as hell.
Me.
You are a what's the term? You are a giga chadette. Fucking hell.
Gigalass.
Gigalass. Oh my fucking god! Like that's like an actual that's like an actual fucking name that some people have. Gigalass. I was like, that sounds so familiar. Now I know why. Legolas.
Yeah, but it's lass as in like lassie.
Oh, yep. I really hope that I can fucking. I really hope that soon I'm able to like truly express myself and my gender identity and sexual orientation and just be able to fucking have and take estrogen. I really hope I can get to that point. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not gonna take estrogen in the state that I live in, but I want to eventually.
Next option is to get the fuck out.
Oh no, definitely. I'm definitely
With
not
what
fucking
degrees you want
staying.
to do for your like plumbing project? Was there any way that you can do it like at a different place outside of the state? Try and be like like people that go to universities like in different states.
Well,
'Cause that might be an easy
the
ejection.
the thing about plumbing, right? The thing about plumbing is that if I want to do plumbing like officially in a different state, I have to take that state's specific plumbing exam because
No, that's what I'm
obviously
saying. Like, use the fact that you need to do those exams to go do the exams at a facility outside of that state, because that's one of the easiest way to move. That's how university people usually end up moving to different places, is that they go to a university in a different state.
I might do that. I mean, as of right now, the main thing that I need is a car because I don't have a driver's license yet or a car. And I live in a state where if you don't have a car, you're
Traveling
basically
is a pain
fucking
in the ass
stranded.
because a lot of the state is bourgeois as fuck.
Oh no, yeah, it definitely
What's it? The
fucking is.
with the car, go for something from the 2000s, maybe even the early side of the 2000s, or even late 90s, because they'll be cheap. You can probably pick up one that
The
still works for $400 to $800. It won't be the best car ever, but you're spending less than $1,000 on a car, and that's like, heck, you might even find a good deal from someone who doesn't know their cars that actually still works. It's even cheaper than that. Like you can find your way.
oh no, yeah,
If you know
oh no, yeah.
anyone who's savvy with cars and mechanics, take them with you so you can analyze them and never buy secondhand off dealers. Always buy off like normal people. Like
Oh no, yeah,
dealers will
for
sell you
sure.
something that will break down in a month. Normal people aren't gonna try and do that because what they don't want to have to give you a refund.
My bio relation, my quote unquote father, he has a brother who wants to sell one of his old cars, which is a Toyota Camry 2014, which is
Ooh,
which is a really good car.
it is
We
very
don't
good.
know we don't know how much he wants to sell it for yet, but if we buy it, he said that he would give me that car. So that's really cool. So I hope I get that fucking car. I really fucking do. Living in a place like Florida without a fucking car and being a trans woman, like you might as well fucking throw me in a desert without any water. like like seriously, it's that fucking bad because in places like Florida, there's basically no public transportation at all. We barely have any buses. We barely have any taxis. We don't have any fucking trams. And the closest thing to public transportation we fucking have here is Uber. That's literally it. That's basically all we fucking have here. It's Uber.
Probably a local private taxi rank or something as well, because they're usually everywhere.
Oh no, oh no, yeah, there are taxis in like major cities, but like if you're expecting taxis to take you long distance, nope. They're
No,
only
that's not their job.
you
Their
can
job's to be local.
exactly. But yeah, the majority of taxis. Hell, I've never seen a taxi in suburbs here in Florida. I mean, I've never fucking seen them here. I've never actually seen or been inside of a taxi personally, which is fucking sad. um, I've actually never been on a train ever in my life, which is also another sad thing because I really want to be on a train because trains are fucking cool. But yeah, If you don't have a car in Florida, you're fucked. And with me being a trans person, and with me being pansexual and queer, it's fucked. Especially because of the fact that a lot of trans people are literally just stuck in Florida because it's too expensive to get a fucking car.
Yeah.
Which is scary.
It is terrifying. The rising fascism and anti-trans the rising fascism and transphobia at the moment is fucking absolutely freaky.
Oh no, yeah.
Especially living in a conservative town. Oh fuck.
Oh no, yeah. It's horrible here. I live in a very labor aristocratic neighborhood, so that also does not fucking help at all. Comrade Rob said best. The same way how the fascism that was growing in Spain after World War II was kind of foreshadowing what we were going to see in World War II. It's similar here in Florida. The rising transphobia and fascism we're seeing in Florida is basically what we're going to see once fascism goes full mask off throughout the whole U.S. And obviously the entire U.S. is fascist, and there are states like Missouri that are extremely fucking reactionary and white supremacist and fascist. But Florida is like the most fascist state, I'd say, in the U.S. currently.
Can I add something?
Sorry, what?
Can I add something?
Sure, go ahead.
I really stress this to everybody. Look into and learn from Operation Gladio and the Years of Lead Strategy of Tension, late 1960s to late 1980s in Italy, and Project 2025. I've said ever since the Unite the Right rally in August 2017 in Charlottesville, Virginia, this is coming.
Oh, definitely. Oh. I think I responded to that comment that you said, either through Messenger or on Facebook, but it's just very fucking scary. And right, I actually just fucking remembered something else I wanted to say. Kara and Neil, if you guys want, we have a UPM book club every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Obviously the time is going to be different depending on where you're at. But if you want, you could hop on those book clubs, and we would highly appreciate your wisdom and insight on it. We're currently reading Seize the Time by Bobby Seale. We're on the last chapter.
Classic.
Yep, we're on the last chapter, though, and the next book that we're going to read is Revolutionary Suicide by Huey P. Newton. So yeah, you are 100% invited to join those book clubs if you want, Kara and Neil. We would highly appreciate y'all being there.
Oh yeah.
I agree. They should join. I agree.
I'd be down.
Mm-hmm.
I might not be able to turn up all the time, but I'll try my best.
Oh no, yeah. Just come by
Of course. Come
whenever
through
you can.
anytime.
Literally.
Come through anytime.
Oh yeah, wicked. I like the sound of that. I'll happily join.
Right, fucking on.
And that's a very big problem. I never understood why the T was with the LGB. I never understood it. I asked this 20 years ago.
Oh my fucking
What does
God.
trans have to do with gay or lesbian? It has nothing to do with it. And my gay and lesbian friends are...
What about trans people that are gay and lesbian? Like, we're all queer. Like, that's why the Q is there. Why have you got rid of the Q?
Exactly. We are all...
He's preaching LGBT alliance shit.
Yeah. That's exactly what the white middle class gays and lesbians did back then. That's exactly the same shit. It
Yeah.
may not be exactly that.
I mean, we still see this with
phrase,
like a
but
lot of internet culture, like streamer culture is full of a lot of like white queer people being racist as fuck.
yeah, that's
Oh, no,
exactly the
yeah.
same thing.
Blair White, for example.
I mean, hell, hell. I've said this before, and I've said it again. Even though colonizer people that are queer, even though they can face oppression due to them being queer and facing queer phobia, it will never amount to the oppression and exploitation that a queer colonized person will face.
Well,
And
yeah, because
of the racial,
it's the colonized person is going through colonized. It's intersection, so they're going through the colonized trauma and the queer trauma.
queer phobia.
The thing is that
Exactly.
it's it is still a systemic form of oppression that the white queer person would go through as well. And understanding that is a way of interconnecting with black queer people, because it's like having that relation. There is that crossover where we both experience these kind of things, but you experience something worse than me because I have certain sense of privilege that comes from slavery. Because the thing is about white and black, they come from
Exactly.
slavery. That's where those terms come from. They're slave terms. We need to get rid of slave terms.
Exactly.
They're literally slave terms. The word black today is literally just a stand-in for the N-word. That's the way it's used. Kwame Trey pointed this out ages ago. This is not really just spewing shit. Like, it comes from I mean, Kwame Trey has some L takes sometimes, but most of his takes are fire, and this is one of them. And like, he pointed out how like, the word changed from the N-word, changed to blacks. That was still too offensive. Then it changed to black people. These are all stand-ins like for the N-word as far as white people are using it. Not the way black people are using it per se, but the way the white people are using it. And so it's an oppressive, racist structure, and so whiteness has to go away. And this is the thing. This is why it's so simple that it needs to go away. It is just slave shit. That's the only reason it exists, and it has no reason to exist anymore, other than to
Right
maintain
on.
capitalism's dominance over both the colonized and the colonizer working class. That's the fucking immense thing about it. They
That's the
don't
whole point of
understand
keeping
that
us
their
divided.
interests are best in alliance and camaraderie with the colonized than it ever would be with the white petit bourgeois.
Exactly. And hell, even in Frantz Fanon, in Wretched of the Earth, he points out himself that people in general, both colonized and colonizer, need to stop associating with racial identities that don't actually fucking exist, and instead identify with their actual heritage, their actual
their
culture,
ethnicity.
their actual ethnicity. That's what I'm saying. We're not telling white people to not we're not
telling them to genocide themselves and not exist. We're telling them to stop genociding themselves and actually exist.
Exactly. That's what I fucking find funny. That's what I fucking find funny. No, we're not saying that you cannot celebrate your own culture. But if you're selling quote unquote white culture, that's not culture. That is literal fucking genocide. Whiteness and white supremacy is the death of culture.
It's a colonial culture. Like it would still be a culture because of its construct, but it's a culture that like devoids itself of its core base. It becomes a slapstick, like stuck together, glued up construction of loads of different elements of cultures, but never like one. Well, there would be one primary element to it, and that would be like the leading culture, and then the rest of it will be a bit of a blur. So like if English cultures keep going like this, Anglo-Saxonism, you see this in America, will still be quite fulfilled, but there'll be a mix of it to the point you have like Americans that aren't Italian Americans using Italian American phrases and stuff like that because of cultural appropriation and how it just interlocks stuff in weird ways. Because it's not the same as cultural integration. With cultural integration, you don't use things that like in the like you use things kind of differently because you integrate it into your language. Like when Jamaican patois got integrated into like a lot of English people's language, it wasn't that we started speaking it all the time because it's not like a culture. It's more that it kind of just like fit into our language like snugly, like for the people that use it. It's like I could say Wagwan Mandan, but then I could quickly go back into talking in like just Northern English and just continue off on that run, and then drop back into things because I want to bumbleclot, or fucking get nauseated by things being absolutely rasclatted. But it's just that's something that comes from that like cultural interaction where there's been this blending. Cultural appropriation doesn't really like blend culture. What they do is they try and twist it into being something else. So like I haven't changed any of these words. They're all the same words. I've just integrated them into the like format of my language. Cultural appropriation, they don't do that. There's Native to Turtle Island words that have been stolen, and they're not worded anywhere near the way that they used to be. And like a lot of these things are drastically changed. You see this with the English. When the English colonized Celtic peoples, Indian peoples, anyone, they changed the names of things drastically to suit their little Latin fucking numbskull like fetishizations. And
Exactly that's the difference. That's the difference with cultural appropriation. It literally just whitewashes it, and it literally just whitewashes it and makes it half a thing.
the
It's
whole
an
point of
actual
cultural exchange is there's a point of respect, and there's been a like actual
Exactly.
exchange. And like people like don't study this history because no one studies the fucking civil rights era in the UK. Everyone goes on about the civil rights era like in the US, which is important because it was bigger. But in the UK, the civil rights era, it started with struggle in Liverpool in the 50s and really kicked off in the 60s. I mean, it wasn't calling itself the civil rights era until the US coined the term, and I think it was like 63. It might have been earlier than that. But they were rolling like as early as fucking Martin Luther King was. So we're talking like late 40s, early 50s. That was basically the British changed their policy on how the Commonwealth interacts with each other. The Commonwealth is actually not a new term. It's something that was like used for the empire in different contexts. Like the British had like 70 different names for their empire because they're posh little fuckers. But what's it? So they allowed freedom of movement. This was before the whole visa system was invented, and so people from Jamaica were moved over here a lot, as well as from like all over the place, India and everywhere. But usually the people that could move here would tend to be of like some semblance of privilege. But there was actually a lot of Jamaican working class people that moved over, and what we got was because of the racial tensions and struggles going on in the UK at the time, there was this unification of struggle between the Jamaican and the Northwest. Well, it's actually a lot of this started in Liverpool, so both Celtic and English working class coming together and struggling against the oppression. And this is where we started to see the intermingling of culture. We see the skinheads get involved. And I mean actual skinheads. For any Americans that are getting all like fucking crazed out, skinheads is a left-wing term. It was stolen by the right. It's a fucking left-wing term. They're boneheads. Like skinheads were the left-wingers, boneheads are the right-wingers. There's something to always keep in mind. Don't fall for the fucking bullshit that's spread that like skinheads that's a right wing fucking stealing of proletarian culture from the UK.
Culture appropriation once again.
Well, yeah, this actually happens between empires. This happens between oppressors. The UK in England, we've appropriated American terms, like we've appropriated American culture, and not on the basis of like respectful cultural exchange. Like a lot of it came from taking the piss out of Americans, and it sort of just melted in. I use mom rather than mum a lot. For one, like which is like, I mean that's the way Americans do it. I do believe like there's a lot of places in Northern England that do that like that anyway. I think Yorkshire might, but I can't remember because mum has more of a southerner sound to it. Like mum.
Oh yeah, ma and pa are more southern
Ma
terms.
and pa is more Irish. That's like how I will a lot of the time. Like when everyone asking like, whenever I'm on the phone or anything or talking to someone, I'll usually just say me ma because it's just so much quicker and easier and it has a nice ring to it.
Then there's also mom. Then there's also mama and papa, which I think is actual southern. I'm not entirely sure.
I think Russia uses papa as well. Like I swear, like
I think so too. I mean, we use it. We use it in Spanish as well, but we just pronounce it differently. Instead of saying mama, we say mama. Instead of saying papa,
yeah,
we
mama,
say
papa.
papa. Yep.
Check this out. My flags.
What was that? Sorry.
So I took my flags out and I set them up on the wall.
Wait, let me see. Sorry, I was away from my phone. Ooh,
Oh, what's it?
nice.
IRSP for a socialist republic. Let me get the thingy on so I can show it to the stream. Sorry.
That's
That's the
looking
political wing.
beautiful.
That's the political wing of INLA, International Liberation Union.
Yeah, what's it? I'd like to get involved with the IRSP, even if it has its
Yes.
issues.
The starry plow flag of the Republican Congress, 1930s.
Right on. You know,
I'm not a fan
the
of the
funny
choice
thing
of
about,
blue, but I do love the starry plow. Like, I think it looks better on green or red, and just my color
Yeah.
preferences.
Yeah.
I'm not a big blue
That's
fan.
Yeah, that's 1930s Republican Congress, some version of it.
Yeah.
You know, funny part about it is that, you know, I see some revisionists, some ML revisionists saying, "Oh, what's the difference between me having a Soviet Union flag and you having a flag of Cuba or whatever?" And I'm like, Cuba is still a fucking country that exists. The Soviet Union is gone. It no longer.
I mean,
fucking
you know what? I
exists.
don't really have a problem with people having the flag of the Soviet Union because it is like the symbol of international communism that kind of has been sealed by the bourgeois themselves. So, like, the way I see it is like, okay, as long as they're not like laughing that we should do 1917 revolutions today, all well and good. Like, because, you know, the Soviet Union, it's better than them having the fucking PRC flag. Like, I'll put it that way.
Oh, definitely.
Because, like, at
Oh
least
no,
with
yeah,
the Soviet,
definitely.
like, because I mean, with the PRC, you could, because like the only reason why it's easier to like pay respects for the good times of the Soviet Union is the PRC is because the PRC still exists, and so it's still causing trouble. And so wearing that flag, even if you were against everything that happened after 1975 or 1972, or 1969, depending on where you sit yourself, because not even Maoists can agree where they want to be annoyed with Mao. But let's say, like, this is the thing that people don't get, though. A lot of MLs don't get. We have a lot of criticisms of Mao. We know he is far from perfect. Like, you don't need to tell us. Like, like, I mean, and also there's like a lot of squabbles amongst Maoists. Like, I'm one of the Maoists that is not very fond of New Democracy, and there's a lot of us that are like this. There's a lot of Maoists that think New Democracy is universal and actually works. Although, if we look at what happened in China, it actually allowed the development of opportunism and revisionism because of the way too open freedom of the bourgeoisie to engage in politics, which was a fatal mistake.
I was actually I was explaining this to a fellow comrade where they were saying, right, they're asking what's the difference between Maoism and Mao Zedong thought, and they were saying how ML revisionists and Dangus were fucking saying how us Maoists fetishize Mao Zedong thought and treat it as universal. I'm like, no, that's not fucking true. Mao Zedong thought is I explain it like this: Mao Zedong thought is applying
It's
Marxism, Leninism.
It's anti-revisionist Marxism,
specific-
Leninism, specifically to China's material.
Exactly.
And it has
Exactly.
problems.
Mao
It has
Zedong
problems
thought
because Mao was not like Mao had as many like
Perfect.
you know, Mao had many great ideas. He was mostly pretty fucking spot on, but Mao had some massive fucking blunders, like causing fucking like famine because he decided that we should kill the insects and birds that actually help protect the crops. I mean, you know what's it like? Agricultural understanding might have been a bit fucking shy in that area, and that caused the problem. But it was still a massive blunder. We have the situation between Pakistan and India where he decided to choose a side rather than staying out of it when both sides were pretty fucking shitty. Like, just because the Soviet Union was on one side, I think that was a bit of a shit idea. I think his
oh no, yeah.
And his lack of like awareness of the manipulations being put ahead of him is also massively problematic. Now I know his war trauma would play a massive part into this. People like Zhu Enlai were essentially like antagonizing him that the Soviet Union was going to destroy, and the Soviet Union was an actual threat. They threatened to nuke like they asked permission from America to nuke like 4 times, and
Exactly.
and so they
And the
were a
US
threat,
and the US
but
said no.
Mao bought way too much in the exploitation of this threat by the other parties, like Deng, Zhu Enlai, and all those little shits.
Exactly. He let them back II, which was one of his biggest mistakes, and one of the biggest mistakes that the PRC and Mao did was that they did not start cultural revolution soon enough. They started cultural revolution when they established a dictatorship of the proletariat, when they should have already been started cultural revolution when they gained massive support through guerrilla warfare. That's when they should have started engaging in cultural revolution.
I mean, they engaged in cultural revolution like a decade after they actually had gained proletarian dictatorship. It took them even way too longer. Like
Oh no, yeah. Oh no, yeah. It took them way too fucking long. They should have.
Same with the Soviets. The
been...
Soviets like essentially started in the like late 20s, and it's like it should have just been already an ongoing process. Like it feels with like a lot of Lenin's talkings on it as well would have made it an ongoing process. And the Soviets never succeeded with their cultural revolution. I mean, they would have told you they succeeded, but we can see the bourgeois culture managed to take over pretty fucking quickly in the Soviet Union in the 30s, let alone the 40s and the 50s. So
oh no, yeah, most definitely. In fact, if I remember correctly, Lenin himself was actually vouching for engaging in cultural revolution. He actually knew that it was a necessity, but he died before he could really criticize the Bolsheviks on that point.
Well, actually, because when he was dying and he was criticizing them or like half dead, he was actually getting they were trying to silence him. They were trying to prevent his criticisms from being published, and they were using the excuse of his criticisms expose the Bolsheviks and make them look weak and incapable. And we're trying to shut down his capacity to write and put out documents of criticism, publications.
Had Lenin, and obviously not trying to engage in great manner or anything like that, but had Lenin lived long enough, and had he not been dying and had contracted his illness, things could have definitely played out differently if he managed to get his point across about cultural
revolution.
But
he might have just ended up getting assassinated like Stalin.
Indeed, who knows?
One man isn't the change of everything. That's the thing we got to know. The problem that we saw was a reaction in the Bolsheviks that was massive, and we saw an aristocratic mindset build amongst the city living Russians, and a comfort that made them not want to engage in active revolutionary struggle. So when someone like Khrushchev come in, they didn't bother striking or fighting. They just followed with it, even though they all got told about the secret speech because that fucking Georgian news organization leaked it. Sorry, Georgian members of the state news, I should say, of the state news. Sorry, of the state news organization.
And that's another thing as well that the Soviet Union and the Bolsheviks didn't do as well, which is criticism and self-criticism. That's also another thing that they did not do enough, or that they didn't do on a more larger.
They always kept it very
level,
internal.
Exactly, which kept a lot of internal contradictions and a lot of internal conflicts festering, and a lot of reactionary thought to just get to a boiling point. So when Khrushchev and his revisionist posse started to gain power within the state and the party, it wasn't exactly hard to get, and it wasn't really hard to make a lot of great Russians fall under revisionism and great Russian chauvinism, because those sentiments never really went away. Again, they did take decolonization seriously, but they didn't go far enough. But what was I saying before? Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say before. but yeah. Oh right, I remember now. Mao Zedong thought is anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism, specifically applied to the unique conditions of China during that time.
I mean, it depends on what era Mao Zedong thought you're talking about as well, because Mao Zedong thought also includes Mao's revisionist period.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. So it depends. Whereas Maoism takes the teachings of Mao Zedong thought that are actually universal and applicable. Cultural revolution, mass line, protracted people's war, criticism and self-criticism, unity, criticism, unity, all of the strategies and tactics that Mao and the PRC engaged in that are actually universal and applicable to anywhere where class struggle is present. That is what Maoism is. And
well, it's what it was based
exactly,
off, and then so much more has been added to it. Maoism is not really restricted to Mao at all. Mao's just like a spark of it. And Mao didn't create, like, Mao's ideas didn't necessarily create Maoism. It was people using Mao's ideas and changing them into an evolution of Marxism.
Exactly. Maoism is not everything that Marx. Maoism is not everything that Mao and the PRC.
Well, what I mean is that everything. What I mean is everything about Maoism doesn't even just involve those things we took from Maoism. I mean, it's more than that.
Oh no, yeah, definitely.
Because it's a developed theory. Because, like, I think a lot of people think that, Maoism, it's just about things that Mao did, and it's like, no, that's just like where it started.
No, of course not. Exactly.
Maoism was also developed outside of China, the Philippines, India, Turkey, North Kurdistan, Peru,
Afghanistan.
So Afghanistan, Iran. It's not just from China itself. No, it's international.
Oh, but white Maoists, even though most of them are brown and black.
Oh, another funny thing is, so one of the funniest things is when revisionists Mao say, I wasn't Maoist, he's not Mao. No shit. That's the thing to say.
But yeah, no, you're 100%.
They're like, well, you called me a white Maoist. No shit, I'm in Europe. Okay. And like Maoism isn't about me being European. It's about international struggle because we're communists. It's literally detraction. It's like, are you gonna criticize my actual theory, or are you just gonna fucking shitpost? Like, what the fuck?
They're just identity reductionists. That's all. That's what they are. But no, yeah, 100% agree, Kara. Maoism started at first as a spark from the PRC, but later developed in other communist movements throughout the world.
60s,
first, it was the Philippines.
Because Maoism existed before its full synthesis, and so in the 60s, you had Maoism in its early forms criticizing the PRC already. Like, even this is like during the time when Maoism was literally just first getting off. And like the Cultural Revolution, which was like one of the most important breaking points for development in Maoism, and anti-revisionist Marxism, Leninism in general, because also the Albanian Cultural Revolution started 2 years later.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Albania.
Hoxhaism has Hoxhaism in the modern day has taken on a lot of stuff from Maoism. They're like ship of a Theseusing their way to Maoism. But a lot of Hoxhaists I know have come to Maoism. But the what we saw was, as the 70s came in, these Maoists that had formed had long moved away from, like, by 1972 they were away from Mao Zedong thought, because like Mao Zedong thought had been poisoned by Mao himself, as well as the PRC and the decadent ways it was going. The end of the Cultural Revolution was a betrayal of the people. And so this is where you see the hard lines starting to form, and this is when you start to see more greater synthesis. Because yes, like the emergence of like the fully synthesized, universal, practical application of Maoism came from the 80s with the Peruvian Communist Party. That's its full theoretical application for the first time. It is not the theory's origination. The theory had been being developed for ages from all sorts of different cultures with all sorts of interactions. That's why Filipino Maoists and Indian Maoists and Afghanistani Maoists, you'll find plenty of them from that time complementing the complementing that revolutionary struggle as the first practical application of the theories that they're applying all the way to this day. And so like even people that don't like Gonzalo. I'm not the biggest fan of Gonzalo. I think there's things to like about him, but the guy, like, I mean, he had a good speech when he died, but I feel like the guy had so many problems. Like the fact that he thought hiding in the city was a good idea already is like a big sign to that. Like, you know, the whole point of guerrilla warfare is you want to be a lot more tactical about your location, and not put your medication with your name on the label in the bin outside. But there's the slaughter at Lucanamanca as well, which, you know, many have admitted was a massive mistake. That, like, a mistake isn't a good enough statement for it. That was fucking terror. Like, I know that a lot of the shit that's said about the Peruvian Communist Party during that stuff is literal bullshit, but I know that that one is not, and like,
Hey, that's true. That is true. That is true. But there is a lot of there's a lot of bullshit too of why it happened. Like, a lot of the propaganda against it does take out of context what caused it in the first place too. Though.
yeah.
Well, it was originally a retaliation against the torture and killing of Bill Cadres. But the retaliation went too far. Even Gonzalez.
It went way too far. Like, oh my god, you just have to fucking beat someone up or kneecap them. You don't have to fucking terrorize an entire village.
Oh, no, true. It wasn't like they just did it for no reason. I mean, they were retaliating for the torture and killing of Bill Cadres.
Yeah, it's just that their reason doesn't justify their massive response. Like, they went too far. Way.
Yeah,
100%.
but some people do leave out why it happened for. They act like this came in.
No, yeah, they make it out that there was this like weird conundrum where it was like a completely political matter where there was like weird, because I've heard the story. It's such a weird conundrum where there's all this like fucking main character syndrome going on with all these different people causing all this different trouble. They don't mention anything about anyone being murdered, like in the PCP. They just go on about like a weird like conflict that occurred between locals and the main guards, and then the PCP also then came and caused trouble, and there was a big conflict between all three.
Another thing too is they never boil babies. That is bullshit. They never.
Oh
boil
yeah, no,
babies.
that's literally fucking anti-native, fucking racial, fucking racial stereotypes. Like the Spanish literally came to Peru and made that stereotype of Peruvians, and it was basically because what the Peruvians do with like corpses of people is they shrink them. Like that's something that they've done for a long time, and not so much these days, but there are still some religious groups that will do this, where they will shrink people down into like little versions of themselves when they're dead, like the skeleton and all that. I can't remember what that's called, but like I don't know how you fucking do it either. I imagine it's a lot of like cutting and sticking, like cutting things down to size. What's it? A lot of that shit was accused of being like baby boiling and like cannibalism, which is a
I will
common thing
say,
slurred about.
I think Black Regard has the best analysis on the Peruvian mouse experience. I think BRG has the best outlook.
Yeah, I'm not as up to date when it comes to like spiritual culture in Peru. Nor like the core culture of the native people either, because Peru is not my expertise area.
No, I'm saying in general, because when it comes to Gonzalo, the PCP, in the 80s, 90s, people who were in Peru, BRG Black Regard has the best analysis on the whole situation.
Oh yeah. Because he takes a more nuanced position towards Gonzalo, which is nice to see. Like
and I'll say this as well. The PCP was fully justified to bomb the embassies of the Soviet Union, the U.S., China, Cuba, and the DPRK in Lima, because they were actually making money off of selling guns to the Peruvian state, and even training in some cases.
What's it? It's unfortunate that BRG is engaging with entryism at the moment, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Like that's a letdown. That is big time.
But I don't think he's doing it for optimistic reasons. I disagree with you. I disagree with him doing
I think
that.
his line is like completely backhanded, because entryism just doesn't work like that. If you're gonna draw people from an organization, be in another organization so they have somewhere to go. Because like if you try and draw someone out of an organization, it's like, oh yeah, we have nowhere to go. We need to start a new organization. You know what they're gonna do? You're gonna go back to the organization you pulled them out of. So it's like you need to be a separate organization that's attracting people in.
Yeah. Yeah,
Gonz-
Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Gonzalo and the PCP, like any other communist movement and revolution, and any revolutionaries, they were not perfect. They were not gods. They were not deities. They were human beings that made mistakes. And even though Gonzalo did a lot of cult of personality and commandist and great man theory bullshit, at the end of the day, he did genuinely love the people. He wasn't like fucking Trotsky, who only fucking loved himself and only cared about himself. No, like he actually cared about the people. He did engage in some reactionary shit, but being a communist and a revolutionary in general does not mean that they are perfect or that you're void of any errors. No, it's that you give a fuck enough to actually improve and better and expand yourself.
It's like the thing is though is that I feel people do water down Stalin's errors a bit because like he did engage in Russian chauvinism a lot after the war, and
He did.
That was devastating for me to find out, to be honest.
Stalin was honestly, if I'm gonna be completely honest, there is I definitely don't know enough about Stalin that I should have that I should know about. I know that he had, when it came to Mao's criticisms of Soviet economics and of the ideological and political line of the Soviet Union, Stalin took a very idealistic approach of thinking that class struggle ends when you establish a dictatorship of the proletariat.
It's funny though because in other positions he doesn't believe that, so it's like, what the fuck is going on, Stalin? Like, make your mind up.
Exactly. It's very weird. Stalin and the Soviet Union, like, it's a similar thing to what happened with the PRC in Cuba. It's the same thing that happened with the Soviet Union. The PRC gave legitimate criticisms and advice to Cuba. They just didn't listen. It's the same thing with the PRC. It's the same thing with the PRC and the Soviet Union. Mao and the PRC gave legitimate and constructive criticism of the Soviet Union. They just didn't take it seriously enough, and it was too late.
Yeah, absolutely.
But of course, Mao after but later on, Mao started to go down the revisionist route towards the end of his life, which is sad but is true. Similar to how Huey went down the revisionist line when he,
which led to Cambodia happening.
Yep, exactly. It's very fucking sad to see, but yeah, it always just pisses me off how dangists and ML revisionists in general just completely fucking think that, oh, we Maoists just fucking we just take everything that Mao did and what the PRC did as absolute and can't be criticized whatsoever. Like, no, we don't. We only take what is actually objective and we criticize and leave out what is reactionary, what is derogatory, and what is bigoted. Because there are genuine criticisms of Mao. Like, just like Che, Mao was a womanizer. He did some fucked up shit. He had certain reactionary sentiments. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think he had some queer-phobic sentiment as well. I'm not entirely sure on that, but it won't surprise me.
He also at one point denied the negation of the negation in a really weird way that was kind of janky.
Mao, Che, and Stalin were all womanizers and homophobes. That is true.
That is true.
Yes,
that is 100.
Stalin was a fucking pedo as well. He got with a 14-year-old while he was 35.
Stalin and Mao both teenage girls. That's true. I mean, Che didn't go that far, but Stalin and Mao like teenage girls. That's true.
Mm-hmm. So no, yeah, we don't treat Mao as if everything he said and did was correct. No, a lot of modern day Maoism was really synthesized outside of Mao and the PRC. Again, it may have started with them. It may have began with certain principles and teachings that we learned from them, but it was expanded, synthesized, and improved upon
The
by later
movement was like actually even started before the full adoption of Mao Zedong thought happened. The movement was started in 1950. Was it 56 or 57 when Mao called for global revolution? I think it was
no, yeah,
57,
definitely.
wasn't it? Yeah, that was when the term Maoism started to be coined around the world in the third world as a term for people following Mao's global revolution because of the takeover of
Really?
the socialist revolution from Khrushchev. Yeah. People
Correct
started
me-
following Mao
correct me-
around that time, and then when the 60s came, it started to really catch on. By 63, there was many organizations that they didn't call themselves Maoists; they called themselves Marxist-Leninists, but they would say they follow Maoist ideals or they follow the ideas of Mao.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was told, at least by a comrade, was that was that the principles of Maoism were already being synthesized outside of China with India and the Philippines, but it wasn't until Gonzalo and the PCP where he coined the term Maoism. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I was
Well,
told.
that's when Maoism was synthesized, but the term was a colloquial. It just sort of occurred because people were following Mao's ideas in the kind of way that like Leninism or like would occurred originally, like during the tens when Leninism didn't exist. Like Marxism, Leninism didn't exist, but there were people calling themselves Leninists because they were following Lenin's ideals. It was like that, so it wasn't a standardized thing. But Maoism as a colloquial has existed for a while.
Gotcha. Thanks for educating me on that part.
But
I
like
didn't know
the
that.
majority of people would have just said they follow Mao, or they're like following the global revolution because like that was when it all started, 1957, and then in the 60s we saw these like vast progressive developments from China, and that massively influenced the developments of Maoism. And as you say, these principles were already being developed even before the exportation of this global revolution by Mao. These colonized peoples are not like on the grasp like their revolutionary contributions are not just restricted to that of the theories of a white Chinese man. It's it's also the contributions that their own culture has also contributed to this, and the intermingling. Peru was not disconnected from what was happening in India and in Philippines and Afghanistan and Turkey. Turkey's one people don't talk about enough. Turkey, the fucking what's the fucking party called now? TKPML. They're one of the fucking most important parties to the development of Maoism. No one ever really talks about them.
Also, Iraq,
Right.
Persia too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough about. About the Maoists in Turkey. Unfortunately, that's another thing that I should also 100%.
That's the thing.
Go
People
over.
tend to skip over them. Same with the Maoists in Afghanistan. They kind of tend to get left behind because there's so much to focus on with like the active revolutions going on with the Naxalites and the Filipino Maoists that it's like trying to keep up with it. It can be a bit nauseous.
A hassle. Mm-hmm.
When the coup happened in '78 in Afghanistan, they brought the PDPA to power. That was the pro-Soviet revisionist in the power in a coup. They call it SCU. It was a military coup. The first people that went after it, they declared public enemy number one. Without the Islamists, the future Mujahideen, was the Maoist in Afghanistan when the consumer press. Way before the Islamists.
So like yeah, like they had like fucking Mujahideen fighting for the United States in their country, and like they chose to target us because oh no, what if like the people actually hear stuff from like revolutionaries and want to like I don't know like overthrow us or something.
So literally, they suppressed and repressed the Maoists in Afghanistan before it became the future Mujahideen, literally. And in the 80s, they had elements, fighting both the Soviet social imperialist occupiers and the Mujahideen.
What am I looking for? Oh, I didn't take some of my meds yesterday. Oh well, today's another day.
Today's another day. Oh, by the way, Kara, are you a part of the For We Are Many political education chat? I know that
Don't
Neil is a
think
part of it.
so. You'll have to add me into it.
We should definitely add you, Kara, because again, you would really benefit to the conversations we have on there. I've only met one hostess in my entire life, and it was definitely not a good impression. I
Oh, well,
recommended
American
them.
hostess are a special kind of awful compared to every other hostess.
Yeah, I assume that hostess from Albania are like actual
Well,
fucking
hostess from
communists.
Mexico, like, you can even not go very far away. Hostess from Mexico are amazing.
Yeah,
And then you got the hostess from Brazil that will actually, like, read Gonzalo and, like, want to do a protracted people's war in the same way that Peru did.
Especially the hostess from Eritrea and Tigray.
Yeah, like, a lot of hostess are taking on, like, they're either directly taking on Maoist theory, or they've found a way to come across it anyway, because knowledge is like that. You just study, learn, develop, grow. And so, like, if they're following dialectical materialism correctly, which I think a lot of them do, they're going to come to Maoism, like, eventually or not. Or, like, whether they call it Hoshism or Maoism, I don't care. If they follow the same beliefs as us, welcome to the pack. Like,
right fucking on. This hostess that I met, I'm pretty fucking sure they were from the U.S. I literally recommended them to read Settlers, the Mythology of the White Proletariat, and they started to freak the fuck out. They started telling me that I was trying to fucking divide, colonize workers from each other, and that I wanted to see, white people get genocide. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? No, I'm not. Why are you? It was fucking cringe, and that was the only time, and that was essentially the one only time I ever met a hostess, and it was not good. It was not a good first impression.
So earlier we were like talking about diaspora stuff and all that. There's a song called Cradle of Civilization by Low Key. Top songs talking about his Iraqi heritage. There's like a line from this. Well, a few lines that I'll read actually in different places. So there's this one. And I'll change the words slightly to fit how it relates to me. The land I've never seen, the culture I've never known. Aya is my heart, my blood, my flesh and bones. The air I've never breathed, fragrance I've never smelled, the pride I've never had, the nationality that I've never felt. You know, like, that shit hits fucking hard, and it's like, they made me grow like I was missing my torso, missing part of my torso, but I never picked up a grenade in my garden. I never saw people I loved die starving. I never saw my family die through many years of sanctions while the rulers' families lived in palaces and mansions. Never had a family member kidnapped for a ransom. I never lost a friend to violence that was random. Bombings, occupation, torture, intimidation. A million dead people doesn't equal liberation. This song, I can't listen to this song without crying. If I remember right, I think the Islamic and it is Oshka Telwa El Khadriya. Yeah, or Eshked Halo El Khadriya. I can't pronounce it very well.
For me, it's that, but replace Iran or Ireland with Cuba, and that's basically how I fucking feel. You know, like my parents robbed me of the opportunity from really connecting with my people, my culture, my nation, my community, my heritage, and it's really fucking upsetting. You know, like I oftentimes think, you know, how different could my life have been had I stayed in Cuba? How differently of a person would I be today? How would life have played out? And obviously, I'm not going to romanticize or idealize what could have been. Obviously, it's about being present in the here and now. But I definitely want to reconnect with my culture and my people and understand Cuba better through a dialectical materialist and scientific socialist analysis by actually being there and struggling alongside there and actually implementing Marxism there directly. That's what I want to do because while it's not very well known, there is a sort of Maoist presence within Cuba, and I'm very interested on what their take is. Because if it's similar, because if it's what my take is of Cuba, of it being a neo-colony, then that would be very interesting and it would be very humbling. Because I've basically never fucking met a single Cuban revolutionary, and obviously I know they fucking exist. Obviously, if I were to go to Cuba, I'm sure I would find millions of them. How I'm sure I can find one online. But it's a completely different experience from like actually meeting a person that comes from the same place that you do, that has your same ideological and political leanings.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's that being trapped and being isolated from your culture. I mean, that's one of the most traumatizing things about anyone who has to be wanting to be a part of their own culture, but having been like Americanized and dragged away from their own culture. A lot of these people don't understand how much black people would fucking empathize with that kind of experience. They're not going to treat you like you've gone through the same experiences they have, because you haven't. You weren't dragged by your own will on a ship, chained to the ground, like, your ancestors came to be colonizers. But that detachment from your fucking heritage and culture, there's going to be empathy for that. Do you know where it runs short? They know you have the ability to fucking reconnect with it.
Exactly. And
they
how
know that you
connected
took
to-
like, as white colonizers, you took that ability away from black people, whether directly or indirectly. You're descendants of them. You benefited off of that destruction of cultural connections. Like, the reason why there's a new African people is because of the homogenization of many different African ethnicities, with whatever bits of their culture they could save. Like, it's it's not like it's just some jumble of different African cultures. It has homogenized into something else, but it originally started off as basically what bits of African culture could survive amongst these groups, and then it's been homogenized together.
And I've actually connected to a lot of new African comrades over this, exactly as you were saying, Kara. Obviously, what I've experienced would never amount to the experience that a colonized person has faced. That the oppression that I faced whenever matched that of a colonized person. But again, it's that shared connection of having your culture and your people ripped away from you, even if it's not on the same level, even if it's not as severe. That's a place to build class solidarity. And if colonized people in general knew this, there would be so much more solidarity.
Well, what's it to be the semantic? I would say that it's like, they can't be more oppressed than like certain. Because, like, not all colonized people would be, like... Because a petty bourgeois black person is definitely more privileged than a white working class person, is more what I'm getting at. There's, like, definitely a weird dynamic to it. It's more that usually it's the case. Like, the norm is that they're never going to be more oppressed than a colonized person, but there are colonized exceptions that are what's known as minority privilege. And it's not normally over the cishet types. Cishet white workers have enough of a fucking upstart to be able to become petty bourgeois that only a sector of them are like this, because there is definitely like an outlier, and this is where like you get the lumpen proletarianization of white men, which does happen a lot these days. But it's not the primary issue for white people. If anything, it's still more white labor aristocrats trying to make their own business somehow. And then you have then you get into like oppressed minority groups. Women are put down in the lower class. Like, anyone who knows anything about feminism knows that feminist benefits have only gone to petty bourgeois and labor aristocrats. The lower class has not really gotten any of them, other than like medical rights and accessibility stuff, but actual living standards, no. Like men still own women in most relationships you end up seeing down here. Like it's kind of unreal. Well, I shouldn't say
Oh, no, yeah.
most. That's an over exaggeration, but it is an epidemic to say the least. And it's that rise of toxic masculinity. And it's not saying that lumpen proletarians are the ones doing this either per se. There definitely are lumpen proletarians doing this. No, what you actually find with a lot of poor white women is they end up becoming the girlfriends of lumpen petty bourgeois or lumpen aristocrat drug dealers and upper sector, like highly paid drug runners, you kind of drug runners that run for cocaine and stuff. Because like weed drug runners are lumpen proletarian, they do not make enough money to be a lumpen aristocrat. Like weed dealers usually weed runners most people will call our weed runner our dealer. So I know it can be kind of confusing with their lexicon, but we're using the more scientific terms for these things. A weed runner makes like less than minimum wage sometimes. Like most weed runners actually have to work a job to survive. So like they're lumpen proletariat, but like coke runners, they're labor aristocrats, and dealers. Some dealers are labor aristocrats. They're able to deal like weed sometimes because they have their own personal grow to sell big crops of it, but they have to work to survive still. Like they're unable to become like fully integrated into the petty bourgeois. It's not that they're working just because they want to. They're working because weed isn't a reliable income for them. And then you have the lumpen petty bourgeois dealers, which are the ones who can literally survive off the massive amounts of weed they sell and the massive amounts of money they get from it.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when we look at like oppression here with women, we're seeing that like a lot of women end up being essentially imprisoned in an economic relationship with toxic masculine men that hold a lot of power. And what you find with so runners, not so much. Runners are not really that machismo unless they want to become like bigger, like they want to be over people, like because everyone knows a runner that's their mate, like, and I don't mean like plastically that your mate, like oh you're friends because they sort you weed. I mean like they're actually your fucking mate and they're sound as shit. They don't bully people. They don't attack anyone. That's kind of your usual runner, like your usual weed runner. They're not a prick. They're lovely to talk to. They don't try and fucking sell you shit because their job's just to drop off stuff that someone else is selling. So you actually have a human conversation with them. And then, they're not marketers. They're just doing a job. Like, especially the lumpen proletarian runners. Absolute legends. All love for them. There are, however, people, both lumpen proletariat and lumpen aristocrat that are runners that take on that Machiavellian machismo shit and trying to be bigger than everyone so they can become a dealer. Dealers are primarily machismo and Machiavellian, usually. It's very rare you find, like, a big dealer, like an actual... Like, to be clear again, when I say dealer, I mean literally big, like, fucking, like, not drug lords. Drug lords are, like, towns to counties. Dealers are, like, local area. Like, let's say you're in an estate. A dealer would be the guy who's in the estate that sells you, like... Either sells you like a big baggie of weed for you to smoke for yourself, because you go to the big dealers if you want to get like a big baggie because they always have a lot around them, or they're selling like chunks of it for smaller dealers to sell in like tens and ballers and eighths and stuff like that. And so like with these types of dealers, these are like big boys. They're very, very, very petty bourgeois, and they are ruthless. Like ruthless. The more ruthless than any other petty bourgeois. And I'd argue the petty bourgeois is one of the most ruthless fucking classes because they're very hands-on with their business. It's the same with the bourgeoisie. The most ruthless bourgeoisie are the types that are like heavily involved in their business. Like Trump is heavily involved in the mafia sides of his business. Like he's been involved with the mafia a couple of times and done jobs with all sorts of illegal groups. Like that guy is fucking like interconnected in all the sus ways possible. Anyway, I'm detracting. So we move on because like being a woman is not the worst oppression that you could have to go to down there. Like technically, we'll actually circle back around to that in a moment. Be homosexual, be queer, be anything, and then be in the poor, and like you're probably gonna get battered and robbed because people think you're like naturally weak because you've given into like quote unquote sissyhood or whatever the fuck they want to slur us as. And then you get into being trans. Being trans is like just generally speaking is the worst thing that you could end up being on the streets. and so like anyone who's trans and white is definitely having a worse experience than like the petty bourgeois or like even though it's the labor aristocrat black community. But there's this thing called black trans people. Black trans people are the most targeted group ever, specifically black trans women demographically. Not obviously like numbers wise. Don't ever listen to people that start using numbers. It's not how it works. Demographics is percentile, and on a percentile ratio, black trans women are the most targeted minority group for hate crime on a ratio of their population size to how many hate crimes they're experiencing.
Oh no, yeah, because they have to deal with both the racial hierarchy and white supremacy. They have to deal with transphobia, and they have to deal with the
usually being
patriarchy.
incredibly poor, because you'll usually get kicked out of homes because like black conservatism is a really big problem in black households.
Oh no, yeah, I know with redlining, gentrification, and so on and so forth.
There's also like black respectability politics that has been forced on by a lot of black celebrities since the was it like the 60s or 70s.
I can speak on this. Because this is a big problem that we have since the 80s, since the 70s and the 80s, when the movement was essentially washed out here. Over here in the U.S., the efforts to assimilate were greater than ever to make us deter away from our heritage and make it a fascistic kind of heritage where we are essentially working with the devil. And the ideals that we picked up from our chattel enslavement, from us being colonized and given whitewashed versions of everything, forcing us through, genocide, 100 million of us being kidnapped, that kind of carried down the line here. And the conservatism is like the cultural nationalists, the ethno-fascists, the
anti-Semitism as well.
Anti-Semitism, yes, we have a big problem with that too. Cultural nationalists they are anti-Semitic down. They rely on, lies of our history in order to hear them, in order to get people on with whatever. And keep in mind, many of us who are especially workers and lumpens are miseducated or educated, period. So it's kind of like it's like a tug of war between the struggle and being with fascists. And we have a lot of people that are getting us to a fascistic line where we're isolating ourselves even further from everybody and see everybody else as the problem. Anyone that doesn't abide by biological requirements of being so-called black,
which has also targeted. Come to like anti-African shit as well, where they've been like they've not like excluded African people from being black.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the skin tonism that happens amongst black communities in America and the Caribbean too, where like if you're a lighter skinned black person, you get like fairer treatment.
That's something that I saw at my school. In my high school, I would literally see someone who is who is Afro-Cuban or Afro-Boricua, and I would have and there would be another and there would be a new African person. And they literally tell me, oh you're not African, you're Hispanic, and I would fucking die inside when I fucking heard that shit. Like it pissed me the fuck off. It's disgusting as hell. And it's even found with indigenous people, where, for instance, Taino people are not considered quote unquote indigenous enough by mainland indigenous communities due to the racial hierarchy and being forced down a whitewashed racist.
I mean, you kind of have like the similar problem with Mexicans, where like more like if anything like see, because everyone will go, oh, there's like they'll say like a small population number for natives in Mexico. It's like actually not really, because like with you seeing like, I mean, there are definitely some Spanish people that were already brown, because there are brown people in Spain, and there are definitely like brownness can occur without having to have heritage, because it's just like human. It's just the way humans are. We're just like different in different places, like different like places and environments, because like we're all Homo sapien sapien. Yes, we're Homo sapien too, because there had to be a sequel. It was because of a world-ending event that nearly destroyed all of humanity by like 10 some million people or 20 million people, something like that. It was like a low number. Anyway, it's actually why humans are technically like all inbred. So there you go. We're all like the monarchy now. But the what's it? So like there are a lot of people, however, that are brown Mexican because they are fucking native, and that is like a large chunk of Mexico, and none of these people are counted as native. And technically, partly that is true, because not a lot of these, like, there are a lot of these people that are indulging in like Castilian culture or just like weird Mexican nationalism, even though Mexico is not a nation. And so like
It's another colonial state.
yeah, and so like the
and you find that same dynamic. I'm pretty sure I've already told you this card, but you find that same dynamic in Cuba, where a lot of colonizer Cubans who are of primarily Castilian descent, they will completely demonize and completely leave out the African and Taino roots within Cuban culture.
But then
and they
what you
will
also
only
get as
look at
well
and
is
appreciate.
oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no! I was gonna say they will completely leave out and abandon the Afro-Taino roots of Cuban culture and only focus on the Castilian, on the Castilian, aspects of Cuban culture, while leaving out the roots of it. So like there's like a larger thing.
Well,
I'd
what's
say
it? There's
throughout.
also the fact that like Taino and like Afro Cubans get pushed into like abandoning their culture. And this is the thing I was also going to bring up with what Shanti was saying. Like the with what was happening in the 80s, I feel that it was another one of those American experiments to turn people white. Like they were trying, like their solution
New
to
Deal.
like their solution to the Black Panthers and everything that arose there was to it's now time to integrate black people into some form of
Yeah.
not like full-fledged whiteness like the Irish in America. It would be more like the whiteness that was given to certain bourgeois Native Americans, where it's
Oh yeah.
it's faux whiteness, but you're like integrated into whiteness, similar to like the kind of shit they were doing with natives in the 1800s, because they deemed
Pompadours.
black people not good enough for that. That was just something they focused on the natives, but I guess they changed their tune and wanted to take a different approach to it, because it did seem that that was what was going on. It felt like a not just the usual cultural genocide against black people, where it is just wiping them out without a care. It was more of like a sneaky little way to try and turn black people like into some shade of white.
Right.
Oh no, for sure.
Right. Right. And I can legally say that because they legally did all of that to us. They had 5 native peoples turn against us by making them quote unquote civilized and have them engage in enslaving us.
Yep.
That's what happened. And then they had the European American workers be brainwashed and be made into Ku Klux Klan members and terrorize us and kill us because we have a certain number of acres of land, because we are just African people trying to live, lynching us, burning our newspaper places down, taking over, the governments of a city or a town, and all of that stuff. They brainwash those workers. They brainwash those people to turn against us and make it seem like they're getting more privileges than us.
And what
that
people
is
don't
not-
understand, do you know what? It wasn't the North that was like fucking that was like making this push to elect black people as not just like members of like government, the leader of the state of a city. The leader of I can't remember what city it was in Georgia. I think it might have been a couple actually, but there was one city that I do remember the story of a little bit. And there was I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a black mayor that was elected by white workers and black workers akin, and he was actually one of the people slaughtered by the KKK, I do believe. Is it the KKK or it was just a mob of white people? But yeah, Georgia was actually doing progressive shit before the KKK changed that. And so, like, Georgia's actually it's one of the most interesting reactionary states of America to study, in my opinion, because it actually has, like, I mean, I know the rednecks are from the Midwest, but it has redneck energy. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, no, yeah, it definitely does. And then you have Florida, which is just like the odd one out. like
What is it? Why is like
Florida.
everyone gotten so stupid on rednecks though that they think it's a Southern thing? Redneck was always a Midwestern thing. Like what?
Oh no, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
it was a Midwestern thing. Yeah.
It's mostly, I'd say it's mostly from misconceptions, between the Civil War, the North versus the South, and how the term redneck and have been used and have been treated as like have been used in a classist.
Yeah, because like it
elitist
was used
term.
to insult the people that were calling themselves rednecks who were the communists. But like that's the thing, it's a communist term. And now it's like a term for the South. Like I hear people calling Texans rednecks, and I'm like, wait, what? That's not.
What? No,
like, they're hillbillies,
like,
and even hillbilly is actually more of a Midwestern thing. But they're hillbillies nevertheless. Like all these things, they're very Midwestern things. The Midwest is quite similar to the South in a lot of ways, so like it's not surprising. But it's a Midwestern thing.
Exactly. It's just It honestly just has to do with a lot of fucking shit, between the North versus the South. It's mainly just revised history that has been told about the
It's
Civil
because
War,
the rednecks were poor and they were hillbillies, and so everyone who's poor and a hillbilly, like everyone who's poor and like perceived to be stupid, even though if I speak like this and I can still recite to you Einstein's theory of relativity, am I a moron or am I just someone with a different accent speaking to you about Einstein's theory of relativity? It's stupid. Like trying to say that speaking like this makes me a dumbass is like fucking classist. It's ridiculous. Like
it's really classist.
It's so stupid because A, not everyone in the South speaks like that. Like holy shit. B, it's like even if they do, and like fucking, I know people from all over speak. I could take you to places in Ireland where like you wouldn't understand the English. Like you wouldn't understand the English they speak, and that's fine. That's just the way they speak. Like holy shit. Like it's all about being regional and local. If I learned that type of English, I would know it and I'd be able to interact with it. I don't have to have them speak proper English. Fuck off. You guys supposed to have rebelled against the British. What the fuck are you on about saying proper English for, you fucking weirdos?
Exactly. I fucking find that hilarious. Honestly,
we had a revolution against the British, but we're going to celebrate the monarchy. We're going to be little prudes. Swearing is banned in the streets of New York. I can't believe that they took there literally had to be a radical protest to allow swearing to be unbanned in New York streets.
What the fuck? Hell no. New York? What?
Yeah, New York like banned swearing. Like it's literally one of the most Italian parts of like New York City is one of the most Italian parts of New York, like if not the most Italian part of New York. And you're gonna ban swearing? Like how?
You're gonna fucking start another civil war.
Yeah, like literally, like you're gonna try and stop a like it's not just like any Italian. This is an Italian American. Like swear words are just like, and it won't just be Italian swear words. You'll hear Italian and English swear words intermingled with each other into some concoction of deadliness. Because rather than the Spanish way of doing it, of inventing loads of new slurs in their colonies, the Italians did something instead where they did hybrid slurs. They've just mixed shit together. Although I guarantee they definitely made new slurs, but my Italian American is rusty as fuck, and unfortunately not like a lot of Italian Americans still retain that accent, but they don't really speak a lot of the old slang.
The funny part about it, the funny part.
I shouldn't say slang.
I
should say dialect. My bad. I apologize.
Right. Yeah. The funny part about it is that is that hillbillies and rednecks are fucking demonized and fucking treated as if
I would trust a
you're
hillbilly
you know,
over a fucking like
oh
coastal American any day. Like,
one
I'm a
hundred
hillbilly, so
and that's what
oh, that's the
that's
thing
what I was
as
gonna
well. That's the
say.
thing as well. No one really talks about black hillbillies unless they want to shit on the homeless. Like
Exactly.
black hillbillies are mostly stuck in like because a lot of them had to rely on like campers from the government that were given to them that are toxic and killing them.
that's
Like
true.
That's what I was gonna say. Hillbillies and rednecks are 10 times more fucking revolutionary than any fucking coastal
and
person ever.
And it's like why you have to define like which type you're talking about. Are you talking about white
Like
trash? Are you
colonizer.
talking about the black hillbillies? Because it's an integrated community, and like not all hillbillies are exclusionary of black hillbillies. Like a lot of white hillbillies will integrate with black hillbilly communities because you're a shoulder to shoulder. Eventually, you're gonna learn. Obviously, a lot don't, and a lot of racist little pig shits. But like a lot of those as well are the type of people that are like farming hillbillies, where they sound and talk like hillbillies. Most people would call them a hillbilly or a redneck, but they own a farm and they're petty bourgeois as fuck. And like those types of people
Exactly.
are some of the most bigoted white supremacists that get called rednecks. You see them all the time when they get on these things. They come down in their pickup trucks. Like they came down to the capital city. There were a lot of those types of people because Trump one of Trump's biggest bases was petty bourgeois farmers.
Exactly. Hello.
Yep.
And
So yeah,
and
it
like
is very important.
with the hillbillies, they get manipulated by these kind of things too. In general, the white hillbillies, because of them being white working class still, and so they're still part of Trump's target group. They're less targeted though, because one thing Trump's movement might get to this soon, but one thing they haven't done yet, which most fascist movements do, is try and organize the lumpen into stormtroopers and shit like that. We've seen this a lot with fascist things. And this is where you get like stinky MLs trying to like shit on the lumpen as a class because, we get manipulated. Working class people in general get into these stormtrooper organizations. It's not just lumpen proletarians. Like Mussolini was proletarian, let's be real. Like these types of people can come from all sorts of grounds, and the lumpen proletariat are only most exploitable in this regards because we're the most poor, which like means that we are the most organizable in this regard, which means that Marxists could actually organize us too if they, I don't know, tried.
You could say
That's
that the Peckerwood Aryan Brotherhood types are proletarian upper labor aristocrats.
Yeah. And it's
Yep.
like looking at that dynamic as well and the differentiation, because like this is the same as like gang stuff. And a lot of smaller gangs, the grunt types of people, when you're getting into like gangs that are only like 30, 40 people large, those kind of gangs, the people at the bottom are probably going to be lumpen proletarian. Like they're not going to be doing well for themselves because the gang's making pittance. You're getting pittance being a part of it. You're probably just getting free weed. That's probably like the most thing you get out because it's probably you and your pals formed a gang and you ended up being the grunts because maybe your pals are a bit Machiavellian and they wanted to form a gang rather than a posse. Because posses are different. I could get into posses in a second if people want. But with bigger gangs, the grunts are actually more like lumpen labor aristocrats with their relationship to the gang.
I'll say in the prisons here in the U.S., like the Peckerwood Aryan Brotherhood type prison gangs, are usually upper proletariat and upper labor aristocrats.
Yeah, it's a mixture of them, and then you have like the leadership, like will form into a petty bourgeois relationship with the rest of the organization. They're class collaborative collectives, like similar to the way the Social Democrats worked during the 1900s and 1910s, like before the split with the communists, where it's the proletariat and the petty bourgeois interests intertwined into one organization. But inevitably, in these situations, the petty bourgeois always ends up taking the reins of these kind of organizations because of their proximity to power in these relationships.
Back to hillbillies too. Me and Shelty here in Chicago met an old school Latin king. He said there's actually hillbillies in Puerto Rico.
There are. What's it? And a lot of hillbillies, you can see where like there might have been. I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like there's like Irish traveler influence in certain hillbilly cultures because hillbilly comes from the Midwest. Midwest is Scots Irish as fuck. Like and like a lot of just general Irish settlers as well that aren't Scots Irish. And so like I wonder if there's like any integration of traveler culture there because a lot of hillbillies are caravanners, like old school caravanners that move around.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
I can partially answer that, partially, because half my family, the paternal side of the family, are literally East Tennessee, Appalachian, Scots Irish hillbillies.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Because I feel like there would be that cultural crossover because travelerism in the Irish culture is not a new thing like some people might believe. Some people might think it's like a late 1700s or 1800s thing. No, no, no. Since we've been getting oppressed, we've had to move around a lot and get used to being a little more sporadic and nomadic because when you're having your homes destroyed all the time or being enslaved and starved, you kind of scramble a bit, and Ireland has had people pouring out of it into the UK and other places of the world for centuries now. It's why there's so many of us all over the place. Like in mainland Europe, no one talks about the Irish diaspora in mainland Europe. There's loads of Irish diaspora in mainland Europe. Like no one ever talks about that.
Well, France, to a degree, there's Irish diaspora.
France, the
France.
Netherlands, Germany, they all have Irish diaspora. Spain as well.
Yep.
Been around that way,
Spain.
I think France has the biggest though.
Portugal.
In the roundabout way, you could say in a way, hillbillies and rednecks here are also Scots diaspora. I mean, think about it.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, yeah, I'd say that's true. I wonder how many of the Irish natives that are settled over there would have integrated into this culture, because there was a lot of like outright Irish people that settled in the Midwest as well.
Well, the first wave of Irish to come here wasn't also Scots. What they call Scots Irish here.
Yeah, it was mostly Scots Irish. It was a lot of middle class and poor Scots Irish that managed to get over. Although most of there was a lot of poor Irish as well, but the poor Irish and poor Scots Irish, most of them died on the way. Because they didn't have enough money to get proper boats and stuff like that, and keep themselves warm at the same time. So they chose the boat and would try and huddle around each other. And usually the only person who would survive coming over would be the kid, with the two parents wrapped around them dead from the cold. And this was not an uncommon sighting, especially for Canada. A lot of the Irish settlers in Canada froze to death before they got there.
I would say that the Ulster Scots Protestants came here first in
yeah, they did.
1700s. The Irish Catholics came here.
When the Irish came over, it was more the 1800s.
It's 1800s.
Yeah, when the your mic sounds better now. In the 1800s, when America did that program. Yeah, your mic all of a sudden started sounding better, so that's awesome.
Right on. I think Rob is having some connection issues similarly.
No, so somebody tried calling me. They tend to do this. They never text me and ask me, hey. No, they just call and fix the whole thing up.
Oh my god, that's like such a
just text me and ask me first.
Such an autism grievance that is, like such an autism grievance. It's like, don't interrupt me with phone call noises, they spook me.
No, they text me first, hey, are you busy? Can you I have a problem taking a phone call.
Yeah, like
at least what I'm doing first.
The thing that can be really annoying is like when you're like focusing on something and then you hear loud ringing noises. It's fucking stressful. Like phone call noises stress the fuck out of me. Did they ring again?
What was I gonna say? Earlier? Oh, right. I remember now. Colonizer working class hillbillies have way more revolutionary potential because they have a deeper connection with colonized hillbillies, and they have that sense, and they have that number of solidarity between them. Obviously, because of the racial hierarchy, there is going to be class antagonisms and white supremacist sentiments. But again, I would rather trust a fucking colonizer hillbilly who's working class than pretty much anyone from the fucking than any middle class dipshit from the north.
Yeah, I mean, what's it? It's like I'm not just gonna trust anyone because of their class position, but I'm definitely gonna feel more comfortable to trust someone that's lower class. Being poor, I have enough experience to know how scummy people in my own class can be. And I know that like colonized people aren't exempt from that either. I just say that white people do it more is more of the issue. But classism,
definitely.
like classism against people who are in a similar position to you, is actually something that like happens more than I'd like to admit.
Class
Like
collaborationism and so on and
yeah,
so forth.
opportunism. I mean, there's a lot because we're in the first world. There are a lot of like people that are proletarian and lumpen proletarian that have aspirations of becoming like at the least labor aristocrat, if not petty bourgeois.
Indeed, and that's
Especially
definitely
like a lot of
that's
lumpen
that.
aristocrats. Lumpen aristocrats, like I know they are technically labor aristocrats of the lumpen, so I'm being a bit like I'm going a bit ahead of where I was in this in that point of discussion. But the lumpen labor aristocrats, they are like really bad for fetishizing petty bourgeois ideology. I think even worse than like a lot of labor aristocrats are because they are like it's all about like gangster hardcore brutalism culture of becoming this big dealer geezer drug lord like big man like big man gonna stomp on everyone who gets in his way, sort of shit. I'm gonna be everything, make all this money, be a millionaire. That mindset actually prevails a lot. Like white rap, like white gangster rap, and I don't mean like done by white people. I mean the shit that's done to appease white people. It can be rapped by black or white people. It's still gangster rap for the whites. That shit, like it is a stupid stereotype that's not accurate. At the same time, actually part of the stereotype is accurate to the lumpen labor aristocracy and their drive to become petty bourgeois. Well, and bourgeois to be fair. Some of them want to become like outright drug lords, which is bourgeois. That's not petty bourgeois. Like when you're ruling an entire like region of a country as a lord, whether it be like a town or like a county, you are bourgeois as fuck. Like that's
I have to dip
power
out from. I'll be
capability.
back.
No worries. Okay.
Oh, my
But
back is fucking killing me, but I always enjoy having these conversations with you, Kara. You're fucking amazing as hell.
oh, it's
All
always
all
good to speak with
revolutionary
you
love
too.
and power.
Oh yeah, all revolutionary love and power.
What were you saying earlier?
Um, about what?
No, I think you said I love talking to you too, or something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's what I said. I said I love talking to you too.
Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. I definitely want to talk to you way more, and I hope that you join the
Yeah,
political
me too.
education chat room. Exactly. You like seriously, like I'm gonna ask one of the moderators if they could invite you because you would seriously give a lot of wisdom and a lot of benefit to the conversations we have in there with your
More
insight and
insight.
with
More
exactly
insight.
more insight on the liberation struggle and national front for Ireland and the communist movement in Ireland, especially because that definitely needs to be talked way more. So you could also give that as well, both you and Neil. Honestly, having both of you in there would definitely just improve the quality of the conversations there tenfold. And if you could come to the UPM education classes, like just to just like add some stuff to like help out, that would also be pretty fucking awesome. But that would be something that would like have to be discussed.
I mean, yeah, I'm happy to help out with stuff like that. That's my kind of jam.
Right on.
Can we just
But
enjoy the fact that like the whole time we've been rambling about communism, PragerU has been just coming hard.
Right.
oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Shanti and Kara, you wanna know what's the cringiest fucking thing in the world?
What?
Conservative rap. Oh my fucking
Jesus
god.
Well, you
Christ
know
is
that's
my
not. That's not so.
America.
like literally
Oh
like
my
Christian white conservative rappers went and rapped about how like Jesus Christ is that N word. Like what?
like what?
Like what
And
the
and Jesus was a
fuck?
revolutionary. So hello, like
Like
I'm
like
like,
like like conservative rap is like honestly, it's not even fucking rap. It's basically just an excuse to say racial slurs while singing. That's basically all it fucking is.
Yeah, what's it? it comes back to what I said before. It's like a lot of the underground when it comes to like drill and what's the other British rap that's really popular that caught on in America as well, and the black community in America basically took it and made it like 10 times better. Fuck, because you've got
Dubstep?
drill, which was like that. It was based off some of the started in with Black Americans, but like English rappers like honed in on it and made it their
Yeah.
style, and then it came back to America, and black rappers once again like showed how it's done. But the I mean, like, what's it? This is the thing, though, is what I say is that like there is like an example to be had from the way that like there has been an interaction between well within the UK between the black and the white community and rap, and then though that community together with the American black community in rap, because I don't think the American white community, for the most part, in rap is very good. I think most of it is like absolute trash. I would argue that even some of the like top end shit in the UK is much more grounded than what we get from white rap in America. Like the best America has for like pop white rap, I mean like white rap that's popular, like because obviously like the best shit's underground. So do take salt here with what I'm trying to exemplify here, though, is that you could find like a popular rapper that's like defanged, so they're not very politically radical, and like they'd be fucking like that. You could just find one and they'd be pretty great. With America, you either scour for one that you could maybe find under the dust. It's not actually that popular, or it's Eminem, and Eminem like is not the same guy he was like several years ago. And even then, he still had like a massive homophobia issue at one point, although it kind of ended up becoming like
Right.
an anti-homophobia in-joke thing, which I like. That was a base turnaround. Like I've never seen anyone do like that in a way that actually wasn't offensive. So fair enough. But he's still making money off that homophobic music at the same time. So I don't know how you want to bat it. But you know, he was radical when he first came around. I think everyone fell in love with Eminem. Like the black community had a lot of love for Eminem. The white were like lower class had a lot of love for Eminem. And then like Eminem just sort of betrayed everyone because he got too chauvinistic over the fact that he was adored by a lot of the black community. Like it's what got him so popular in rap. If it wasn't for the black community, Eminem wouldn't have got anywhere. And it's because he grew
Exactly.
up in that community. Eminem was part of the black community in a certain way because of where he grew up, and he was a chauvinist about it. Unfortunately, he could have shown a lot of how we can like integrate and intermingle and like actually healthily engage in cultural exchange and not be stealing people's culture. Where you're coming to and you're recognizing who you are. Eminem's someone who recognizes himself as American, so we're already at a bad start, and then it falls back from there, and so it creates this division. And so when he became popular and made loads of money, he stabbed the thing back. We get the same with with English rap. The underground is based as shit. As soon as they get popular, they stab the movement in the back, and they start going and making loads of money doing gangster rap. But the difference is that the lower class rap community, like the and the whole underground scene in the UK, I feel is a million times more solid than the US. And you know what? Like because
Yeah.
the experience is quite similar to what does happen in with rap in the black community. You know, the meeting up in underpasses and having rap battles with each other. Like that shit happens so much in the UK. Like, and it's like, you know, it's people of all different cultures coming along and just spitting bars because bars bring man them together. Or I should
Exactly.
say man them, woman them, and non-binary them, and let's not be restrictive.
Giga Chads and Giga Chadettes.
I
Oh,
love
fucking
I see
hell.
I love the patois, so I love saying man them, woman them, non-binary them.
Right on.
What's it? You know what? Like the thing is I actually was like, this is how like you know, the interesting elements of like cultural integration. I was using bits of Jamaican patois that I picked up of people growing up before I actually knew what Jamaican patois was. Like that's one of those things. Like it's so just sort of like it's kind of like one of those things that's just there. You know, like your own language. That's what it felt like to me, and I guess that comes from me growing up in the lower class because I know a lot of English people that would not agree with what I just said and said that it comes naturally to them. A lot of English people would think that I'm like some fucking like weird, chavvy, fuggish loony that thinks they're like a hard ass because I say like sometimes I say wagwan or ass clatted and stuff like that. I don't know. It's
Right.
It's fucking stupid. Like, because there's a whole difference between it, because it's not like the whole point is it's about that cultural integration and like relationship with each other. The only reason those words exchanged was because the way the skinheads engaged in and embraced Jamaican culture. Like, they fully embraced themselves in Jamaican culture when they were engaging with the Jamaican struggle. And that's because Jamaican black voices were some of the loudest black voices of struggle during the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Like, holy shit. Actually, still to this day, like petty bourgeois black people that are speaking out as comedians and stuff like that, because that is something that's happening in the UK, because we actually have left-wing comedians, unlike y'all. I'm joking. I know y'all have left-wing comedians, but it's funny to take the piss. They actually do speak out on a lot of black issues, and so it's like Jamaican and like Caribbean black people do speak out on this. Oh, and obviously Anglo black people, like people that are like Anglified black people that live here. They're a massive part of the struggle. I'm not trying to undermine them in any way. I'm just saying that one of the loudest voices you will hear does come from Caribbean man them, woman them, and non-binary them.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. And not only Jamaican, but in Florida, and in the Caribbean, Afro Haitians
Bohemians
are
as well.
also extremely revolutionary. Bohemians as well.
Not in their own country though. Bohemia has a very big conservative problem. But like Bohemian immigrants in the UK are known for being quite like radical and more towards the left. There is still a conservative problem though. Like, that's something that comes from colonialism. It's not like it's something that's innate to the Bohemian culture. It's something that was brought in by the British, because the Bohemians they celebrate the British a little too much. Like, they shouldn't say celebrate the British. What it is that they've adopted British customs, is what I should say. Like, I'm using the wrong terminology, because it's more what's the Caribbean island that does actually fetishize the British? Oh, it's not the Bohemians. It's they were the one that spoke out about the empire after the Queen died.
Trinidad. No,
I don't think it's not Trinidad. It's a famous holiday destination.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't put the name on it.
Yeah, like they're the loyalists in the Caribbean. Like the Bohemians are not. The Bohemians are sort of like they took on a lot of European conservatism and mixed it in with Bohemian conservatism, but like there's also there's also like Rastafarianism as well, which is like that's an Afro-conservative religion that developed inside Jamaica.
Which is true.
Although, like, it's taking a lot of progressive turns. Like, a lot of people have stopped fetishizing the Emperor of Ethiopia and have became like Rastafarian socialists, or even in some cases Marxists. Which doesn't surprise me, because like they have a similar belief to like, well, it's not the same as how Islam works. Islam does have God as a separate entity, but Islamic mysticism believes that the world is a fully created material entity created by God that we need to like work within the laws of, like, and engage with, which is the way we follow science today. Actually, we find out what the laws of like physics are, and chemistry and biology, and we figure out how these things intertwine and how they work. And by laws, I mean that in the loosest sense. I mean like definable ways that things in society function, and so like and the universal ways that those conditions operate within. And so like it's looking at what are the universal principles of how we ascertain and analyze things. Well, Islamic mysticism was already onto that shit fucking 600 years ago. The what's it? What was the other religion I was talking about? Oh, Rastafarianism. With Rastafarianism, the world, it's kind of similar to like older forms of Judaism, where and I don't mean like Orthodox Judaism. I mean like traditional, somewhat pagan, like, well, pagan's not the right term, but somewhat spiritualistic Judaism, where the world and like everything is believed to be what God is. Like, God is the intertwined connections of everything, the beings of like the interconnections of light, like of livelihood. Jamaican kind of like Rastafarian kind of works on a similar basis. They do believe in a God, but they believe that like God is like an accumulation of each and every one of us. And so it's like we are spiritualistically connected to God, which is why smoking marijuana is seen as a cultural way to bring yourself closer to the Lord. Rastafarianism is technically like Abrahamic, so
Yeah.
like it's complicated. I mean, like it's more Judaic than it is Christian, but it definitely takes a lot from Christianity, and you can tell. The way it perceives God is a bit Christian. Judaism actually changes its mind a lot as to whether it wants to perceive God as a person that can talk to people, or whether it wants to perceive God as like a naturalistic sort of interconnectivity. Like depends on which like line you're looking at and how far back in history you're going, because Judaism is based off the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Egyptian Book of the Dead. We should get on with more Prager.
Are totally in agreement.
Not too much though.
In fact, they think it hurt.
We need to drown in the Prager. I'm gonna slurp.
I asked this 20 years ago.
Don't drown too much in the piss, Kara. Don't drown too much in the piss now.
Let's see. What I've done is I've put him in like big face mode, so everyone now has to look at his ugly mug really close up.
Oh fuck no!
At least we don't have to look at him man spreading.
The only thing we're supposed to be proud of is same-sex sexual orientation and people.
No one's saying it's the only thing you should be proud of.
No.
Stop crying.
No.
Oh my god, no. Stop.
See how bullshit this is?
You can't go fucking 2 seconds without hearing him say something bollocks. What's the next thing he's gonna say?
Who say that they are the opposite sex of the biological one they were born.
Oh, thank you.
And that's a very big problem. I never understood why the T was with the LGB. I never understood it. I asked this 20 years ago. What does trans have to do with gay or lesbian? It has nothing to do with it.
Explain.
And my gay and lesbian friends are totally in agreement.
Oh my god!
In fact, they think it hurts their cause.
I have a gay friend that thinks trans people are evil.
I have a gay friend. I have a gay friend who is transphobic. Therefore, he speaks for all gay people. Therefore, being trans has nothing to do with being queer. Boom! Take that, liberals. Like, what the fuck?
That is not the kind of gotcha they think it is, and clearly the poppers have got to their heads.
Oh no, they've been gone to their heads. They've
seriously.
They're drinking too much of that Prager juice and it's rotting away their brains.
like no one is trying to conflate gender with sexuality. Like really.
Well, it's really, like
no,
I mean, the only thing that like combines with it is the like perspective of sexuality changes. Like, you know, I'm a female, so my attraction to men would be straight. My attraction to women would be lesbian. Like, it's not hard. Like, it's really simple shit. Like, they're pretty aware that lesbian means woman and woman. Like, it's not like they're having to do some massive. And like, what's it? You know, there is a problem with people being a bit exclusionary of straight trans women, but like straight trans women are definitely not like the majority in the trans community. It's more like poly most of the time. It's either poly or it's gay.
Exactly.
Like I say, not like there are definitely a lot of straight trans women out there. I don't want to alienate any straight trans women. I know some great people that are straight and trans, but like, shit.
Right on. But no one. Like, I don't fucking understand what you're saying. No one's saying that you're only allowed to be proud of your sexuality or whatever the fuck he was trying to say. Like, no, like,
he's like, you can only be proud of it if you like to fuck the same sex, or if you fucking like think you're the wrong sex. Which, like, it's not that I think, it's like fucking know, you fucking douchebag.
Exactly.
I knew when I was fucking 5 years old. Like, if I knew when I was 5, how do I now know? Now I'm fucking 25. Like, let's be fucking real.
I mean, I knew all my life. So, like, where are you going with this? Like, where are you going with this?
Sorry.
I was about to say, let's see.
Oh boy, let's see. Let's drink some of
The
that
face
Prager
he's
juice.
pulling again, like, oh my god, like, pauses on Dennis Prager. Like, every time it looks like he's playing with himself. Show support before I head to sleep. Also, warm welcome to the guest speakers. Oh, hi. Glad to see you pop in. We would have been in the normal chat, but we literally ran out of room because we've added so many speakers in. We advanced to like full scale capacity.
Hi.
Hello.
But we now have 2 more people in the group chat, so heyo. But
Hi,
uh,
y'all. Hi,
good day
y'all.
to see you pop in the stream.
Every single time we pause on fucking Prager, it looks like it looks like he's really fucking taking a shit. It looks like he fucking shat
Or jerking
himself.
off.
He's either shitting or
Jerking
jerking
off.
off, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Or who knows? Who knows? He could be doing both. He could be both jerking off and shitting himself. You never know.
I don't want to think about that. I'm really interested.
I mean, this is a guy who will like jerk off and then have to go to like a Catholic confession booth. I know he's Jewish, but like he's
Oh
a
my
Judeo-Christian. He
God.
constantly goes on about Judeo-Christian values. He's
What-
Jewish in ethnicity. He's not Jewish in religion. Like this is really obvious with the way he speaks about Judaism
He's
and
politically
Christianity.
white.
Yeah, like,
politically white.
he's
Yeah.
terminally
He's like-
white. Like man's terminally
He's
white.
psychologically white.
I mean, man is just white. I mean, because there are white Jews. Because like the idea that Jews are separate from white is kind of incorrect. Like Jews are like some Jews are separate from white, some Jews are not. Because Jews are cosmopolitans. They're not centered to like one area. They're sort of all over the place.
Right around. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Specifically.
It's usually towards cities of different places because they're having to move all the time. And what do you do when you move to a place? You move to the city because like it's the easiest thing to think of. Like that's why cities are usually the place to get the most amount of immigration, and the most places you'll find the least amount of immigration are like small towns or like medium-sized towns that are not like they're at least 20 to 30 miles away from the main city.
It just specifically depends on what Jewish group we're talking about. Like for instance,
Well, you know, like
Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazim compared to Mizrahim, for example.
Exactly.
Right.
Honestly, I wouldn't even say Mizrahi. I just say like
No,
I
I'm
personally
saying a
just say
contrast
we-
between a colored Jew and a non-colored Jew. Is what I mean.
oh no, yeah. Like
Well, I
for
should say
instance,
Jewish
Ashkenazi.
people. Sorry, you shouldn't use the word Jew. It's anti-Semitic.
Like for instance, Ashkenazi Jewish people have obviously faced racial oppression and white supremacy, but simultaneously they have also been given whiteness before and have benefited from white supremacy. So it's a nuanced topic where like depending on what group it is and where they're located, they could have white privilege or they could not. Like similarly to how Irish people in Ireland are colonized and not considered white under the racial hierarchy with the English Empire, whereas Irish people in the U.S. were given whiteness, were accepted into the racial hierarchy, and are considered white. So like it just depends on like the historical era, the specific contradictions within said society, how they oppose each other, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Ugh. His face is making me uncomfortable.
Okay, I'll play.
Well, it's because they're lumped together. And while a lot of people have to do with gay or lesbian, it has nothing to do with it. And my gay and lesbian friends are totally in agreement. In fact, they think it hurts their cause because they're lumped together. And while a lot of people are
That's why
completely
Sylvia Rivera
accepting
made
of
that
people
speech.
who are gay,
Like, what do you
That
mean
right
lumped
there.
together? We're not lumped together. If anything, they exclude the shit out of us a lot. Not so much the lesbians and the bisexuals, but bisexual
Yeah.
men and gays. They're the people that tend to exclude us. Bisexual men will use us like practice girls a lot. Like they're not void of fucking toxic masculinity, and there are gay people that will think fucking a trans woman is like a homosexual interaction too. Like there's a lot of fucking weird transphobia amongst those two groups.
Whew. Specifically colonizer, gay and bisexual men.
Yeah, it's definitely a big problem amongst white men, but it's not like it's not exclusive to white men.
Oh no, yeah, they're also,
I mean, especially
they're
given
also
like the
colonizer.
transgression of colonizer culture onto the colonized because of colonizer privilege, like male privilege in colonizers over women, for example, tends to increase in this. Oh my god, the black manosphere! Why I've had to remind myself of the black manosphere. Black manosphere,
yeah.
like, and this is not my words. This is the words of both Fig and Big Body Foreign, and that's that it is the worst. Like, because it's like, you know, if you look at the history of black people have actually had a larger connection with their femininity compared to white people. Like, and I don't just mean black men,
Yes.
I mean black men and black women. Like, and this is because they held on to it like with everything they could because they weren't allowed to express it. And so black mothers is the main reason black people have culture that is black and not white culture, like African culture, like straight hardcore from the roots, from back in the homeland. African culture is because of African mothers during slavery. They taught their kids everything that they could and everything that they knew, and a lot of it
Yeah.
was lost. It makes me cry when I start talking about it, but everything was lost, and so much of it was lost. I'm sorry, I'm saying the wrong words. So much of it was lost, and some of it was preserved as well. And it's like this hardcore struggle that emerged, that came from a massive feminist struggle amongst the slaves. Like black women were doing feminism before white people even coined the term feminism, and
Exactly.
this is
Exactly.
what actually led to black men before the introduction of white masculinity in the 1800s having a very feminine mindset towards existence and livelihood. It was actually like still during slavery there was a much greater splitting of men from women because women were birthers and men were workers. And so like this splitting that occurred in the late 1700s and stuff like that, this drew black people away from each other more, and you saw a chauvinism start to arise between the two groups because separation is to stop struggle. Because black women were intrinsic to revolutionary struggles, as we saw in the 1800s from famous black women that stood up and led revolutionary struggles. That the whites that were all going on about how they need like to struggle for their rights, even these supposed fucking socialists that were a bunch of racists claiming about all this work for the rights, where the black people were actually the ones having the struggle while still being slaves, that could have actually led to a full-blown revolution in America if the white people had actually united with them rather than turning against them. Because they fought for the war to fight slavery. Yeah, they also fought against like
Exactly.
black rebellions. They didn't fucking like they supported slave rebellions until they took over those regions, and then they stomped down on those organizations and made sure they couldn't cause any trouble. We're talking
Exactly.
about colonizers here. They did not treat the blacks right. Sorry, black people right, and black people were used as death squads as well, to burn down villages in the Republican Army.
Yep. The book, A Radical History of the Young Lords, goes into this, whereas colonized people were being subjugated and instilled with bourgeois thought and a white in a static reactionary and white supremacist lens on their culture and the world around them, and specifically colonized men being instilled with male chauvinism. They had male chauvinism, but because of the racial hierarchy and them being colonized, their masculinity was being attacked because of them being colonized, and it was constantly being trampled on. So a lot of times they would take out that aggression on their families
Yeah,
and on their kids and their
usually
wives,
the wife.
which
Yeah, but also as
drew
well,
even
like there's a thing with the black community where actually like mothers are known to be more likely to beat their kids than fathers, which is a little different because in the white community it's usually fathers that are the well, at least over here, I think it actually might be different in America. I think in America it's also white mothers too, but over in the UK, I swear it's fathers that are the most physically abusive. I know that's what I had to deal with.
Yeah.
wait, sorry, can you say that again?
You are sorry.
My brain kind of
Oh, what's it? In the black community, mothers tend to be more physically abusive than fathers. And this might be a case for the white community in America because I know some white people that have like
That's
more
true.
aggressive mothers than fathers. But like over here, from my experiences, which I'm being anecdotal here, it's more like fathers that seem to be like the big aggressors, like because it just
For
seems to be
me,
the way toxic masculinity works here.
it's definitely the former. For me it's the former, where my mother is way more abusive than my father is.
See, yeah, because
Don't
that
get me
is
wrong.
something I have heard from a lot of Americans.
like I despise my father. Don't get me wrong. He is a piece of fucking worthless human filth. He is reactionary, racist,
But
misogynistic.
he's
He's just
somehow
more
like
about
all these bad things, but they're not as bad as your mother, which says a lot.
exactly. But the one thing that I can respect is that when I even respect just the fact that he doesn't even fucking do this. He has never laid a single hurtful finger on me for
Wow,
my
that
entire
yeah,
life.
that's blessed. That is.
He will verbally abuse me, which is still bad.
Yeah, that's still
Don't get me wrong.
fucked.
But there are certain limits that he will not cross. There
The
are
thing,
certain lines
the
that he
fact
will
that
not
he's
go.
not as bad puts him in a position where he's more retributional than like your mother is. Your mother's like,
Although yeah,
your mother's
my mother on the other,
gone so far that you probably wouldn't ever want to see her retribute. You just want it to go. But your dad's probably someone who could sort his shit out if he stops being an asshole.
my
Because
mother on the
I
other
imagine the
hand.
biggest problem with your dad is that he's a gusano and a verbally abusive little asshole, like, which
Oh no,
sounds like
yeah.
average Spanish dad that does like, not to be generic.
Oh no, yeah. He definitely is. Obviously, not to fucking engage in
Spanish
derogatory
colonizer
stereotypes, like.
father fucking Model 3. Template 4.
But when it comes to my mother, like there is nothing off the table. There is no line that she will not cross. She will
Yeah, that's
physically,
my dad.
emotionally, mentally, psychologically, verbally, religiously abuse me. Like it does not matter
Same
what
with
it
my
is.
family.
Yeah, holy shit!
So
Like, I get a phone. Like, rather than having just like a physical phone bought for me, I get a phone on a contract given to me for like a birthday when I was in my mid-teens, and like
bruh, what
you
the
can
fuck?
see where this is going. He's paying for it. I lost my pocket money to that because now my pocket money's paying for it, and I had to do chores, and I had to behave, and I had to follow my stuff to have that paid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be paid. And anytime I was in trouble, my phone would get taken off me because it's not mine; it's his.
That's capitalism.
Yeah,
And
that's the father acting like the bourgeois, even though he himself is
The
proletarian.
you see
Children as
that
a
right
slave.
there. That's
Like,
that right there, Kara. That's literally me, but with my mother. Because like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. My dad will also engage in that reactionary bullshit. Like he will fucking guilt trip me and fucking say, "Oh, everything I've done for you." But he has way more fucking leeway. Like he will not. Sure, he will get pissed off if I do certain things a certain way, and he might try and guilt trip me. But if I resist long enough and if I stand my ground, like he will literally fuck off. He will be like, oh, fine, whatever. My mother, on the other hand, she will fucking slap me in the fucking face if I don't fucking bend down and have her just fucking walk over me. Like she will literally she'll literally scratch my face if I don't fucking submit to her. So yeah.
Yeah, what's it? I mean, like, yeah, I've been in like wrestles and got thrown about and had the shit beaten out of me several times, like just on the basis
Same.
of trying to get my phone off me. I've been beaten up so many times by my dad. I nearly said somewhat fucking crude. My dad's never done anything fucking sexual to me. Like I've been beaten the shit out of by my dad so many fucking times. I couldn't count. I genuinely couldn't count. Like, you know what? Like in certain elements, the thing that really hurts hard is in certain elements he struggled really hard and helped provide for us, and that was like, and I know that's kind of buying into patriarchy a bit, but hear me out. Like he was a single parent, 3 kids, and he was struggling to like look after us all, and like he had a very like abusive upbringing, and he was having to fill in like for most of the part because he won the court case against my mom to keep us, of being both a mother and a father, and he didn't know how to do the former. And so like it was a rough as fuck upbringing. And then I feel it's either bipolar or BPD, but like as he says it himself, he has a demon inside of him that will come out when he gets really fucking like stupidly angry, and that's where a lot of his shit comes from. Now it doesn't justify it, but you can kind of see where like the monstrosity doesn't come from the fact that he's just like intentionally an asshole. A lot of it as well is that like ingrained motions that have been built into him that he's kind of like stuck in the routine of.
100% agree. And it's the same thing with my father. You know, he grew up in a very abusive household as well because he was one of 6 brothers, and there was not, and in Cuba there was not enough room in the house for him to live in. So my father had to fend himself off in the streets. He had to provide for himself because there simply wasn't enough room for him to live in the house. So he had to protect himself. And so that's where he gets a lot of his individualism from, the idea that, it's a doggy dog world. You only have to look out for yourself. Everyone else will fucking betray you, and so on and
That's
so
petty
forth. That's where he
bourgeois
gets.
ideology, by the way.
Yep. Petty bourgeois ideology. The idea that
Also,
that exactly. The idea that your own personal interests matter above all else. That to move up the ladder, even if it means backstabbing everyone around you, using others as stepping stools, as long as you reach the top and get more privilege, it is all right. It does not matter how many people you hurt or destroy lives in your wake. As long as you are making yourself happy, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
American dream. Individualism,
Yes.
Victorian
Yeah,
humanism, or Greek humanism, which just means individualism.
indeed.
Yeah, the
essentially, yeah.
church is what preserved the concepts of Greek humanism, and then it was adopted by the British when they formalized, like, what's it, Victorian humanism, which is a much more modern concept of the idea, which is centered around the sort of kooky nature of science during the Victorian times. I mean, I say kooky nature, a lot of it is still like groundwork for what we do today, but oh my god, it was still kooky.
Like the thing about my father is that because of my family functions in a very like nuclear family. I fucking hate that term, but like we are very much a nuclear family. My father goes out and provides the money, and my mother stays home and tends to the house, and so on and so forth. And so my mom, rather not my mom, my bio relation, she was just there to abuse me more than my quote unquote father was. She was there to torment me more than him. And if the roles were reversed, and if my father was the house tender and my mom was the one making the money, I would probably hate my dad more and less my mom. But obviously, I'm not 100% aware of that. But as things stand now, I see to me, my quote unquote father, he does not feel like a dad. He feels more like a stranger that I have to call my father. I literally don't know him.
I see.
Like
I know my dad, and I know like the broken man that exists somewhere within him, but at the same time, he's like built himself around this mask that he wears, and like he sort of just goes on like, and I'm not really a worthy consideration to him. Like he won't even respect my identity. So what's the like?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, what's it? It
I'm
is
sorry
what
to.
it is. Like fuck him. But
Yeah.
Fuck him
you
indeed.
know, family is a complicated thing, and while there's a lot of good that he did, there's so much fucking bad. Like holy shit.
Exactly, and it does not justify any of the bad shit that he did. And whatever the fuck he has said, you are an amazing and beautiful and gorgeous and lovely person. And I know saying that
You
is
know,
not
the
going to
worst
just,
thing is he
magic.
didn't say anything to me. He said shit to my sister behind my back taking the piss.
That's fucking disgusting.
Cowardly little fucker.
Just know, just know that you have people that actually love and care and that are here for you. We love and care for you, Kara. Like seriously, again, I've said before and I'll say it again. You're like a sister to me. You really are. I really appreciate it. I really fucking love you, and I'm always gonna be here for you.
Aw,
And
thank you.
you're really amazing.
So you.
So don't worry. You're always gonna have people in your life that will love you, and regardless of what your piece of shit dad has told you, you're an amazing ass person and you're a decent human being.
I don't know. I have continued to keep losing people. I don't know what
It
to
comes
believe
and
anymore.
goes, you know.
Mm,
Sorry. What did you say?
Um, um, I am, I, um, uh, I, um,
You okay?
I, um, n- um, no, no, uh, um, uh, c- um,
If you want to continue watching the video, we can.
um,
If you
um,
feel uncomfortable about this
um,
conversation.
um, um, yeah, yeah, sure. Um, fuck.
A lot of people are not accepting with the idea that a biological man competes against women in women's sports, or that a man shows his genitalia to young girls in a shower in Santee, California, as happened a couple of weeks ago. And think about it. Do we
God.
take pride? That's part of the.
I have two examples of things that. Well, one is not even bad. It's like stupid shit. What do you mean biological man? Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking biological frog. But the what's it? Fucking. Uh, the second one, like, yep, okay, someone did a crime. Um, someone who has English heritage in America shot someone who is like black. So now every single person with English heritage in the entire world is now racist, which would also actually include a lot of black people. So you can't do these generalizations. It does not make sense. Like, you.
Subjectivism.
treating it's a Exactly, treating any group or community as a fucking monolith is just idealistic and nonsensical as fuck. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it, it creates uh
Oh,
it
my ears.
creates uh what's it, conflict within the with,
The different groups.
within the proletariat, between minorities and non-minorities, and within minority groups themselves as well, like black minorities being against, like, well, like, okay, they're like, this is not me saying there aren't, like, I don't know why I shouldn't have to clarify this. I think everyone knows I'm pretty neat on this stuff, but um I'm not saying there aren't black gay people. I'm saying that there's like a black conservative like thing that tries to treat gayness like it's a white thing, and so they're against the quote unquote gay community, which means they're also against black gays. But like, I just wanted to make sure with the way I'm sounding it that I'm not making it sound like it's just like a, oh yeah, like it's a white thing, so like it's just all about white gays. No, 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 no. Black gays are heavily targeted by these types of black conservatives because it's not just seen as them engaging in something that's like not manly and against manliness. It's also them engaging in like
It's kind of
white male emasculation, like, what's it, and feminization culture.
it's kind of similar to how cultural nationalists it's kind of similar to how cultural nationalists fucking say that Marxism or dialectical materialism is a white man science. And it's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, it's like shit. I mean, what's it? Fucking white people not steal shit from fucking colonized people challenge.
Indeed.
LGBT pride. I'm proud of you for showing your penis to young girls.
What the
That's what
fuck?
this guy
You're
did.
proud
That's
of
a
them. Oh
lie.
my
What?
god, Prager,
What?
what
That's
the
a lie.
What?
That's a
What?
lie.
What? What?
Oh my
What?
god,
See?
Prager,
See?
no.
Here?
See that bullshit right there? See that?
What?
See that?
Fucking creeps like this deserve to be fucking like taken out back and like having the wall treatment, to say the
He
least.
should be sent. He should. It's moments like
Fucking
these
death
where like
row.
I will
like
do the damn stoning, cause like,
he needs to be sent to the fucking gulag. He needs to be
yeah,
sent to
no,
the
no,
fucking
you know what,
gulag.
stoning. I think stoning will work with Prager likes to fetishize like the Romans and stuff, so let's give him a Roman punishment.
Oh my god, the burning bull. Oh hell yeah. Oh no, he was.
Yeah,
fucking
but
love
make
that.
them make them testicle shaped and call them the burning balls. Penis
Fucking
Prager's introduction to the burning balls.
and make it and when you heat it up, make it have quote unquote sigma male sounds.
They used brass as well, so like the metal like will fucking pick up that heat really well. Like
Oh yeah.
like fuck, like roasting inside brass. No, thank you. I mean, roasting inside any metal would suck, but brass is like that's worse than like melting in steel. I would say brass is very sensitive to fire to a point it's actually not quite hard to melt brass.
Yeah.
That's an average day in Florida. Being burned in brass, average day in Florida.
Yeah, probably because someone shot you. But the what's it? Or you were standing next to someone who shot someone, and then like the brass bullet like fucking landed straight on your head, boiling hot. Because average day in Florida, there has to be at least a shooting somewhere. They found a school with Jewish texts in, so they armed their fucking 13-year-old boy to go cause a massacre or something.
Yeah, those bullets are boiling hot because you're using heat to shoot a shot. So,
because the question we need to be asking is, how the fuck did you manage to have the ability for your child to take your AR-15 and shoot up a school? Because think about it, a lot of these school shootings have happened with rifles, not handguns. Because a handgun makes sense, easy to sneak in. It actually would be more deadly because it's a quicker thing to reload, so you actually can switch mags a lot easier without becoming vulnerable. Because when you switch magazines, you're vulnerable. It's easier to just punch someone with the pistol in your hand than it is trying to fuck around trying to stalk someone while you're trying to get ammo out of your bag. And you can stick shit tons of pistol ammo on your body if you've got like the right bit of kit. So like if you were doing something like that, a pistol's more dangerous. As AR-15s are not as dangerous as people think, but yeah, still, this big ass fucking rifle that you should have locked away in a cabinet because those are the rules for owning fucking rifles in most places, but America doesn't seem to follow those rules. And no, it's just left out so your kid can pick it up and go to school. That's sus. It makes me wonder how many of these parents are completely innocent, or like in the sense that like, oh, it might have
they
just
don't
been
care. They don't care.
although it's like just a bit of bad parenting and not caring, or whether it's like they actually might have had some like involvement in the development in the white supremacy and interest in being heavily armed and trusted them with access to those weapons because of that kind of white supremacist family relationship.
They want their children to be fascists. That's it. They
Yeah, and then their kids end up going further than them because what they want their kids to be fascists, but their parents themselves are opportunists as well, so they probably won't engage in actual political struggle. They'll just engage in fascist identitarianism.
And they wonder why children have so many issues right now. Because of them.
Exactly.
It's the petty bourgeois response to crisis as well. Like, there's a capital crisis on at the moment, so the petty bourgeoisie are increasing their interests with fascism.
Like they're literally targeting anyone and everyone right now. Literally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't even get me started on Derek Chauvin. Oh my fucking god, that piece of fucking shit.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna talk about him. We're not gonna talk about him because we already know what's going on. So
yeah.
Yeah.
He's too annoying
Very
to talk
glad.
about.
Very glad he that happened to him. Don't care. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it
I
at that.
know.
Let's see what Prager has to say. He's gonna tell us how the T should not be in the LGBT.
In a shower at a YMCA in Santee, California. You can look it up. 17-year-old girl, to her credit, protested. I don't want to see that, thank you.
What?
You know what? Like, I wonder if this generally is just like a changing room thing where someone was just getting changed, or whether an actual fucking crime happened. Because if a crime happened, then like, oh my god, yeah, okay.
It doesn't matter if
But
a
if
crime
it's
happened or
a
not.
changing room where people are just getting changed, well, I mean, people use the showers like without any clothes on when they're in a swimming pool.
Like what? Like what? Am I not supposed to shower no more?
This is like the thing, because like this is the thing I have a problem with. Like, I'm ace flux most of the time. I'm ace, but I like nudism. I hate the fact it's sexualized, so I never engage with it. Like I mean, I'll post
Oh my
I'll post lewd pics on my like secret special NSFW Blue Sky, but like I haven't done that for ages actually, because I've been really depressed and like not. I felt very sexually repulsed recently, but like see, I like to be able to do that non-sexually, but the problem is that like when I do it non-sexually, people will still perceive it as sexual, so like I end up sort of caught in a trap. Because like
Because we live in an
if you
over-sexualized
show
society.
tits, you're fucking showing something sexual, and that's what that is. And like it
Or
makes
if you're
nudism
doing
weird
something
because there are
sexual.
like because there's like people out there that have like family nudism, and like it's definitely some of that feels weird to me. I don't think I'd ever do that with my kids, even though I am into nudism. But that's not something that's actually that weird or unusual. They're not doing anything that's a crime. Like people are sexualizing something that's not sexual, like, and that's really annoying. And you get this problem at actual nudist sites. This is one of the reasons why I'm scared of engaging with nudism. Is there's a lot of men that go there to prey on people, and I just want to be able to like chill out in like at the beach or in nature without having to be
Actually
like,
live.
yeah, like without it being like, oh look at you, like ooh sexy blah blah blah. Like I'm gonna like that at some point. There's
no,
definitely
it's not
gonna
that.
be a point where I'm gonna like that, sure, but like I don't like. Give me some breathing space first. Let's get to know each other. Like
that's not my strategy every damn time. Like,
yeah, like don't
damn.
start with my buddy. Start with like introducing yourself and saying hi. Like I mean, if you like it, you can keep it to yourself. Like no one's saying like you can't like what you see, but like, because I mean, it's the same as being dressed. Like being dressed, you can like what you see. So of course, if I'm at a nudist beach and someone's attracted to me, they can be attracted to me. No one's saying don't look, but like. It's like don't make it a sexual interaction at that point and place. Like that's something for us to do as adults when we get to know each other in actual proper like privacy.
When we actually talk with each other
and actually talk with each other, because like
Kara,
like the whole like a nudist place needs to be comfortable and not a space of like creating not, it's not meant to be a hypersexual environment, because like there are people ranging from like 18 to like 50, 60, 70 that go to these places. So you've got like a diverse set of people. When you're getting to people that are like 28 onwards and stuff like that, they're so far devoid from like the 18 to 25 spectrum at that point that like they're more off on into like middle age when you start getting to that point and you're getting into your 30s and your 40s. I mean, I know that ages can go all the way up into 100, but most people tend to knock out when they're 60, 70 still. So like 30 is about middle age. So once you start getting to that point, shit starts to change. Like I'm at 25. I'm at the last year of young adulthood, and then like it's off on into on my way up towards the 28 to 35 sort of group where you get called old by everyone. I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah.
My last year of being one of the young people.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Kara. You will be seen as a very wise person.
I don't know how I don't know how I've had like so many people consider me wise. I don't know. I don't think I'm that wise.
You are. I'd say you are at least. You are really inspirational, and you are just like again, you're just a very nice and lovely person to talk to. Like I could talk to you for fucking hours about any topic, and I know that I will learn something from that discussion.
especially Irish history.
Especially Irish history.
Was it Lumpen
For
Celt
sure.
and what's it? Lumpen Celt and what's it? Red Fenian. They know way more than I do. Like I'm still learning with my Irish culture, and you know what? Like a lot of the stuff I know, Lumpen Celt right here is who you need to thank for a lot of it, because I came to Lumpen Celt like actually crying because I was sort of like dealing with the fact that I do have like Celtic heritage, but I've never been able to like actually experience it. And like I didn't know whether that would mean I could like come back, like bring my family back to where we came from.
Just know that regardless, nothing will ever change your heritage or your roots, and you are Celtic no matter what.
Yeah.
And you're fucking beautiful.
Thank you.
I had I had a fucking ML revisionist try fucking telling me, oh, if you were not born in Cuba, you're not Cuban. And I'm like, I'm fucking sorry, are you Cuban? How the fuck are you gonna tell me,
Fucking
a Cuban?
policing like who's what. Fucking West Brit energy.
No. You wanna know what's the
West
sad
Brit.
part?
West
No,
Brit
you
energy
wanna
are the gusanos that will say they're not Cuban. That's the real West Brit energy. Or the people back in Cuba that are like really don't like the people over in Florida, so they treat all Floridian Cubans like they're like fucking like non-Cuban anymore. Because there is some chauvinism back home in Cuba, unfortunately.
there unfortunately is, especially when it comes to colonizer Cubans.
Yeah, Castilians, they fetishize themselves as Spaniards more than they fetishize themselves as Cubans, but they'll use Cuban nationalism as a way to promote it, which rides off of the Taino and Afro-Cuban interest in Cuban nationalism, because there is like those colonized groups did push for like a united Cuban national struggle, which Castro took like advantage of. Like this is the thing that people don't get. So the upper sectors of the fucking movement, it wasn't even a communist movement. There was like some communists in there, Raul and fucking Che mainly, and Che wasn't even there for half of it. He turned up later on. Um, they were white. Like the leadership of that struggle was white. Like there might have been one or two people of color, but like out of the fucking like there wasn't many of them, was there? But they were white. Like
Oh no,
the
yeah.
the people that actually
Oh
were
no, yeah.
like at the bottom,
I've
that
said
were
before.
grunts, that were like having to risk their lives the most, were as black and brown as like the fucking color spectrum could give you. Like they were colonized, they were
Oh no, yeah.
oppressed. The Taino and the Afro Cubans were pushed to have to take on the struggle as like under the leadership. And I don't just mean in the revolution. I mean afterwards as well. The Cuban government was white as fucking days, and like the working class, the lowest ends of it, were Taino and Afro-Cuban. And so, like to this day,
Exactly.
this is a conundrum that's still happening, where white Cuba is oppressively leading the colonized Cubans, you know, in a similar way to the way Spain abused these people when slavery existed, just without the slavery. It's wage slavery instead, but it's a similar form of abuse. It's just like because Cuba is the special country with the good healthcare service, except all the problems their healthcare service has that no one talks about. They everyone ignores the racism that's like really blatant. Like Cuba, like if Cuba had stopped using the racial slurs that they're well known for, people would not be talking about all the racial slurs they're well known for. That's all I have to say. Like, and if anyone just goes, "Oh, that's just Floridian Cubans," you need to go to Cuba.
Exactly, like again, colonizer Cubans can be extremely fucking classist and elitist and racist. Like again, I've said this before, I'll say it again, in Cuba, you will literally have colonizer families that literally tell their children not to go out in the sun for too long or else they'll ruin their purity.
Oh yeah, that's something
that's
that's
just
happened in all different parts of the world. A lot of Asian white people did that, like before, and that's before European whiteness came over. China and Japan had like almost the exact same culture around this, which makes me think that Japan's culture around it came directly from China when the Chinese actually colonized Japan. What was it, like 2,000 years ago or more? Actually, it might have been longer than that. It was a long time ago when China colonized Japan. Yeah, like that's a fucking like one of the most like conundrumy things to think about in like history. I know it's kind of similar to like what happened with the Anglo-Saxons and all that, but the Anglo-Saxons came from like a little portion of the world. The Japanese the white Japanese that we see today, they come from like a collection of different Chinese ethnicities that like colonized and then like took over, and then like the original Japanese. It's one of those like weird situations where it feels like a swip swap crisscross. Like I don't know, like Asia and Europe has so many similarities when it comes to the weird kooky like, oh, and Africa too. Or the we no, you know what? No, it's a universal thing all around the world. Like you look at these like older fucking like societies and the weird kooky swippy swappy attacking fucking unfortunately genocide and bloodshed and murder and awful shit like that, and like it is just a mess. Like the world has definitely gotten a lot more better since those days, and this is what people need to understand. This is why bourgeois development was progressive at one point. It brought us away from a lot of that stuff. We're living a life that like a lot of people in the homeland of empires would not live. A lot of us have longer lifespans than nobles of countries 1,000 years ago. Like things have improved since the day what was it, like the 800 years we did feudalism, or was it more than that? Since the Romans disappeared. Disappeared isn't the right word. Spent 200 years dying as the Byzantines, but what's it? What was I gonna say? I had something good in my last
I
thing.
just wanted to. I just want to say that the Cuban Revolution was essentially an Afro-Taino body with a Castilian head. That's basically what it fucking was.
Yeah, I remember you saying that before. It's a good way of putting it.
Fidel is like Castilian.
Yeah, I do believe Fidel is Castilian.
No,
but
yeah,
do you know what? He
no, yeah.
He might be of other Spanish heritage too, but the guy speaks like straight Castilian Spanish. Like,
Yeah, I think he might have some Catalonian ancestry.
that adds up.
And Catalonians
not
are
sure
an oppressed nation, and
It's
not,
one of
not very
those things that
peninsula.
comes into intersectionalism, where he's one of like, I mean, he's like the Irish equivalent of a Catalonian, where he's like half colonizer, half colonized. So he's got like Catalonian and Spanish heritage, like being the Scots Anglo like settlers that formed the Scots Irish.
You know what's really fucked up? Francisco Franco was not a Castilian. He's a Galician Celt, but he pushed Castilian chauvinism.
Yeah, like he was straight up a Celt and he betrayed the Celtic people, which is just like why? Like why would you do that? Like what the fuck? It's basically because a Celtic nationalism would not be suitable for his imperialism. It would be suitable for anti-imperialism because of the Galicians being an oppressed group. He literally backstabbed their entire people just so that he could go and do some Hitlerism. Fucking little piece of shit.
Oh yeah, he suppressed Galician culture under his rule.
Yeah. What's it?
Self-hating Galician, basically.
Yeah. I mean, my family name actually comes from Galicia.
Really?
Well, there's a theory that the Celts that came to Ireland came from Galicia and migrated to Ireland.
Yeah, what's it? My surname actually comes from Galician settlers in Scotland. What used to be Scotland. They're the Gaelics that settled in the south of Scotland. Because Gaelics did not just settle in the north. And like this is the thing as well, is like everyone, like a lot of the Scots Gaelics also did come from Galicians too. They came from all sorts of different groups because there was like there was another European like Gaelic group that formed the Scots Gaelics that doesn't exist anymore, and I can't remember the name of them. Me and Red Phoenix were talking about it earlier. But the Scots Gaelics are kind of like a really interesting conundrum because they're kind of like a mishmash. They're a bit of an unusual phenomenon.
It's
Well,
like
not
it's
unusual,
like
but like
that,
in the realms of Gaelic languages, their language is kind of it's a bit peculiar compared to Irish, like in like a phonetic sense. And that's just from my like scientific interest in phonetics. Like,
it's very interesting to analyze Castro and Che. Both of them came from a petty bourgeois background. Both of them benefited from white privilege and a racial
both
hierarchy.
of them had engaged in forms of chauvinism during the Cuban Revolutionary period because Che had been like he engaged in liberalism when it came to Castro. He did not
Yep.
vocally criticize Castro properly. He actually only really criticized Castro in a letter he made, like after he had already moved out of the country.
Exactly. The only difference, the main difference between Che and Castro is that Che actually committed class suicide. He actually became a class traitor and betrayed his white privilege and actually struggled alongside other colonized people. Castro never gave up, never really betrayed his petty bourgeois ideals. I mean, hell, he was literally inspired by Jeffersonian democracy, for crying out loud.
Not only that though, at one point, Fidel did flirt briefly with Pelagianism, Spanish fascism.
Oh yeah, no, Fidel, like flirt might be being too kind about it because like he was like buddies with Franco. If anything, like Fidel did a social fascist version of phalangism.
Exactly. That's why that's what I'm literally saying. Like,
Do you know what though?
like
There is a thing to be said though. There definitely is elements of his social fascist rule that were progressive for Cuba. Like that can't be missed. But what we see is the failings of bourgeois progressivity. It's limited to a point where it'll sell itself out to imperialists within years. What was it? Less than like a year, and Cuba was already selling itself out to the United States. Like they wanted to be a U.S. neo-colony. They literally offered to be a U.S. neo-colony, and the U.S. eventually stopped it. The U.S. eventually stopped it because they got annoyed with some. I can't remember what it was, but they put an embargo on Cuba. What was he saying?
Che, in the end, did openly call out the Soviet Union for being social imperialist, and literally said that the northern hemisphere of the world, the U.S. seeking imperialism and Soviet social imperialism, exploits and oppresses the third global South.
Yeah.
And shortly after that is when he had to leave Cuba.
Yeah. The problem is he did the shit Hoxha does with Stalin, where he doesn't like complete his criticism. Like Hoxha never really properly calls out Stalin. He just calls out things Stalin does that's bad, but doesn't really mention that it's Stalin. And like it just feels like it's kind of like that, where he calls out like what's bad, but won't mention Castro and the compradorism like that's involved in that situation. Which I do think is a failing on Che. I think Che was hardcore when it comes to militancy, but he wasn't hardcore enough with his voice, even though he did say pretty hardcore shit. I think he should have stopped with the fucking Foucaultism and actually survived a little longer, because he could have been a very, very important practitioner and theorist, because he needs to balance those two things. He did not write enough theory. I think that fucking Che should have put pen to paper so much more after the Cuban Revolution.
Yeah.
Because he had ideas, man. That guy was cooking. That guy was cooking. He just wanted to get to it too quickly and didn't think about the actual like downpours, and issues with things like Foucaultism.
Yeah.
I think about this too, though. Think of it this way, though. Say if in a Sino-Soviet split, if Ho Chi Minh, Kim Il Sung, and Fidel Castro, instead of taking a centrist position, they took actually a hard pro-China position. It would change a lot of things.
That would have changed the course of history, and China would have probably survived the tide of revisionism.
Well, Fidel initially took a centrist position for a short period of time.
And then took the Soviet side a few years later. And that was because, do you know why that happened? Do you know why that happened? China cut off the grain aid because they were sick of providing Cuba aid while Cuba was not developing their economy to actually grow anything. And so Cuba was having to constantly rely on aid, and they were like, "We cannot keep giving you aid. You need to grow your own crops." And Cuba ignored this advice. To this day, Cuba doesn't have a good enough crop rotation to survive properly. They struggled the fuck out of it with what they've got because they're still growing shit tons of sugarcane to sell on the market. Like Cuba's economy, it's changed a bit. Like they've had to change a bit because otherwise they'll starve. But it's still really bad in this regard, and like has to be taken into consideration. This is a colonial element of Cuba, and Cuba is like its masters throughout the last like fucking 100 years have been both the U.S., the Russians, and even the British have been involved in like neo-colonialism there in the modern day. Britain exploits the Cuban medical like international aid as well, but the U.S. and Russia both have a full-blown neo-colonial grip on the country. That's their region, and it's always been like this. Even when the Soviets had domination over like Cuba's economy, the U.S. had domination over Cuba's waters. Like the U.S. has always maintained its colonial dominance. It's just the way it used it was through market suffocation rather than the usual forms of market engagement. Though, like the DPRK, they did illegal forms of market engagement that still happen today that the government doesn't give a shit about. They let the bourgeoisie do this. This is just what the bourgeoisie do. Like, I mean, they might stop some of them if they get caught because they've broken the law, but if they don't get caught, who gives a shit is the mindset of the system because you gotta make a buck. And like, the whole point of like holding the grip is to make them break so they can become a functional colony to make profits from. So bourgeois people slipping in food and stuff to sell at extortional rates isn't going to like end the deprivedness and struggle that these people are going through. If anything, it'll help prolong it, which can cause an easier chance of the country still breaking, even though they're getting extra supplies, because they're not getting aid, they're getting sold. And when you're under an embargo, guess what? You don't end up getting a lot of money because you're a colony. Colonies, when it comes to money capital, like colonies are reliant on selling their commodities to the colonizer to be able to have money capital. Without the ability to exchange your commodities, you cannot get more money capital, and what's in circulation will end up not being feasible for everyone, as everyone has to keep increasing wages because of the weird way capitalist economies work. Economics sucks, by the way. I mean, it's kind of fun, but it's a bit too mathematic for me.
I feel that, but 100%, Kara, 100%, the Cuban mode of production never truly changed after the 1959 Cuban Revolution. They literally just went from being a U.S. neo-colony to a Soviet neo-colony.
Well, they ended up like most neo-colonies. They were a mixture of both. It's kind of like the Ireland situation, where Ireland is a neo-colony of Britain, EU, and America, but Britain is the primary neo-colonizer of Ireland, and then the US has the largest amount of finance capital influence. And it's kind of the same with Cuba. The US is the primary neo-colonizer because they own the sea and territories, similar to the way the British own the Irish territories. Right. But the Soviet Union was the largest investor. I don't know if Russia is the largest investor anymore. That might not be true, but like they definitely are a large investor still to this day. But the Soviet Union at that point in time was, I mean, in some ways it's only investor, but yeah, it was a large investor in Cuba. And so they took the finance capital dominant role, but the actual like thing that's closest to traditional colonialism, the primary dictatorial sort of control, it's that remnants of U.S. traditional colonialism that has control over the waters, so they can control the Cuban society, blockade it if they need be, because it's close enough to the Gulf of Mexico, which you would think would belong to Mexico, but turns out apparently the U.S. thinks it owns it. But the I mean, it shouldn't really belong to Mexico either. It should belong to native people. But you know what I mean? Like, you would think geographically, in the way the societies are today, that it would be just Mexico. But no, America thinks that it can just go anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico at once, which is funny in a bad way. But so like that's similar to like the way that like Ireland, like the so-called republic, the Free State, its trade is sort of mostly gatewayed through the north, where the bigger ports are in Northern Ireland, as well as like the bigger trade units. And then there's the fact that a lot of these businesses in Ireland that are producing these stuff are actually British businesses. Ireland is used for a lot of British manufacturing, although they're starting to decrease as it gets exported abroad. Ireland is used for a lot of British and American manufacturing. But yeah, like I say, it's getting shut down sent abroad. A lot of Ford factories have closed and stuff like that. But this is something that's been used for a long time. I mean, Ireland used to build IBM PCs and Apple MacBooks in the past as well. Like the kind of shit that now you would hear about being built in China in sweatshops. So like Ireland has a long history of being abused for labor, and that's still the process now. America doesn't have that close of a relationship with Cuba, but it might as well. Like they have the grip on them, and they're just waiting for the moment where they can actually get like a stable trade deal that dislocates them from the Russian side, and then I reckon U.S. will start doing kind of relations with Cuba so it can get that sugar cane, because like
I'd say, I believe I told you this before, Kara. The Russian Federation has more of a political grip over Cuba.
Oh yeah,
whereas the
there's a
U.S.
lot
has a
of
more
politicians that have close relations with Russian politicians and Russian
exactly.
autocrats.
The thing about it, is that the U.S. does have a comprador class in Cuba. They very much do. However, the Russian Federation has a way more stronger
Or it's
comprador
it's the
class.
fact that their comprador class is more integrated into the leadership more than anything.
Exactly. They're way more integrated into Cuban society, and the politicians in Cuba have way more connections to the Russian Federation than the U.S. So all
There
the U.S.
definitely
really
is like a tug of war that's going on though, because like with Raul, there was an attempt to become close with the United States.
there was.
And that might happen again. And if it does,
All
it's
the
risky.
U.S.
It's risky, but then like everyone thinking like, oh, it's like gonna be the bad ending and everything. No, it's the same bad ending we already got with Cuba. Like they're already getting this treatment from the Russians. The U.S. is not gonna do much different than what the Russians are doing. They might just take more
Exactly. All
resources because Cuba's closer to them, so it's easier to them to take as much as possible.
all the U.S. all the U.S. has to do is develop a stronger comprador class and have more politicians connected to the interests of the U.S. imperial.
That's already
The,
happening with the U.S. dollar. Like all the conundrum that's going on with like the way the U.S. dollar is being used for tender, and like the
oh yeah,
changes of laws
oh,
around it, and the way that like basically people are charging extortionate amount of dollars, so that like not only can they take advantage of like actually they're not already taking advantage of tourists. Tourists have enough money to pay it. They're taking advantage of the people that live there, but they're like using the tourist industry to take advantage of that so they can make loads of dollars and then become petty bourgeois while running their own little like company that's like, let's say, taxis and stuff. And like
exactly.
and like they'll then like make loads and loads of money through dollars, and this is what will formulate an American comprador, because those dollars will eventually be a drive to move to America, because you're making like, or to buy a big fucking place and like live it up in Cuba, because like you're with that kind of money, like you change that into Cuban fucking pesos and you are fucking drowning in money. Cuban pesos are very inflated, and things are relatively like depending on what you're getting, things tend to be relatively cheaper in a lot of colonies. I think Cuba would probably be a little more on the pricey end because of its embargo, but like there's definitely like a point where we're gonna see like the colonized. Actually, a lot of these people will probably end up being colonized of fucking Spaniards anyway. But you can even see a lot of people that might even be colonized that would be engaging in a practice that you usually hear about from colonizers, where it's like going to different countries and like using the larger amount of dollar. But rather than it being going to different countries, they're instead you like getting that larger amount of dollar to give themselves a one-upmanship over like people that natively live there. But like you got to think about it. So the point I'm making about it being lots of money in pesos, if you're then charging people that many dollars to ride, and it's like a couple of dollars is worth like shit tons of pesos, what about the people that live there that need to get a taxi? Are they gonna fucking afford
Then
that? Like lower middle class Cubans are going to struggle to afford things that cost dollars. Like dollars are ridiculously big money to Cuba. Like people really need to understand the scale of inflation. Dollars in Cuba are like dollars in the fucking like 30s, 40s. Like they're actually worth something. Like they're like it's not like it is in the US or like the UK where those things are like, oh, a sody pop. Like no, like a
Yeah,
dollar is worth like fucking at least half a week's wages in a lot of places. Like
Oh
some
yes.
places,
Oh
some
yes,
people are only
definitely.
living on dollar a day, some people are living on 50 cents a day. Like a dollar is a lot of money. Like $5, like, you know, that's like what? That could be anywhere between 3 to 5 days worth of work. Some people are on $1 a day, some are on $1.50 a day. It really depends on where you're at. And so that's a lot of money when you're like talking about a lot of these places. And so when people are charging like even if you just charge $15 for a taxi ride, like holy shit, like what if we like divide like like say like we take a job that would pay like 2,000 a month. Um like this is not actual like direct numbers or anything. And you took like $1 a day as the worthiness, and so we're breaking up $2,000 by um like what $1 a day would be worth to that. So $1 a day into a month is like that's 5 times 7. So that's
I'm not really good with math.
well, it would well,
Math is
it'd be six. It'd be 4 point something times 7. But I'm just gonna say 5 times 7. That's 35. So it's a bit over a month. But like it's getting close to it. Like actually, we'll go for 4 because 27 is probably closer. Go 4 times 7. And so we'll do it in a 4 week period. You know, some work cycles are like that. So you get 2 grand every 4 weeks. You dollar a day. Break that up. So that's 28 days. And so two 1,000 divided by 20.
essentially this whole tug of war
Okay, so
between the
that's
Russian
like so
Federation.
that dollar a day is worth like $71 in like America money. Like that's just like me averaging it out. Like if you're in a place where it's $1 a day, you're getting like that's like earning $71 in like America. Like that that's like that's how much like an American is like out like you know 2 grand like every 4 weeks is like the average like pay for like you're you know like a low end proletarian, someone who's like doing a service work job like this full time. You know, it's nothing big. That's kind of tiny actually. Like there's money to struggle on, but still 71.4 times bigger pay per day than someone who is on $1 a day. And that's what you got to understand about privilege. 71.4 times bigger than people that are like in the third world that are working, and $1 a day on $1 a day. Like holy shit! Like think about how drastic the class divide is between us, and like that's not big. I did that in dollars, not pounds. If that was in pounds, it'd probably be then you know that would be a little more. But $2,000 is like unless you find a place where you can rent for cheap, you ain't surviving. Like, I mean, you might, but like you'll probably end up either buying a car or a camper van and living in it because like renting will drown you, or you rent and then eat barely anything, or you get a camper van and that'll end up being your options on 2 grand a month.
The tug of war between the U.S. and the Russian Federation on Cuba is essentially just to like as an example, it's basically it's kind of like the Republicans and the Democrats. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wins at the end. They serve the interests of the bourgeois.
It's fucking
It doesn't
Alien
matter, you
versus
know?
Predator. Doesn't matter who wins, we lose.
Exactly.
I'm gonna make a
Exactly.
drink.
Well, actually, the Russian Federation is the lesser evil. Shut the fuck up. God fucking damn.
Oh my god,
Fucking
lesser
Leslie.
evilism. Like maybe they should read Lenin.
yeah. Instead of uplifting bricks.
Oh, fucking! Don't even get me started on bricks.
Seriously?
Is it not freaky? The Brits sounds like Brits.
Bricks.
Coincidence? I think not.
Bricks. Bricks.
You're freaking me out.
Brits in it.
Brits in it. In it.
No, mate.
In it, mate.
You're right, governor.
Oh my fucking god! I love you, Shanti. You're fucking amazing.
Wow, I always gotta give comedic relief somehow, right?
Yes, you are. You are. You take away.
I'm real sarcastic with it, so like,
You get rid of the depression.
Yeah.
You're fucking amazing, Shanti. All revolutionary love and power. You're awesome.
Thank you.
How are you there?
Maybe,
huh? A bit odd, isn't it?
Maybe.
mate.
But all he has to do is say, I'm a woman, in a shower at a YMCA in Santee, California. You can look it up. 17-year-old girl, to her credit, protested. I don't want to see that, thank you. But all he has to do is say, I'm a woman, and you're forced to be there and with him.
No, you're not.
Unless you don't want to be in the YMCA at all or shower.
No one's forced you. Like, I mean,
see, another lie.
if it's a fucking public shower that isn't age restricted, like at a swimming baths and stuff, that stuff.
Yeah.
You're gonna see people like anyone who's ever been to a swimming bath changing rooms know there is not like an adult section and then a child section. There is booths if you want to change your child in private or change yourself in private, or everyone, anything goes for everywhere else where there's benches everywhere. That's just kind of been a normal thing because nudity never used to be something that was like massively shamed upon, and so there's still like little elements of it still in society that are like fine and granted, and getting changed in a changing room used to be one of them because you're just getting changed. Like it's not something sexual. Like, I mean, cover yourself up if you're that nervous about it. Towels are there, but like no one says you have to use one. Like, oh, what, you've got to, like, if you've got a Glock, it doesn't mean that you would have to fucking you would have to use a towel. Like, it's just like, no, like, oh, what, because I'm trans? Like, oh, fuck off. Like, no, that's not how that works. Like at the end of the day, if someone's doing something that's sexually fucked up and creepy, like purposely flashing towards someone or someone like that, they should be beaten within an inch of their life. But like, if they're just getting changed in a changing room,
I'm just getting changed.
Like, leave me alone. Like, why the fuck are you staring at me? Is the question then?
Like, leave me alone. I'm not trying to get killed in front of these people here. Leave me alone.
There's no he here. Raymond picks out. Everyone's a she. Oh wait, wait. One's non-binary. Sorry, I forgot Lumpen-Maoist still here. What's it? We're this is the trans collective that we have formed now.
Yay.
Or there at all.
More like gay.
What is the pride? Are you proud of this person that did that? Are you proud of the...
No, what the... Why are you like... Oh, what is LGBT pride? Are you proud of one person I found on Google who did a crime?
Like seriously? Really?
Again.
See how sophisticated their lives are? See how sophisticated they are?
So they're fucking sweet talkers. Like, again, can queer people do fucked up shit? Yes. Do they speak for all queer people? No. Just like any other fucking group.
No.
Yeah, it's like shit. Like, if we're gonna define like groups based on the fucking like predators and people like that get involved in these kind of groups, everyone is bad. Like, white people are all pedophiles, and like, we can go from there. Like, because that's the type of mindset that will lead to. It'll lead to generalizations that are ridiculous. Because you know what? Like, if we look at demographics, white people do end up engaging pedophile more than anyone, but it's not because like being white, or well, I should say being European is innately pedophilic. It's that being white is innately oppressive, and so that oppressive culture leads to a great
So it's
engagement of these kind of things. And we see this within like the gay community as well. Gay people, like white gay people, are known for sexual assault. Well, not known as like a community. I mean that like when it comes to people in the gay community,
their
sexual
classes
assault's mostly
begin.
committed by white gay people. That's why I should have said it. Sorry, I got it muffled. Gotta love live streams. You fucking can't just like be like, oh shit, I won't put that in the video and edit out. Everyone has to hear all your fuck ups, like, and oh my god, do I fuck up a lot? I like it's the thing. Everyone fucking thinks I'm like a big like absolute G whiz that knows like all their theory and all that, and it's like nah.
No.
I'm a learner. Like I've only been at it like 8 years. Like that's not that long. Like
We keep
fuck.
learning.
Like shit, you don't ever stop being a student as a Marxist anyway. But like, like I wouldn't see myself as being like big and professionally like Marxist until at least like I've been at it for like a couple of decades. Like, because I just feel like I need that prestige of practical engagement as well as advanced theoretical engagement. Which I mean, I really need my ADHD meds, which will help me with reading and writing. I fuck. I lost like so my SSD that I got for because I got this computer, the one I use for my streams. I got this given to me for free by a really kind American, and I only get to pay the import duties. It's like from I think it's from like 2017 or 2018. It's an Alienware. I think it's an R15. And like it's got like a i7 6800 U, and it has a like 16 gigabytes of RAM. It's got an NVIDIA 970M, integrated Intel graphics, all that fancy stuff. And the SSD failed on it, and like I lost my operating system. Eventually, I got to be able to put Windows on it, and the first thing I did was I got the command prompt open and used my DOS knowledge to move the files that I wanted to keep from my hard drive onto there. So like when I installed it, like I wouldn't lose those things just in case, because I wasn't sure whether the install would force me to format, because it might, because the drive wouldn't have been formatted properly for the Windows formatting, and so it might actually wanted to wipe the drive. So I saved those files, and which I actually think Windows has an automatic feature for doing that, but I was very precarious and spooked, so I just went and did it that way. And then I put them back on the system after I installed it. But I installed Pro thinking I could use a key that I had, but the key had ran out. It was a education key that someone had robbed. Like so I had to do a reinstall. When I did a reinstall, I did not think about the files that I retrieved and put back on the hard drive, and ended up formatting it because it wouldn't let me do a direct install over it because I'd already installed Pro for some reason. So I did like a full reinstall, and then realized I lost my files like after I wrote in it, and I had like written like theory on like political representations in families, and how like the bourgeois structure of the monogamous family mirrors social structures and like political ideological governance. So like my family was very fascist. I know people's families that are very liberal. Like I've met even people who have families that are like actual like high like full on, you know, the real deal communists.
Kara, to make sure something like that doesn't happen, you know what I do?
What?
I just make a full-on server, like just for myself, like a full-on Discord server, and any writing that I have written down, or that I'm currently writing, I just write it on that
Oh,
on
I'm
that
probably gonna
server.
start using like OneNote and Word 365 a bit more, because this is cool. I haven't showed anyone like a lot on the live stream this yet. So I got a mechanical keyboard. Cost me 24 quid. You can put your phone in it.
Yay!
And so and I've got both Microsoft OneNote and Microsoft Word, the application, because it actually has a dedicated application and not a web browser like the fucking computer version does. I hate the modern computer version of Word. I can write things and store it on my OneDrive, and like access it anywhere as well. 'Cause I don't really like using Google services. I use Gmail, and that's really about it. So I haven't been using the Google version of it. I wish Word, like on the PC, would let you choose between like classic mode, where you get an application, and the weird new online mode, where it's like all stored online in a weird fucking web browser thingy. Because I don't like doing like word processing in a web browser. It feels way too clunky. But yeah, I mean, clicky switches.
Oh
The
my
pink
god.
switches.
The ASMR. Oh hell yeah. ASMR. It triggers my ADHD. It fucking the fucking clickety tapping. It's very fucking stimulating.
It is like, oh my god, I can't stop.
That's literally me. That's literally me. Kara, I feel like we're on the same brain wave, because like just like you, I also write down shit. I've shown you some of the things that I've written. That's the best way I learn. I write stuff down.
I'm trying
write
to
too.
get better at writing stuff down again, because I used to do it in the past, but recently I haven't been doing it. And,
Same.
So I got this. So like, if I want to go out, and I'm just going out like not to actually like go out and buy like things I need to bring home, but I'm just going out to get out the fucking prison that is my home, and go let's say spend my day at a cafeteria or a restaurant or something, or go somewhere nice if it's a nice warm day, or if I'm wrapped up warm enough that the cold day feels like a warm day, because I do like the winter. Like, I think the winter's the best month of the year. Only when it snows, though. Only when it snows. Well, not really. I like the darkness as well. But having this on me, because like one of the things I would use instead was I can't really get it. I have a netbook that's an old Samsung netbook from 2010. I use that as like a portable thingy, but like, I mean, that's all well and good. It's got like 5 hours of battery if you use it on low power with like low backlight, but it's an old LCD with a backlight that's not as great in the thingy. I can use my phone in most places, and the backlight should be good enough. And I mean, this does. I think it weighs like almost as much, if not like slightly more, than the netbook does. It's definitely heavy, but like it's very portable, and you know, I could fit this in a handbag. I wouldn't even need like a full on like rucksack. Like, you could fit this neatly in a big handbag, which I need to get. I do need to get myself a big handbag. Because doing stuff with a backpack, especially when you're on a crutch, is like torture. Handbags are just way more tactile for moving around. Guys should get into them more.
Right on. I used to write way more when I was getting into communism originally, when I was being introduced to dialectical materialism and Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. I used to really write down everything that I could, and I still do from time to time. I still like writing stuff. I still like writing down my thoughts and my analyses and how I implement dialectical materialism to better improve it. But I've been doing it less and less over the past couple of months. I've been on communist for 3 years now, and this year has been the one where I've recently not been doing as much as I used to do, which has definitely hindered my growth, as well as the fact that you know, now that I'm going to college, it's way harder to read and engage in book clubs, which is one of the main ways I learn about theory and dialectical materialism and really improve myself. That's one thing that I definitely want to implement in the UPM book clubs more, is that we follow a study guide.
Yeah.
To really help us like run down through any questions, because like a lot of time we go through these books and we sometimes lose track of the main main thing that's being talked about. Not all the time, but sometimes we do so, and I just feel like having a study guide in general would help us better. I mean, it certainly helped me when I first started out reading State and Revolution. I was using a study guide, and it helped me out through just understanding certain things, you know? So yeah.
Yeah, straight up. Um, yeah, it's the more structured you can do lessons, the better. That's always been my thought.
And you know, with my
But also
with
allowing formalities, like people to discuss things like
oh
a
no
lot
yeah,
more.
oh no yeah,
And
definitely that's what
but
we
try and
do.
enforce note taking. And reading should be taken slower rather than faster. There's an ADHD tendency to just blast through reading rather than take it slow.
Oh no yeah, I feel
I'm
that. I
terrible
feel that,
for it.
and it's definitely something that we should do slower. The problem with that is that, you know, obviously, because when it comes to the UPM book club, we aren't just doing it, you know, for just a couple of members. We like live stream it. And the thing about live streaming is that the moment we start going past an hour or an hour and a half, we start losing viewership. So like we kind of have to balance out between going and staying on topic of the specific discussion and trying to, like, you know, add on to the material and the theory, while also not trying to take too long, or else we start losing people, you know?
Yeah, what's it? I kind of throw that logic out of the cart. I'm just like my streams will happen because I'm ADHD fuckers go on tangents, and even when I like notice people are on tangents and should tell them to stop, I don't. It's not really my kind of thing.
Right on, right on.
Like I like things to be like just sprawls of that like information. I think most people that watch me regularly expect that from me. To a point that it's not surprising that every time I try and do a video, I almost never get through it. I was like, oh yeah, it's like 10 minutes worth of footage that we're gonna cover. It won't take long. It's been 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh boy.
Let's see what
I-
Prager has to say next.
oh yeah.
Here
Let's
we
see.
go.
Unless you don't want to be in the
Again.
YMCA at all or shower there at all. What is the pride? Are you proud of this person that did that? Are you proud of the biological males who compete against women in women's sports? I'm not proud of them at all.
What do you mean? Like,
Who
you
mentioned
mean
that?
trans women that get beaten most of the time? Like, what are you trying to say? Like, are you
Wait,
trying to
wait,
say
who-
because they're
wait,
trying to
wait,
do
who-
this whole
wait,
thing
who-
where they're like
wait, who
biological
mentioned
men
that?
could beat the best of women's sports? It's like no, they couldn't. Like, biological men were getting owned. Well, sorry, men. I shouldn't say fucking that shit. Men was getting owned by women in the 1800s in sports, in bourgeois sports, and like what they did was segregated sports in response. Like women are more than capable of competing with men, and like this isn't even the issue at hand here. We're on about a woman competing with women. Now, sports
Exactly.
puts immense restrictions on people who are trans. Like, you know, most sports industries will not let us join a sports team unless we've gone through a certain amount of like estrogen therapy. Like, if we haven't gone through that hormone therapy, they won't let us on the team.
That's eugenics.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like
seriously.
it's biological reductivism, but that is something that happens. So this whole like eugenic idea of male biology, they're gonna beat everyone.
Male,
Like,
female,
you
that's it.
like, do they
No,
know what
no.
estrogen does to your muscles and like your tendons and your fucking your
It literally
cartilage?
strength.
It all
It literally
shrinks
strength.
because like it's a smaller build. Like I'm a smaller build already. Like you actually lose like like anywhere between 1 to 5 inches of fucking like, sorry, 1 to 5 centimeters of height. Um, like I wish it was 1 to 5 inches. No, 1 to 5 centimeters of height, which is like, you know, a couple inch, like 1 to 2 inches. Well, just less than 2 inches, I think actually. No, it would be about 2 inches. So you can lose about that much height at most, somewhere around 1 to 5 centimeters. Um,
You know,
because
another funny.
because of cartilage changes and muscle changes. Because like between all of like your joints of your bones, like those shrink a bit, so your hands will shrink a bit, your feet will shrink a bit, and your height will shrink a bit. Spine and legs and all that, and it changes your muscles capacity. You'll lose like you lose like a massive chunk of your muscle capacity, and being bedridden and going through hormone therapy is taking its toll on me a bit, but like in a way that I'm not necessarily bothered. I'm still someone who will like push themselves like through when I absolutely have to, but I haven't been as able to do really anything lately. But that's another issue. Well, actually, a few
You know,
issues. But
you know,
I like the fact that like my arms and my arms will be like slimmer, and my legs will be more like fatty and like rather than just like being muscle. I like that.
I I prefer being more slender and curvy.
Oh yeah, no, I want to be
I,
slender. I just mean like I'm gonna have thighs, like, and I want that, like, it's the fact that they're gonna be much more like fatty and like soft and squidgy than muscular and hard.
robust.
That's more what I
Yeah.
mean.
I'm already pretty fucking small. I'm only 5'3".
Fuck
So
you. Oh my god, I'm like 5'9" or 5'10". Like I
I'm
hate it.
5'9" too.
Oh, like I wish I was like 4'10" or like 5'3". Like I
so
I
so
I
what
hate
so
being
once
so tall. I like, you know what, like I feel like I'm a bit of a fucking like I almost like whine at a bit of privilege here, like, because like I also feel like I'm too broad. At the same time, I'm only literally only just a 36-inch band size, which is like um uh um oh sorry, not the band, the band size. It's the combination of the bust and the underbust. Yeah, the intermediary between the two. That like I'm a B36 now. But I used to be like I used to fit in a 34 for a little while, but I got a little more chunky, and like you've also got like the boob fat that goes up like your sides as well to go to your titties. 'Cause, like fat redistribution, like that's how it works for female puberty as well. Like
I cannot.
most of the titty fat comes from actually like your sides, but the you know like 36 is actually still pretty fucking like average. Like that's pretty average like cis woman size, but I still feel too broad and that I look too broad to people. Like fucking body consciousness is a fucking nose. And it's as well as the fact that I don't fit in a 34 anymore that I feel even sadder, because like I was pretty gassed about that, because 34 is like bang on, but like I say, it's why I feel like I'm being a bit of like a privileged whiner, because like there are a lot of people that like aren't gonna fit that standard, and that standard isn't something that should be put on people, because like I don't look for people that fit that standard specifically. I'm my all bodies sort of fucking gal. Like I definitely have certain preferences to certain types, but I'm very loose and open. I guess that comes with being like poly when I am into sexuality, and I'm polyromantic anyway. Um, so it's like, you know, I don't know. Like I guess it might be a part of my like desire to pass, so that people will look at me um like in a more feminine way. Actually, when I was buying a dress from Primark, and I actually got to have like a nice femme conversation about like getting ready for going out to places and stuff. The tills with two of the women that was there, that was nice. That was affirming. Like get to be one get to be um one of the girls in the girly conversation. It was nice.
Oh my God, hell yes. I cannot wait until I take estrogen because I'm already pretty chubby and short. So once I
I
take
mean,
estrogen, I'm
I was a skinny fucker, and now I've like put on loads of weight. Like I got all of this fucking like monstrosity coming down here. But like it's like mostly built at the bottom, because like what's happened is estrogens cause fat redistribution to build the like thick pad of fat that's supposed to protect the uterus I don't have. And it kind of like that, the fact that I've had that development happen so quickly kind of like makes me completely unsurprised that I get routine periods and cramps, because like the muscle and fat is there ready to cramp the little cunt. Like no, like it's so fucking awful. Like period cramps are ridiculous. Like what? Like I don't even have a uterus and they fucking hurt. Like what the fuck? Like, why?
Yeah,
You would
feel
think
it.
you would
feel
think
it,
the
right?
pituitary gland would just be a bit smart enough that it would know there's not a uterus there, so it wouldn't bother doing contractions. But no.
You know, I was just going to fucking say, I was just going to fucking reply to what this fucking piece of shit just said. I find it hilarious how reactionaries fucking talk about how trans women have a quote unquote biological advantage over 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 men and
Because
so
they're
on and so
fighting
forth.
Yeah,
men.
actually, if anything, we have a
It is
disadvantage. Like,
exactly, exactly,
like,
but
trans healthcare is
like
still
but
quite unstable, like, and not well organized, and so there's a lot of health problems that actually come with it. And so when you're on estrogen, you're actually at risk of a heart attack. So like, sports is already
exactly.
pretty freaking hard. Um,
So the
Oh,
funny
and like,
part, the fun,
what's it? You can
oh,
develop
sorry.
breast cancer as well for estrogen usage, and you have to use it for your entire life because, like, otherwise you won't produce hormones. You can't produce estrogen in the ways you need it naturally, and so like this is one of the reasons why, like, it's actually not an absurdism. People calling these a Western absurdism, I will actually hurt them to say that we need to find a way as revolutionaries to produce, and there already are ways, already people doing it. Produce HRT. It's a necessity for members that are going to be part of our Communist Party. You cannot expect me to fucking lose my ability to produce hormones in my body, because I am gonna get the fucking, I'm gonna get the balls removed. Of course, I'm gonna get the balls removed, or at least snipped. I don't want testosterone to be able to be ever produced. I want them gone, so that if like I do ever run out, I'm not gonna have like. I don't have to take anti-androgens for the rest of my life. Is my point. I don't want to take them for the rest of my life. I'd nice to just only have to take the estrogen. It lowers the risks, and I never have to worry about testosterone again. The if I'm in that state, I need the estrogen. There is no other option of me detransitioning because it's for the cause. Because there could be a time that that happens, and I don't mean full detransition. I just mean demedical transition, to be specific. Sorry, um, for the cause, because there's like no access to resources. It's all we can do. Okay, sometimes it's gonna happen. Okay, but I'm in a situation where that can't happen. It's like I also need my nerve suppressants for my disability and stuff like that. Communist organizations need to provide medication, like for the people, but also for our cadres. Because I'm not gonna not be a cadre just because I'm fucking disabled and I'm trans. Like, fuck off. I will be a cadre. I'll have you know I'm gonna be fucking well in depth in the communist movement as much as I can because that's my future. I don't have any other future. My future is like my
Exactly.
future is
Right.
either a boring life of misery or it's death. So like rather than that, I'd rather commit myself to something that's actually going to build a future that's better for humanity, that's going to bring us to a new tomorrow. Not just better for humanity, better for life on Earth, better for animals as well. Everyone forgets about
Better
animals and
for just
nature.
nature in general. Just
Like, we
actual
need to
fucking
stop
happiness.
building these fucking cities and actually work on deconstructing some of these skyscrapers and returning cities to being like a congregation of towns. Because like, and I don't mean like reversalism, I mean like new towns, like these new kind of towns that actually capitalism started to emerge in certain places. They're very large towns, for a lot of people, but they're much more localized, much easier to travel around. Everything is kind of like within like if you're walking a 45-minute walk to and maybe an hour and a half at most, which is like that's actually not that bad really when you think about it, is it? And like so you've just got like it's like 15-minute car ride to get to like pretty much most places in the area, maybe even less than that. And so you have this like full level of accessibility. My town's like this. It's like 70,000 people in my town. Um, and like and it's pretty easy to access anything around here. There's a bus that pretty much goes to every corner of the town, other than like a few places.
I was just gonna say that I just find it hilarious how reactionaries go on about fucking quote unquote biological advantages. Like if they really actually fucking cared about that shit, because I always hear them talking about trans women, but you want to know why I never hear them talking about if they
They
if they
never
truly
mention
cared.
anything about fucking trans men going into male stuff because they believe
Oh no
trans
no no no
men are
no.
biological women, so they're like, aha, weaklings, we'll beat them.
Haha,
Oh
gotcha.
no.
Like,
When
Oh
it's
no no
like,
no no.
fuck, you couldn't
I
even
even
they couldn't even spot a trans fucking like a trans man. Like trans men when
they
they get
could
on their
never.
fucking hormones, like I have yet to meet a trans man that does not pass. Do you know what this is? It's because it's masculinity is much easier to pass in because like masculinity does not have as much of a specified look for you to follow. It's kind of jumbled because like men are generally accepted as an in group, even though like there are many men that are oppressed, and so like be a long haired man, be a short haired man. You might get condemned, you might not get condemned. It depends on what decade it is. It depends on what the culture is at the time, where you're living, the type of people you're associating with. But there is not a institutional mandate for you to look and act a certain way like there is with being a woman. And so that is one thing that does allow only people that get on the HRT and they go through the developments and they grow beards and stuff like that because men can't feel any different, they can't see any different. You go through all of that kind of stuff, which is not a requirement to be a trans man. I'm just trying to make sure that people don't think I'm on about all trans men because I know trans men that like are not able to engage in like any form of transition and are completely blocked in and it's fucking suffocating them. I know trans men that will that they will ban that they don't have access to the HRT, but they do have access to like other tools to help them transition and feel comfortable in themselves. So there's definitely other differentiations with this, and people like that are like they may or may not fit in with like what is expected of traditional masculinity. It's kind of hit or miss with the HRT. Like it's basically because the way that guy is like masculinity works and the toxic formulations especially is like, oh, you have like a big bushy beard and you're kind of fucking strong or bulky. Oh, well, then you must be a dude, right, dude? How's it going? And so with the fact that like overprescription of testosterone is a big problem in the trans mass community where like doctors are dumping way too much testosterone on them, which is causing like heart issues and baldness. And so like not only do people end up getting big beards, they go bald and they end up putting on a lot of weight when this shit happens. And those people are gonna blend in the easiest. Like, and then you have like the people that actually do get prescribed the right dose because they're definitely it's not every doctor's like some evil cunt. It really depends on who you're getting. Those people are still gonna be able to blend in because transmasc. The thing is with transmasc transition is that transmasc puberty changes the sound of your voice. Transfemme puberty does not. That's the big difference. Like this is why it's like really important for like for people like myself that I wish I had gotten onto puberty blockers growing up because then I wouldn't have had to deal with the voice changes and then I could have skipped all the voice change issues that I have to contend with.
One thing that I was going to mention is that they talk about fucking quote unquote biological fucking advantages and so on and so forth. But what I find bullshit is that okay, then what about athletes that are physically taller than their athletes? Don't they have a quote unquote biological advantage over smaller athletes?
This is why I've said like just fucking do like events by weight. Like still allow like if people want to only do like don't enforce segregation. Allow mixed groups where women and men can compete. But if women or men want to just like compete with women or men, that shouldn't be something that's not allowed either. I don't think it just shouldn't be like a sexist restriction. It should just be like I want to play footy with the girls, and then like if it's like an actual competitive thing, do it by weight or like by brawn or by like strength class. We've been doing that in sports for fucking centuries. There's always been the usual way we do it. Like, how many stone are you so you can fight with these guys in the boxing ring because you weigh this much and they weigh this much.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. Because then, like, you're actually taking into account what actually are their advantages and doing an assessment rather than just going, "Oh, men have advantages in sports. Biological men. Fuck off." To be honest, I would not call myself a biological man or biologically male
because and again that's bullshit. And again, I hate that fucking term because there are men who literally have more estrogen in their body or who have a higher percentage of estrogen in their body. There are men who have slender shoulders and wide hips, and there are women who have broad shoulders and who have a more muscular appearance.
it's like as much as I will still bitch about how broad I am, I can at least still acknowledge that like I'm not at average like male sizes. Like I'm actually quite small compared to most like men. Even
Exactly.
though I'm quite tall, like 5'9", 5'10" is not short, but like
So like
I'm
I
not
just find it so
I'm not a very shouldery or very big person. I'm quite small.
same. I'm quite small
But
too.
like at
So
the
it's
same
like
time I still am gonna feel like I'm too large. I'm getting too fat.
I think you're really fucking pretty.
Oh, thank you. But I am still getting too fat.
I mean, me personally, I like being chubbier. The chubbier, the better.
I liked like I have always liked my skinniness. My skinniness was something that actually always clicked with my femininity, like when I was a teenager. Because when I was a teenager, one of the main ways I like discovered myself and kept like then gaslighting myself back into the closet was through like looking at myself naked in the mirror, basically like inspecting myself. I've always had that like I don't know, like if I see myself and I'm sort of a bit fucking, I'm in the lewd and I see myself in the mirror, I do have to check myself out of that. I can't deny that. Like even if I'm in ace mode, it's not a sexual thing. It's just like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I just like the aesthetic of different ways I look with the different ways I pose and stand. I
That's
mean,
perfectly
if
fine.
I'm not in an ace mood, there's definitely a bit of a sexual element with it because, like, I don't know. I think it's healthy that since getting on HRT, I've been able to find elements of myself actually sexually attractive. It actually hurts to
And that's
admit that
beautiful.
because I want to be a depressive doomer and not be that positive about it because
Yeah.
of the way I've always felt about myself. But that is definitely something that has happened. It doesn't happen all the time because dysphoria is a bitch, but it's definitely happened. Like, I mean, the you know, they're still growing and still small, but I do like the way my fucking tits have developed. For example, I'm pretty happy that they've grown as quick as they have, and like they're still gonna keep growing. Um, it fucking hurts. Like I've been getting fucking nasty pains recently, but it's life changing. Um, I no, my
I
like I
wonder.
say in the
I'm sorry.
first 3 weeks I started getting boob growth. Like me and estrogen, we just like paired up and got on like fucking without a thought. Like it was always meant to be by the seams of it because my body
Hmm.
has shaped up to it very quickly. And like I say, I get a stable period once a month and everything. Like I like because they're doing like because a lot of these people are doing this thing where it's like, oh, you don't have the physiological experience of a woman. I mean, not only is my actual like experience and trauma related to that, because I feel like we found a similar situation that's like with autism, where bigots seem to be able to figure out that we are like that the thing that they don't like without them actually
Yeah.
knowing, because I've been treated like in misogynistic ways so much throughout my life, and I've only been like discovering a lot of this more recently. Like a lot of the abuse I faced at home was like this. Um and so like actually my physiological like my experience in the world has actually involved a lot of my femininity. I was incredibly feminine growing up until I reached my teenage years when I doubled down on masculinity, which is biggest mistake of my life, but it also seems to be the
I'm ashamed.
story. Oh, fuck off, Prager. The story of the female experience. Actually, just trans experience in general. I have met trans mass people that have had this experience as well. I gotta be careful to not like sound like a misandrist. I'm not one of those types. But the you know. Oh wait, no, it would just be trans folks. I'm talking about double masculinity. Sorry. I'm getting confused. Holy shit. Um,
It's fine. Don't worry.
yeah, no, that
Don't
like
worry, Kurt. You're
Don't worry.
sleepy.
no, but there is a different sort of situation with like indulgence in toxic femininity that can occur, like for trans masc and non-binary AFAB people. My I mean, my sister identifies as female again, but like she had a trans masc experience, and she also still to this day comes off quite non-binary, and she had that similar experience. Autistic people have a similar experience to this as well, so it's not just a uniquely trans experience. It's where it's like doubling down on toxic femininity. So there is definitely a trans masc version of this. That's probably where I got caught my foot thinking up, but I'm too stoned to think properly, and I was like, wait, I just mentioned trans femmes, but I'm not highlighting trans mass people enough, but it was the wrong time because it was actually something that's specifically about trans femmes. I'm funny. Let's get more Prager.
Of them.
Let's get that
They're
more Prager
cheats.
juice.
This person that did that, are you proud of the of the biological males who compete against women in women's sports. I'm not proud. I'm not proud of them at all.
I'm proud of.
I'm ashamed of them. They're cheats. Every male who competes against females is a cheat. Period.
Well,
a narcissistic.
Males don't compete against females. Like that doesn't happen.
That's another lie.
Like that doesn't happen, and also like it should happen. Like like why should you have to only ever join like female? But it's still good to have those because of the society we live in. Because seeing like women get to win in like sports events that are just for them is like that's pretty liberating in a way. But what would be pretty liberating is for women and men to be able to play to each other properly as well. That's the next step forward. It's still important
Without
that like as an oppressed group, we do still have our own spaces for now because full integration is not possible until revolution. But at least having also those spaces where we can integrate and intermingle is important so we don't engage in misandry and like male exclusionism that like third wave feminism does.
Oh no, yeah, because toxic femininity toxic femininity just like toxic masculinity can lead down the road to biological reductionism and transphobia against trans men and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful with that fucking shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of trans femmes in the community that are fucking shitty to trans men. But in general as well, I mean, like, women-only spaces, if they're the only spaces that exist amongst cis and trans women, misandry against men in general can occur.
Exactly.
So, like, we do need a mixture, because I don't think just eliminating these, like, only spaces and then making united spaces is a fix. I think we definitely, as women, need our own spaces, because, like, well, patriarchy still exists, so men are susceptible to this, but we need to come together. So we need joint spaces as well, but like we need to it's like looking at any minority struggle. Any minority struggle needs to retain its ability to have its own safe spaces and like interactions and cultural engagements. Any minority you can think of, from like racialized minorities to fucking like LGBTQ plus minorities, etc. Like we're all entitled to be able to have our like come together space where it's about us and no one else can be there. But at the same time, we need to have integrated spaces. Otherwise, like, well, we're going to be segregated, and we shouldn't be segregated. Segregation is not the solution to our problems. Like, we don't
We're
need
just gonna
segregation.
be isolated. We're just gonna be isolated with each other again, and we can't have that. You know, it's just not gonna work. Being isolated all the time.
We need to struggle together. Like it's very important that women are in a position where they are leading against misogyny and male chauvinism, especially especially the most oppressed sections of women, colonized trans women and so on and so on and so on and so forth, because obviously they have experience of facing that oppression. They have been oppressed by it. They know how it functions, so they are the best ones they're the best equipped to properly combat, uproot, and lead towards its destruction. But once again, that doesn't mean that that's not us telling men to oh fuck off. No, that's just telling us to listen and struggle alongside us, and to organize and struggle alongside us with our guidance.
Yeah.
Also, Kara, again, I'm pretty sorry but your voice is so fucking pretty. Like seriously, seriously, I wish I sounded as feminine as you did.
I don't sound that feminine. I don't know where like.
Yes, you do. Yes, you fucking do.
I think my voice sounds dreadful.
I think it sounds very fucking pretty. I fucking love it. Like, again, I personally, it's probably an ADHD thing. I'm not sure, but like, again, I find it 100% feminine. Like, if I were to meet you in person, I would just be like, yeah, that's just your typical feminine gal. That would be my reaction.
Oh, thank you. What's it? I See, I feel like my voice is like awful, especially given I can't raise the pitch of it very well because of how burnt out it is, and smoking isn't gonna fucking help with that. But
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's way better. It's way fucking better than my voice. Oh, fucking hell.
I don't know. I wouldn't say so. Your voice sounds a lot healthier than mine, so you've got more of an ability to voice train.
Like what? Like what do you mean by healthier?
Like your voice doesn't sound blown out and destroyed like mine does, because like mine is fucked. I might even actually have like I either have laryngitis, like given I have a black mold problem, that's actually quite likely, or I have throat cancer, so like my voice is fucked.
Honestly, I don't. Obviously, I'm not saying that it isn't, but I personally don't hear your voice like fucked up. To me, it sounds perfectly fine. But that could just be like not. That could just be just not understanding something. Who knows?
I don't know. Like I've had others try and say it before, and I just like I can't accept it because like it's the way that I end up like my voice. I mean, my face and my voice are like the biggest indicators to cis people that I'm trans. Like as soon as they see my face and my voice, it's usually when I get the dirty looks. I've had someone recognize me as a woman from behind and then correct themselves when I turned around and called me a man after like I turned around to speak to them. They like
I'm sorry to
apologized and
hear
called me
that.
a man. It's like holy fuck, like don't apologize to me and then misgender me. Like just fucking use the gender correct that you corrected. I had like a black tight ass shirt on with like a fucking bra on. Like it was really obvious that I fucking had tits. Like you
I'm
couldn't.
sorry that happened to you, Kara.
It, it's not so
Virtual
much
hug.
that it just is what it is. It
Virtual.
is what it ends up always being because like that's not an uncommon experience for me. Or getting the mate treatment. So like over in the UK, mate is always considered a mask term. Like you don't call a bird your mate. And so like when a bird calls you a mate, it's like harmless usually. Like I just see that as like oh it's one of those like more sort of street end girls that or chavvy girls or you know like that are gonna use like mate as a term. Like and all well and good. Like, I'm fine with that. That doesn't make me feel like I'm being misgendered. When a fucking man is mating you though, rather than like saying anything else, because usually men like that are gonna give like love, like say love or something to a lass. They won't say mate. Um, or they'll say duck and stuff like that. Um, that they then that's an attempt to use like masculinize, but trying to avoid like using anything that's direct. Like
It's the same. It's the same. It's the same fucking thing here, but just with bro.
Oh
Like
my
me
god, people
person.
trying to
Like
tell me that bro is fucking gender neutral. Fuck off. Like I was in an LGBTQ
exactly.
plus server and I was saying I'm not your bro. It's like I don't mean bro as in brother. Then what the fuck are you saying bro for? Like it's a mask
Exactly.
term. I don't care what your little internet culture has come up with that tells me that bro is some fucking new special fucking thing that you can use for women too. It's like guys as well. People think it's just like us trans women that complain about guys. No, I know fucking a few cis women that don't like fucking guys as a word because it's like, oh yeah, look, oh it's gender neutral. We're gonna use another male term for a gender neutral term. If we started calling
Right.
like everyone fucking girlies because they call everyone girlies. Girlies is now a gender neutral term. Guys would fucking throw an absolute hissy if you called them girlies. Oh what? You trying to demasculate me or something? You're trying to make me effeminate? Oh, like and then they'll start getting aggressive because they'll fucking punk ass bitches. Sorry if I sound misandrous. I'm just on about toxic masculine men. No offense to the men that actually aren't pieces of shit, but like
Yeah.
this is a really big problem amongst men, and I'm sure y'all would know it too because you've probably experienced it yourself. Like coming to that pointation. Like I mean,
100%.
most of
Like
us that have been
I
bullied would
have.
have been bullied by toxic masculine men, whether that be women or men. Like you know, we've both been victims of that. So there's like you know there is like these different points of coming together. This is the thing that brings us together is that it's not just that we're all victims of patriarchy, including the people in the proletariat that are toxic masculine men. there are men that are also victims of toxic masculinity that like are usually the first people to become allies to women. What have we seen a lot with like women that tend to be like traditionally feminine and like get in relationships where they're under a much more controlling when they're in a much more controlling environment, they befriend gay people. A, because like that man will usually not see them as a threat unless like they consider him a threat to like convince them to leave, then they will cut them off. So they're not seen as a threat like any other man is. And B, because they're the first people that are gonna end up like that are men that are gonna end up relating to them, at least well for certain as well back in like the day. Like go back like 30, 40 years when like homophobia was even worse than it is now. Um gay men would come together with women in as like camaraderie over the abuse that we've both faced from toxic masculinity and patriarchy. um this can be the inkling that can also help get the more toxic masculine people off their pedestal and bring them away from the patriarchy too. But like that's a political struggle matter, not a personal struggle matter. A lot of what I've been talking about here is personal struggle stuff because a lot of this is like coming into organic like elements of struggle. um so like a woman in a personal struggle, which is still inherently political because of the economic socioeconomic relations between men and women in relationships, is seeking out someone else who is also oppressed by the same person she's being oppressed by to find relief. That's a coming together. And so we're looking out for like people that have also gone through that stuff. And it's not just like it's just gay men, it's also other women, like coming together with other women that have been through this stuff, coming together. And you find that the conflict amongst women are the women that look down on abused women, like who have like enough privilege to look down on those abused women, and we see this interactive relationship between these two groups. This same thing happens in like oppressed like communities of all sorts of types. Like upper class disabled people look down on lower class disabled people a lot. Upper class black people are known for fucking throwing the fucking community behind while claiming that they're supporting it and doing everything they can for their community. Like they exploit the fact that black communities are like super community orientated as a way to basically platform themselves as like upper petty bourgeois and eventually become part of the white bourgeoisie because there isn't really a new African bourgeois. They're basically just the white bourgeois. The new Africans have a petty bourgeois, but there are new African like lumpen bourgeois. But like the new African people that are bourgeois are a part of the white bourgeoisie. There's something I was talking about. It's an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like there isn't really because the way it's a peculiar way that they're specifically colonized, where y'all don't have like an actual capitalist class because you don't have a functional nation. I mean, you are a nation; it's just not functionally organized.
Yeah.
Is what I mean. Sorry, I worded that badly.
Yes. No, you're good.
And so like what we see is that we see this like committance to essentially like what is like subpar pseudo weird like attempts at engaging in white supremacy like as a way to bolster themselves, but like trying to claim like black excellence at the same time, and be the point of black excellence and the man of the community. Especially amongst men are the most chauvinistic when it comes to this. Uh, Black women in the petty bourgeoisie, the most chauvinistic out of them are the ones that get involved in government.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's been a lot of, this is a big problem with American government. Like it's all cool that all these colonized groups keep getting in, but like why are they not doing anything good? Like I know it's like I'm not trying to do the like, oh, I expect a colonized person to do good, because that's a bit fucking like, I don't know if racist is the right term. It's offensive nevertheless. But like these people are lefties supposedly, so I do kind of expect them to be like, okay, lefties and colonized, they should have something good to say. And they had good things to say when they were first getting into it to get attraction to them, and then did nothing. And like it's so depressing. And this is like, it's not like it's just a thing for the black community. It seems like for all of the communities, the people that go into politics end up being the biggest chauvinists.
Right.
It's reminds me of that like Marx quote where
fucking
Marx
annoying
talks
as
about
hell.
like, if the fucking union leaders want to go join parliament, they can, because we don't want their rotten lot here. These compradors want to go join the white bourgeoisie, they can, because they're not a fucking any use to the struggle at that point. Like,
once again, I've talked to Shanti before about this, about how the whole fucking black excellence thing is just fucking promoting cultural nationalism. It's just promoting reformism, black capitalism, and making it seem that if you work hard enough, if you allow your labor to be stolen even more, if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, which I fucking hate.
that phrase came from England, and it was a joke about how impossible it is to pull yourself up from your bootstraps.
Exactly,
Oh, really?
So, yep. Which does
Yeah,
not
yeah.
fucking surprise me at
It was
all.
an old English joke when factory work first emerged that was taking the piss out of it, and it was very popular in the black community as well. Because like the black community was given nothing and then expected to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And Martin Luther
Wow.
King references it himself. Like he references it in like the most like poshest way ever. But Martin Luther King is one of the people whom speak like the new African accent that's rhotic instead of the newer new African accent that's not so rhotic. You know, the one that's a lot more posher in English, but like
Yeah.
it's not the one where they're literally doing an English accent. It's the one where it's a black English accent, because there is two different kinds. Because there's the one where it's whitewashing the accent, and then there's Luther King, who Mandem just sounds like a preacher every time he speaks. He has such a fucking beautiful voice. Like, I could genuinely listen to him for hours and
Right?
hours and
Like,
hours. His voice is fucking gorgeous. He should have gone into singing. Like, shit.
well, he did become a revolutionary in the last
He was
year.
a preacher.
Yeah,
But
he
it's
was.
like,
He was a Baptist.
he was unfortunately like white. Like, I mean, he was a black Baptist. So, like, for people that know baptism, you've always heard about white baptism, which is usually really weird, twisted, and evil. Black baptism is not like that. I mean, it's Christianity. It has its issues, but like it's not like what we've all been hearing about baptism. Basically, like baptism and Pentecostal church was stolen from black people, and like while the stolen versions are usually kind of kooky and sometimes a bit fascist, like they use the term corporate a lot instead of congregate or communion, and like that is actually a correct term. But it's interesting after that term has been co-opted by greed that you would still use that one rather than communion. It's like you're trying to avoid the communist term. Like, that's a bit sus. And you thought the Christians would take credit for inventing the word communism, because they did. Like, that word comes from them. I mean, not they didn't invent it, but like it was invented from the word communion. It came from the Christian communes, where the Christian communists would fight on, like, but I don't think the term communist was coined by that point in time. They might have been called communionists. But anyway, like, they would form in communes, and that's where like the ideas for communism came from. For many different groups, anarchists, Marxists, the whole lot. But you know, with so like Pentecostal church and Baptist church in the black community are like massive integrated cultural pieces. I mean, there's definitely been a rise in atheism in the black community in like the last like 60
Yeah.
years, but also religion is still a mainstay importance of culture, especially like Islam and Christianity. But there are also some Afro-Judeo people in America as well. Not many though. Like, that's a rarity. I mean, everyone forgets that there's actual
it's like a
black
very
Jews. Like, everyone
small.
forgets about black Jewish people. It's like Jewish people came
Yeah.
from Africa. Like, they literally like they escaped Egypt in Africa. Egypt was black as days when the Jewish people escaped Egypt. It wasn't the weird white people from fucking
Right.
Greece that everyone keeps drawing them as. They were
It was
black.
Nubians and Mese people, our people. Like,
And
that's
Jewish
our
people were
people.
black. Like, Jacob was black. Like, and Abraham was an Arab. Like, the Arabs were like literally where like the Abrahamic faith comes from. Well, the Arabs and the Egyptian cultural texts, like the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Book of the Dead.
Right.
Yeah, like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are all derived from that same book, and so they all read like the same. They all read like the same thing basically. It's just they got a lot of differences. Like they basically update from each other. There are things that was done more progressively by Christianity in its original uprising. Like I guess, I mean, like the Gnostics were weird, but they were like they didn't like last long as in anything towards leading any form of Christianity because the Romans then took over. Roman Christianity was very oppressive, but it was a part of revolutionary changes when it came to feudal development, and science was actually like heavily funded by the church. That is something that's true. I know a lot of right wingers are pushing this to try and defend the church. I'm not defending the church. The church is a piece of shit. But
Yeah.
this is true history, and they are actually correct that the whole idea that the Middle Ages was just like Christianity did bad, big evil, they made everyone suffer, is not the full truth. They were oppressors and they did make people suffer. The right of watering things down fucking all the way and like making it like seem fucking wonderlandish to be in feudalism. It was torture, but they weren't like restricting scientific development per se. They definitely would have struck against stuff that they didn't like. That was a problem. Welcome to idealism. But they weren't stopping people from researching. Like the Galileo incident. Actually, there was more reasons why they went after Galileo, and it was because he was criticizing the church. It wasn't because of his study of the space. They didn't give a shit about that. They were bothered because he started writing critiques of the church. Which, you know what, he shouldn't have been arrested for that. It's still fucked up. But it's not them like saying, oh, science shouldn't exist. It's them just being like the typical weird proto-fascists they like to be when when they don't like someone or someone's causing them trouble. And so like we
Right.
got to understand that like this is the element of history, and it was actually like European culture, which was still dominantly Christian at the time, taking on Islamic mysticism in the turn of the Renaissance that actually led to the development of modern science today. And like, why would this Christian society take on Islamic mysticism if like science was completely barred by the church that still had enough power to cause assassinations to happen? Still has that power today. Actually, the Pope is one of the most powerful men in the world. But the what's it? And this is getting into those interaction of old structures. Don't think that old monarchs and old popes have no power at all. Actually, analyze the relationships they have to their empires. This is a big reason why the failed trip that Kate and all that went on, Kate and Will, where they went and acted like big racist white people from the fucking like 20s and did shit even Liz wouldn't do, like having black people carry a barge with them sitting on it and being fanned. Like, holy shit, okay, welcome to reminding the Jamaican people about Jamaican slavery. And
Like,
other stuff like that,
wow.
which is like, okay, you're gonna make those places leave, and you're supposed to be trying to protect the empire. Like, holy fuck! Like the Liz, if Liz went there, there would literally be people crawling out of the fucking any crevice they can to go see her. Like Liz actually had a weirdly good reputation with the colonies. Not everywhere. I mean, there were plenty of Jamaican people that thought she was a piece of shit that needs to die. But like there was a lot of Jamaican people that liked her. There was a lot of Bohemian people that liked her. A lot of fucking Australian people that liked her. Like the Queen was liked. The Queen was very crafty with how she presented herself and how she engaged with people and how she tried to act normal with people. And it gave the Queen this like, oh, she's untouchable and incredibly like godlike at the same time though. She's able to like come down and like relate and engage, and that's the way they positioned her because she was a very intellectual capitalist. She knew her politics. If you were gonna like talk about like the top like five fucking like educated politicians, like in their political education and experience, we're talking practical knowledge especially, the Queen would come up near the fucking top, if not at the top. She was well experienced because she was old as shit. She'd been in the game for ages. She had trained her fucking kids to do it, but apparently her kids hasn't trained them because Charles is actually pretty good at doing these trips too. The fucking Will and all that just went around and bent like really stereotypical white racists from the fucking 1930s. Um, I like, I it they just like completely lost the whole like charm that is supposed to be done because like the Queen's is the fact that she's just like this like it's like say it's like that godlike expectation that they put on the queen that like sort of emanates from her, and I think that because she's feminine as well, it's easy to get people caught up in respecting this. With Charles, it's his stoicism that gets him well, him being a serious man who engages in things, the fact he's spoken out on problems with the environment and stuff like that, so that gives him some credit, even though he is quite hated. And so there's this complicated relationship. These monarchs still have a lot of power, they still engage with their colonies a lot. The Pope has a lot of power with the Catholics all over the world. The you have the Christian Orthodoxy over in the East, and the way the Russians exert power over both the Orthodoxies that are in their church and the way they try and exploit people that are of separate Orthodox. What would be the word? Domini dominant. What's the word? Something. It's like it's something that ends with a shun. I can't think of it. But anyway, denomination. That's the one. Of other Orthodox denominations. These organizations are
we're
like
the only
old.
ones left in here.
What do you say? Sorry.
Oh no, I just said we're the only ones left in here.
Okay. Well, the what was I saying?
How you're awesome.
I've forgotten what I was saying. Prager.
Cheat. That people can't say this, that girls compete in this because they're so afraid. At the University of Pennsylvania, where it happened, for example, the girls on the swim team who lost out because this guy kept winning, or this woman kept winning, I don't care what you call this person, the person's a cheat. They were cheated out of their wins, of possible scholarships to college.
If you're gonna be like that, you don't care. Well, just use the one they identify then. If you don't care, you obviously care if you're having to fucking misgender me. You obviously care enough to not give a shit about how I identify and just identify with how you want to identify me. That's just straight up, that's just straight up nonsensical. You're making a whole stream about it, but you don't care. You're not even queer, and you're telling me whether I should exist as a part of the LGBT. Also, is it 1972 LGBT? That shit's old ass. We haven't dated that a while ago. The only accepted short one usually is LGBTQ, because queer does kind of incorporate the whole community in a sense. I guess that, well, there are actually technically people that are LGBT that aren't queer, but some people would disagree and say that queerness is an inherent part of being LGBTQ. I'm more towards the latter, but I can kind of see arguments for the other side as well, because there are definitely gay men that aren't queer, if you know what I mean, gay men that are none of them having to be bears, just them being quite masculine in a way where you would just think they're a straight dude that pounds puss or something. I don't know. That was a crude joke. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Don't worry.
No, I just mean you kind of have that expectation where it's just okay, this is just a dude who does dude stuff, and then you're oh, actually no, they're not a womanizer, they're homosexual. It's
we need to take the word homosexual and turn it into an actually positive and affirming word. And I'm pretty sure it has been used.
LGBTQIAH plus.
We're all homosexuals.
What's it? The best way we can do it is by forcing estrogen down the throat of all the men that use the term homosexual, and it just solves the problem.
Oh hell yeah! Oh, Kara, guess what? There's a word in French that literally describes being slapped in the face by a cock. I'm not even fucking lying.
You can be queer and heterosexual, right, man? There are trans people I know that would call themselves queer and also call themselves straight. It really depends on what you're conceptualizing out of queerness, because queerness is it's basically because queer means strange, and that's why it was used against us. It's an ostracizational term, and so the strangeness is sort of centered around loads of different things. It's just like, are you a part of like the LGBTQIA community? Like that's what it's about. Like queerness. If you're just like straight and cis, then yeah, you're probably not queer. But there definitely are like, if you're like straight cis but then feminine or like effeminate or like a femboy, like you could be queer. Not everyone who engages in that are queer. There are actually toxic masculine versions of that. It gets quite complicated. The forced feminization community are toxic masculine and weird stuff to get into, but it's like full of transphobia and racism. That's a video for another day. Foreign Man in a Foreign Land did a good video on it already, though. If anyone wants to just jump ahead and catch up on that type of topic, but I will want to touch it at some point as a trans woman. But the what's it? What was I saying? Shit. Oh, it's fun being stoned. You just lose what you're saying completely. It gets more Prager. Fuck it. We'll leave my thoughts half ruminated.
Of a whole host of things. But they all competed because they were so afraid that the University of Pennsylvania would ruin their records, and it would. University of Pennsylvania is leadership, like almost every college leadership, is composed of cowards.
What the
This
fuck?
is a very real problem. What does it mean, pride? What is the pride to be taken? I'm proud of you for exposing yourself in a shower.
Oh my fucking.
But that's not what it means to be trans. Like, what do you mean? Like, what? Being trans means when you get your dick out. Like,
I
I'm
swear
pretty
to fucking...
sure most trans women are very like, you know, because I have uncomfortable dysphoria with my fucking genitalia, and most trans women I know have discomfort with that. Like, none of us are looking to fucking feel exposed in that regard. Go on HRT long enough and changes will occur where you might feel more comfortable with it if you're someone who doesn't want bottom surgery, that is. And someone like, and it depends on whether you want like the estrogen to make it not work as well anymore or not. If you're anything like me, you couldn't give a fucking shit about maintaining like sexual functionality, because that's not how sex with that works. When with the way I interact with my womanhood, like, you know, sort of like transforming it into like a clitori. And that's like, you know, different forms of transition, different stuff. Like, everyone goes through different mentalities with it, but I still have gender dysphoria with my genitalia, even though I don't want to actually have bottom surgery. My mic is really quiet. Let me turn that up. Okay, so like, I still want to, you know, I still have to struggle through that issues, and it can be really fucking intense and painful. But estrogen alone could actually make a lot of the changes that will make that fucking go away. So that's happy days. I've already seen myself progress in so many ways with body changes. Like, my fat redistribution has been really great. I've gotten really well when it comes to developing myself forward and growing as like growing as a person as well, and learning like a lot more about like myself and like how to interact and engage with people. Unfortunately, I've lost a lot of people along the way though, and lost and I guess they were dreams now at this point, but they were plans at another point to get the fuck out of the UK and like live with people that loved and cared about me. But I ruined the 2 chances I got at that future. Ruined both of them.
Just know that you're not a horrible person, Kara.
I feel like it.
Obviously. Sorry, what?
I feel like I am.
You're not. You're not. I understand how it feels like to lose a community and people that you once were really close to. I know how that feels, and you feel like a fucking piece of shit. I it took me months
It's because it was all
before
my
I could like.
fault. That's the issue. It was all my fault both times. I fucked up so fucking hard in ways that I never wanted to fuck up, and like I feel sick with myself.
And that will take time. That will take time. Obviously, just you're not a monster. You're not a horrible person. You're not some piece of shit. You are a human being who made mistakes, and those mistakes do not define you. They do not determine your future. They do not determine who you will always be. They are merely they are mistakes that will lead you to improving yourself. And regardless of those mistakes, you still have people that love and care about you. I still love and care about you, and that will never change. Even if you do make mistakes, even if something were to happen where you may accidentally hurt me, I'm never going to
I
just
don't know.
no
Like I
longer
feel
talk
like everyone
to you.
should reserve the right to be able to leave, just in case something gets abusive or awful or dreadful. Like if I do something that's like beyond forgiveness,
Well,
that's
well,
beyond
well,
forgiveness.
well, well, if it's something like if it's something like obviously depends on the context, but regardless, my point is that you're not a horrible person, and I still love and appreciate you, and you still have people that love and appreciate you. And again, I know that that will automatically get rid of the pain. I know that that will automatically just magically make you feel better, but just know that I am here for you. You can always come to me. You can always talk to me. You can always vent to me. You can always vent to Shanti. You can always vent to Rob. You can always vent to Neil. You can always vent to one of these people. You have comrades, you have revolutionaries, you have friends, and you got fucking family. And I fucking love and appreciate you, and I see it as my big sister, and that won't change for as long as I can see it. And I'll always be here for you. I'll always try to provide for you and be an emotional um an emotional um 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 an emotional vent space. Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding the specific words, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Um, um, I, uh, um,
Virtual hug.
um, uh, that, thank you.
Of course.
Um, uh, um, um, can't, speak properly.
It's completely fine, Kara. Take your time. I hope I'm not making you feel uncomfortable or anything.
No, n- no, no. It's just it's uh, it's re, re, related to um uh t- um uh t- a, um a, a, a lot of trauma.
if something is too traumatic and if it triggers you, it's completely fine if you don't answer, or if you can't say it physically, you can text me it. Anything goes.
Oh, okay.
I love you, Kara. You're awesome. Mwah.
The sure.
You want?
Let's continue.
Let's continue watching the torture that is Prager you.
With the torture, yeah. Hopefully, I'm getting better.
Well, here's the way it works. If you expose yourself to a girl in a shower, you go to prison. But if you expose yourself to a girl in the shower and say you're a girl, you're fine.
What?
I mean,
I'm supposed
like,
to take.
you're not meant to be in the girls' changing rooms, Dennis Prager. And like, I don't like evidence that like, because I don't have this thing in front of me. If they showed themselves to a girl in like a flashy way, then yeah, they should be in prison. But if they just like are getting changed, and then some little transphobe is like saying that they've like, oh, they're flashing, like that's like just being a prick. Like every other woman is like getting fucking showered like with their tits and fucking fanny out. You're gonna call them fucking like flashers? No. But like, oh, a woman has tits and a cock, and all of a sudden you're being a fucking prick about it.
Like, just shut the fuck up. It's fucking annoying. As hell. And it's always the fucking bathroom fucking argument. Like the thing that pisses me off about that fucking argument is the whole fucking, oh, you know, a trans woman can go into a trans bathroom and molest a woman. The chances, well, not even like just in general, bathrooms are not fucking operated by security guards or anything like that, meaning that anyone could literally just go into a random fucking bathroom and fucking assault someone if they want to, and the majority of which has been cishet men, which again is not saying that being a cishet man is inherently you being a fucking pedophile or molester or whatever. No, but due to the patriarchal, misogynistic society we live in, and due to male chauvinism, it comes with that oppressive, dominating, and exploitative sentiments where you overpower and oppress someone else due to that male chauvinism. So it always just pisses me off how they fucking bring up the fucking bathroom argument when it's mostly cishet men that engage in that behavior because of the misogynistic patriarchal society. B, those bathrooms are not even operated in the first place, so anyone could literally do that. And C, when have you ever heard on the news of a trans woman going into a woman's bathroom and molesting another woman? Am I saying that it's impossible for that to happen? No, I'm not saying it's possible for that to happen. It could very much happen, but I've never heard of that ever fucking happening ever as of yet.
Yeah, I feel. I don't know anything to say though, so I'm gonna continue with the video. I'm also very stoned, so I'm gonna try and get to the end of this as quick as possible. So I'm ready to pass out.
Pride in that. That is an embarrassment to our civilization, and America is the worst in the world in this regard. The worst.
An embarrassment.
The fuck?
They're not doing any of the work on trans like we are. of cutting girls' breasts off, for example, in Sweden, Finland,
What?
and 13
Oh
other
my
European
fucking God.
Oh my god, no, they're fucking women. Sorry, the man having fucking sexual surgery. Well, actually, boobs aren't a sexual organ. Titty removal surgery so that they can be like as comfortable in their own body as like anyone who's trans should be able to be, and like if that's the way they need to feel they need to go. It's just like I must add, not every trans mass person, because not every trans person goes on HRT, or like fucking wants to engage with certain elements of HRT either. You know, trans mask is like your average what you say? Wait, what am I saying? What? I'm saying bullshit. I meant to say something else. What? I'm
I
sorry.
think
I was passing out slightly there. Oh yeah, trans masks are like stereotyped as like weak women. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, like they're stereotyped as weak women that don't know what they are and are trying to think they can be men. This is where like things like men do things like corrective sexual assault shit and stuff like that. I should have probably commented on that. I'm sorry. I won't go into any details, but you know, stuff like that occurs most often with those kind of groups, and as well as like just the general exploitation of like trans femme and non-binary people that can be taken advantage of. But you know, trans mask people are massively taken advantage of in this regards. And that's something that's not really considered a lot. Like trans male oppression is just not like considered by a lot of people, and it's unfortunate because it really needs to get the light of day more. Let's see more Prager.
Countries like we are in the United States. They closed down the biggest trans hospital in England just recently because they realized how many kids they were hurting. Do you take pride in that?
What?
But if you said this to your retail manager, you'd be fired. That's.
I can't remember why they shut that hospital down, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the Tories. Because like Richie Sunak was going on like a mad anti-trans fucking ramble. A lot of the Conservative Party support Richie Sunak, so. Where's that heroin off coming from? Shit. Fucking hell.
That's what you fear. I have no good answer for you in the final analysis. Look, if enough people did say, I am not part of this, I don't want to politicize the store, and I don't take pride in the damage being done to young kids in this country. That from the age of 2, telling them, "Oh yes, true, you really are a girl."
What the fuck?
When it's a boy.
From the age of 2. Does this motherfucker really
And their
think
whole
that kids
answer
are
to
fucking
everything I said
taking
from
hormone
the age of
therapy at the age of 2? No.
It's like what? No one is fucking becoming trans like through like that. You know what he's doing? He's manipulating the studies that say that most kids discover they're trans between ages like 2 and 5. Like most trans kids discover they're trans. I should say, sorry.
And it's like
I discovered I was trans around 4 or 5 years old.
Kids discovering that are trans from the age of 2 to 5 does not mean that kids transition and get full on fucking hormone therapy at the ages of 2 or 5. No, that fucking Christ's sake.
No, you get puberty blockers at like 9.
Exactly, you get puberty blockers at 9, and if you want to get bottom surgery, that's something
that's
like
18. You have to be 18 for that. But
exactly.
They can give you hormones at 16, and in some places they'll even give it you at 15 and 14.
No fucking 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old is fucking getting bottom surgery at those ages. That has never fucking happened before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I swear to fucking
Typical
God.
white dude.
Typical white cishet man being a shithead.
He is the man of piss, but then his name is Penis Prager.
You
Two,
know, you know,
telling
the
them,
funny
oh,
thing about it. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I was gonna say, you know, the funny part about it is that cishet men always accuse fucking trans people of being sexual beasts, but they're the ones that fucking think of trans sex more than fucking trans people, which I fucking find hilarious. Like they're the ones that fucking imagine trans people
Yeah, they
fucking
always
people
think that
more
like,
than
oh,
actual
because
trans.
some of us don't have bottom surgery, so like we have like phallic phallic genitalia. That means that we like to penetratively peg people all the time. I don't want to ever use mine for that personally. Like, I mean, like maybe if I was with someone that like I really cared for and that's what they wanted, I might do it, but it would be uncomfortable for me. Like, I don't want to do anything like that. Like, I want it to.
Damn.
I want the way I use it to completely evolve and change, and the way it acts and behaves to completely evolve and change, and that involves me getting used to the way those evolves and changes work. Given I'm most of the time ace, that's actually not really too hard for me to do, but I have had some struggles with it. I've had some struggles figuring out my sexuality and trying to like speak with different people I know to try and express and understand the different things that go on with like me and the peculiar ways my bodily functions engage with these kind of things because it makes everything a lot more complicated. My health interacts a lot with like how I work as a person, and the change in sensations from estrogen has been interesting to say the least. Um, I mean, my the way my attitude and the way I speak towards things is different. Like the way I respond to like a lot of different things have like drastically changed. I know it's not that taking estrogen has made me start to think like this, but taking estrogen and socially transitioning has added a lot to like the different ways that I interact, and I'm able to express more feminine language rather than like speaking in the more like sort of masculine tone. Like
You know,
I tend to moan about things more than yell about things now when I get really annoyed with something that's not going right. Like this
I do
essentially changed.
that.
Like
I do that too. Honestly, I've always just kind of done that. I am
I mean
more. I
I
mean,
know I used to, but then I like doubled down on masculinity in my teenage years, and I used to just get angrily aggressive at everything that doesn't work. I mean, it still happens sometimes. I'm an angry bitch, but like
um,
I've known some birds that can shout like I can shout, so that doesn't like it's not entirely gender dysphoria, but it certainly is quite a lot gender dysphoria.
for me, when it comes to my sexual orientation and how I present myself sexually, it's one of those things where I don't think I come off as like dom at all, and I don't. I'm more sub than anything else, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just like I've always been a very
So
submissive
that's me.
person. I don't like having any sense of like I don't like controlling people. I don't like being like in any sort of like power over someone that feels stodgy. So I always like to be at a point of equal with anyone that I'm in a relationship with.
Likewise.
oh, yeah, it's true. You really are a girl when it's a boy. In the damage being done to young kids in this country,
The
that from the age
damage?
of
What
2,
damage?
telling them, oh, yeah, it's true. You really are a girl when it's a boy.
How
That's
is that
not how trans
damaging?
people exist. Trans parents are usually transphobes.
And their whole answer to everything I said is not to answer anything I said. It's to say this is
What?
transphobic.
It is.
The
You
left
just
doesn't
It
debate.
told-
is transphobic.
The
Oh,
left
God.
doesn't argue. The left smears.
Oh, the men.
You don't agree with
but
them,
then I'm not
you're
being
six-herb.
transphobic, guys. It's like
An
you
acronym I
literally
made
are.
up many
You
years
denying the
ago.
identity.
SIXHIRB. sexist, intolerant.
What's he saying?
And their whole answer to everything I said is not to answer anything I said. It's to say this is transphobic.
It is.
The left doesn't debate. The left doesn't argue. The left smears. You don't agree with them, you're six-herb. An acronym I made up many years ago, SIXHIRB. Sexist, intolerant, xenophobic, homophobic, Islamophobic, racist, bigoted.
Do conservatives not do that as well?
A teacher at Hamlin University, an art teacher, put up a drawing of Muhammad done by Muslims.
It's like, what the fuck are they bitching about? Like, oh wow, like, you know, what's wrong with the picture of Muhammad? We have Jesus everywhere. Like, Muslims draw Jesus because they fucking believe in Yahshua. Like, like, Muslims are like, I mean, you know, you're going about your Judeo-Christianity and all that, but if you're going to talk about a Semitic people to have, like, a similar, religion to Christianity, like, it's going to be, like, out of the Abrahamic religions, I mean, it's going to be, fucking Islam, or Rastafarian. Like, Judaism is not very similar to Christianity. I mean, they both come from the same stuff, and they have a lot of similarities, but Christianity branched off from Judaism. If anything, Islam actually kind of like feels like it's like a restoration of the fucked up shit Christianity did to the Abrahamic faith. They fixed the problem.
More specific, or to be more specific, what Romanized Christianity did to that Abrahamic faith.
Yeah, it should be specific like that. That's a good point. Because there's the Gnostics. There's the Gnostics. Where Gnostic is a slur from the Romans, which means like it's basically calling them not true Christians. I can't remember what it actually means. Fuck, but it's like calling them like false Christians.
Like, like.
And like the term pagan, Gnostic got adopted because, like, you know, that kind of just happens. I hate the way the pagan's been adopted, and even I do it sometimes. Everything gets called pagan, including like stuff from like colonized groups, and it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, technically, anything that isn't Christian is sort of technically like pagan, especially if it's like sinner stuff. By the way, Christianity judges what is a sinner, and that's usually what's the color of your skin and how much money can I take from you.
You know, if I ever do end up like converting to a religion, I would prefer it to be one that I would prefer it be like an atheistic religion, like Buddhism or Stainism.
I find like a lot of the old like Celtic spiritualist religions, like the Druidism and I can't remember what the name of the Irish spiritual mainstay spiritual religion was. They're like gods and stuff are all just sort of like, I feel like the interpretation was that they were just conceptions, like they were just concepts, rather than being actual like real deities. I don't know. Actually, no, there is a lot of stuff that would show that they do see them as real deities, or at least real creatures, I should say. But still, there is definitely a way to interpret it like that. I was talking about that with Red Phoenix Punk. Like, you can definitely interpret a lot of this stuff as split. I guess maybe they'll split lines on that. No, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm getting caught up in something else.
You there, Kara?
Yeah, I'm there.
Done by Muslims, religious Muslims, in the 15th century, and she was fired by Hamlin University. An acronym I made up many years ago, SIXHIRB, sexist, intolerant, xenophobic, homophobic, Islamophobic, racist, bigoted.
What the fuck?
A teacher at Hamlin University.
What? Like, I need to slow that down. Holy shit.
What the fuck?
years ago. SIXHIRB. Sexist, intolerant, xenophobic, homophobic, Islamophobic, racist, bigoted.
I mean, what's it? Thanks for giving us an acronym to use for you. Like, why are you trying to help us out?
Yes.
A teacher at Hamlin University.
First he was talking about Muslims, now he fucking says this shit. I don't
Talk
fucking
about
know.
how
I don't
like
know.
openly honest he is about being a bigot. He's just like, yeah, we're the sexist and all. He's trying to do the whole like they're accusing us of it when we're really not that. But like, why do you think you're being accused of it, Chief?
Why do you think you're being accused of being a piece of shit? Maybe because you are one.
One might wonder.
One might wonder indeed.
An art teacher put up a drawing of Muhammad done by Muslims, religious Muslims in the 15th century.
Oh
and she was
my!
fired by Hamlin University. That's what they do. They didn't argue. They didn't have a hearing on the issue. Did you do this to hurt Muslims? Of course not. Muslims are totally divided on this
What the fuck?
issue.
Like, you're making it out like it's an issue and then agreeing with the university for doing it. There was nothing wrong with them doing this. And it was offensive because it's like, oh, like white people and Jesus can be plastered everywhere on photos, but we can't have Muhammad anywhere.
We truly live in a society. We truly fucking live in a society.
This is society societying. It's doing all the societying it can.
Indeed, you say hand soap and nobody bats an eye, but you say feet soap and everyone starts losing their mind.
Yeah, what's it? And there's this interesting new product called Soylent Green. I wonder what that's made of. So reference
Every single
to
time you fucking
it's reference to the
every single
quote:
time you
"Soylent Green is made of people."
Okay, now, him right now, the way you paused it, it looks like he's pissed off and confused at the same time.
It looks like he accidentally just sat on something that went straight up his ass.
It, it literally looks like he fucking shit himself.
Actually, yeah, do you know what? That one makes more sense. It does look like an emergency bowel evacuation, and then they're just like that. Oh my god.
Oh
I just
my god.
exploded, and it was one of the ones that make the really loud, dirty, squelchy farts when you're trying to like flush them out. And so, like, everyone knows he shot himself. No one is unaware. Half the fucking building's gonna know just because of how fucking loud his ass is. Should never take the piss out of someone's weight, really, but like, that thing's gotta have some power, is what I mean. Like,
Oh, definitely. I fucking love how we just fucking stopped and we're just talking about how it looks like he fucking shot himself. I fucking love that. The things that two ADHD gals get to talking about.
what's it? Two trans girls probably gonna involve piss.
Oh, most definitely.
It's like that's one of my fun. That's one of the funniest memes in like the trans femme community. That like for those that don't know, there's like a meme that basically all trans femme people have like some weird um I guess for lack of a better word, desire for piss. It's not actually true, but it is fucking hilarious, and like
Piss drives us trans women. We are driven by the source of piss.
there's like an Australian branded like thing called Damp Free. And it's like, if anyone ever mentions like piss, like if they're pissed off or make a piss joke, you just send them the damp free. It's like damp. It's like anti-damp powder.
If you stare long enough at your piss, it's gonna start pissing right back at you. The point is to stare at it and acknowledge it without allowing it to piss at you. You gotta piss back at it. That's the secret of life.
The Sigma life. Well, we're sitting down. You don't really get choice in aiming.
You don't really get a choice. That's one thing. So I weigh like 170 pounds. I'm guessing I'm gonna get really big tits, most likely, like D cup, maybe.
Possibly. I mean, you'll definitely have like extra fat that will be like a part of the titty fat, but your titty fat has like a certain limit to it. But the extra fat does definitely help. Your tits will usually grow to like anywhere between like the smallest and the biggest size in your like immediate family, like a sister or a mother or like an auntie that's of
Then
age. Anyone that's around there that has like big boobs, that would be an exemplary like that would be where you'd be heading. Like,
then I'm gonna have big tits. I'm gonna have big tits.
I hope I don't. I just want them to be sort of medium. I'm a petite person, or at least I want to be. I hate how tall.
For me, the chubbier the better. Everything is bigger for me. I love chubby. It's so fucking cute and adorable.
I used to fit in a UK size 10, and now I don't anymore. I have to wear a 12. I mean, I still fit in some things that are a 10. Like, one of my shirts I wear is a 10. But, like, actually, this is a 10 too that I'm wearing right now. But there's just some things that don't fit me that are 10 now. And just because that has occurred, I am now, like, even more self conscious about my weight.
I think you're really fucking cute and really pretty.
Oh, thank you.
Regardless.
I just like I really want to maintain my slimness. Like I like the curves. The curves are nice. Do a lot with those.
I think you're still curvy.
I want the curvy to also be somewhat skinny because I like to be slim.
I want curvy hips. I really do.
I wanna reach that hourglass potential. The worst thing is because I've started HRT later, I'm not gonna get any like of the little thigh gap changes that can occur.
I mean, honestly, if I'm gonna be completely honest, I think you're already there. I think you already have like an hourglass figure.
Oh, thank you. I don't know about that myself. I don't know. I still feel like I'm way too broad on the top in like contrast to the lower end of myself. I should say my abdomen to be more specific, but yeah.
So after I take estrogen, I'm gonna become like smaller, right?
I mean, you can lose a bit of height, yeah, but it's not much. It's like at most will probably be like an inch or two.
Damn. So I'll go from being 5'3" to being 5'1".
Well, anywhere between 5'1" to 5'3", basically, because you might not change much height at all. You might change quite a bit. It really depends. Like there is no one way like estrogen puberty is gonna go. It's like it's all the like there is like an individual element to these experiences. I mean, there are definitely common experiences, so it's not completely individual, but like the way you're ascertaining towards it and interacting with it when you're like if you especially if you're doing it DIY like I am is very like a lot of the time very limited to what you're able to like get a hold of and research or test out or try and figure out like getting a hold of yourself.
Because my sister has like a D or an E cup, I think.
Fuck.
So that could potentially be something that I'm gonna get a D or an E cup.
I'll be happy with like a solid C or like a small D. I like really don't need much more than that. Like I just want like I want boobs that are big enough that they're apparent and like have that nice like like the stereotypical contour sort of shape that you see in art and stuff. I love that kind of figure. I mean, in certain angles, I already have like a smaller version of that, but I want it bigger.
After we end the live, I want to tell you something personal that I think you're gonna find interesting.
Okay. No worries. I'll try and make sure I don't pass out while the stream's running. Let's annihilate Prager and his like weird need to call himself penis. It's a very unusual name.
Well, anyway, and it was Muslims who drew the original painting of Muhammad. But some Muslims today believe that even to paint the picture, you've committed blasphemy. But how do you?
It's actually Allah that's the
Bro,
problem
what
with
the-
painting a picture. Like Muhammad. I mean, there are people who do have problems with like imaging Muhammad, but like Muslim artists imaging Muhammad is not really seen that really as an issue. It's more like white people doing it.
He goes from talking about how trans people are fucking evil to Muhammad. Like, what the fuck is this guy on?
What's it? He's he's trying to do the thing where like, well, where Christians deny Muhammad as a prophet and then treat the Islamic people as treating someone who is not the son of God like the son of God, which is not what Muhammad's position in the Islamic faith is. Muhammad is like an alive person who was like a prophet and like not someone who was also the son of God. Like does he not know that Islam believes in Jesus? And Islam will allow you to draw Jesus, and they do like honor the shit out of Jesus, like they're like just like Christianity does.
Exactly.
Islam sees Jesus as the person that brought like liberty and like freedom, like he's seen as someone who brought like an end to pain and like the future to come.
The only difference is that if I remember correctly, in Islam they don't see Jesus as the son of God.
No, they see him as a prophet of God. Yeah, they see him as a prophet. And I actually like, if I was gonna believe in any of the Abrahamic faiths, that's how I would interpret it. I think that's the most logical reasoning for it, because you know what? It fits some of the stuff from the banned texts that like the Geezer said. Like the Geezer, so in the banned texts of the Christian church, you have Jesus saying that he was the snake in the Garden of Eden in the banned Book of John. Like, said the reason he was the snake in the Garden of Eden is because he wanted to grant the accessibility to knowledge of right and wrong and like intellectual like pursuit, essentially. He didn't use those words exactly though. It was more like, like being able to learn and know and understand sort of kind of shit. I'm getting the words a bit jumbled. But yeah, like he was like, yo, yeah, be free. I hate this fucking apple. Fuck that dude. And there was also like in the banned book of Judah, I think it was. I might be wrong. It might be a different one. Basically, there was a situation where all 12 of the disciples come to Jesus in this story, and they go on about a dream they've had, and the dream was about 12 shepherds leading lambs to the slaughter, and what's it? Jesus turns around and goes, the shepherds are you, and those lambs are the people that you will lead astray. And then they turn around and go, what? But we follow your Father, our God. And like he's like fucking Christ turns around and goes, I am not the son of the God you serve. Christianity's fucked. Like you start getting into the banned texts, and like you see a lot more, because they're not all of the disciples like went and wrote exactly what the Roman Catholics wanted. Kind of wrote what they wanted to write, and then things are taken over. Because we like, what's it? If they existed, that is, I say, I'm giving a bit too much credence to Christian like history, but I don't know. Like, it seems like a lot of these figures were real people. It's just the whole magical elements that are made about them are, phantasms.
Oh, 100%. Because once again, Christianity is not a European religion. It is a Northeast African / West Asian religion.
Yeah, it's got African roots because of its Judaic roots, but it is originally West Asian religion. It formed in Palestine.
Exactly, and
Which is one of the things why, like, that's why, like, there's so many, like, Asian and, like, African groups that have, like, close connections with Palestine, is because Palestine was literally the birthplace of Christianity, and no one gives it that credit. Like, that's what the
exactly. Not
Gnostics
only
came up
that,
with it. It wasn't the Romans that came up with Christianity. They keep giving the credit. It's when the Gnostics came up with it, and they came up with it when Jesus was still alive. So,
the thing about it as well is that before Christianity was Romanized and before it was co-opted, whitewashed, and used to embolden and bolster and encourage the forces of reaction and Roman imperialism to further demonize and dehumanize other nations and other cultures, Christianity at its roots, they did not take it literally. They did not take Genesis literally. They saw it as theological symbolism. They saw it as metaphorical. They never saw it as actually fucking happening. And that's one of the things that I always tell people. If you were to go to an actual fucking Christian, like the actual roots of Christianity, in Palestine, and if you were to fucking tell them that you believe that that Genesis actually fucking happened, they would fucking look at you as if you were fucking talking crazy. Like,
there's some things that could point to that there was a Yahushua that was, like, considered a leader of some struggle, but I don't know if he was clarified as a prophet or not. That might have been an after effect, or at least something that happened during his existence that wasn't actually his message. Like, he didn't say to people he was the son of God or any, like, the shit like that, and the story's been embellished around them. Because there was, like, there was the Galilean struggles against the Romans that were happening around the same time Jesus supposedly existed. Uh, and I'm pretty sure there's a Jewish scholar in, like, Rome or Greece that commented on Jesus' existence as well while he was alive.
I think that Jesus did actually exist, but like it's one of those things like King Arthur, kind of like King Arthur did
Yeah, it's like
exist,
it's
but
based off
like
a real person, but it's not like the real person anymore.
exactly. I do think that Jesus did exist, but I think that he was most likely like a Canaanite revolutionary or leader of a Canaanite of a Canaanite like
I think
clan
he was
or
part
tribe.
Macedonian. The part
I
Canaanite, part
imagine that.
Macedonian, because there was a lot of Macedonians or Greeks or however you want to put it that moved into Palestine. So there's a very good chance that he would have been part Macedonian.
Yeah, there's a good chance for
Also,
that.
I heard from someone who knows a lot about their Christian history. You know, Jesus wasn't originally a carpenter in the story.
Well, I had no idea
You know what he
I had no
originally
idea.
was? He originally was a what's it? Oh shit, what's the word for it? He was a construction worker, basically. There's a proper word
Oh,
for it,
okay.
and I can't think of it. But he was
Not
he was
gonna
a slave.
lie, not gonna lie. For a second, I thought you were gonna say. Not gonna lie, but for some fucking reason, I thought you were gonna say gay stripper. For some
Oh,
fucking reason,
masonry. That's what he was doing because that's the way houses
masonry.
were constructed around there. And masonry was done primarily by slaves when it came to larger constructions. So
I mean, it's not. I mean,
Jesus was most likely like Yahushua, who like Jesus is based off, was most likely some slave, and then the Romans went and changed the story so that they wouldn't cause slave rebellions while trying to adopt the religion. Even though Rome actually failed to adopt Christianity, that's something people don't talk about. Roman Christianity actually failed in Rome, and it completely fell to pieces because Roman spiritualists didn't want anything to do with Christianity. Like they didn't want that. It was the poor, it was the enslaved that wanted the Christianity. That's why they like the Roman upper class didn't like, other than like some emperors and like certain groups, like didn't fully indulge in it. And they used it as a tool to oppress the working class. They knew what they were doing. Like,
what I personally think is that like you said, Jesus was most likely a Canaanite, indentured slave who eventually led a slave revolt. And I think and I think that's where that's where the spark happened. I think that's why that's where it all started. I mean, it would make sense why Jesus is depicted in such a revolutionary manner in the Bible. It would make sense him being a leader or like a leading figure of a slave revolt does make sense.
Yeah. I mean, like, the bits that they've left in from the stories of him kicked the bourgeois mercantilists out of the temple that were selling out Jewish coin,
Exactly.
Jewish culture for Roman coin.
He was literally whipping them for crying out loud. Like Jesus was not a
Oh, but
fucking
he's a pacifist. He's a pacifist. He literally like booted them. It literally says like he kicked them out of the temple. Not that he asked them nicely to leave. He kicked them out. He did not
Like-
fuck around. Like, he saw them as scum because they betrayed the Jewish people.
Right fucking on. If
Jesus
Jesus
was
hated
ruthless.
if Jesus hated anyone at all, it was the ruling class. Which again, if what I'm saying is correct, it makes sense since he was a slave.
What's it? I also feel like render unto Caesar, render unto Kaiser is either like incorrectly interpreted and it's a coy statement, or it's a false statement, which I'm more to the latter. Because like it does not make sense that this person who's so revolutionary would think that Kaiser can have whatever he wants. But render unto Kaiser what is Kaiser's could also be a like a coy, sarcastic sort of statement, ironic sort of statement, where it's sort of ironically pointing towards Kaiser getting a demise or being struggled against. So I guess there is another way to interpret it, but I don't feel that's the way it's being used. I feel that's me trying to save a sinking ship.
Possibly.
Let's go.
You commit blasphemy in another religion. By the way, there's an exhibit called Piss Christ. This is years ago already.
Wait. Piss Christ?
Muslim
You what?
Piss Christ? Did I fucking hear that
Muslims
correctly?
are totally divided on this issue anyway. And it was Muslims who drew the original painting of Muhammad. But some Muslims today believe that even to paint the picture, you've committed blasphemy. But how do you commit blasphemy in another religion? By the way, there's an exhibit called Piss Christ. This is years ago
Piss
already.
Christ.
Base.
An artist, quote unquote, put a crucifix in a jar of his urine.
What?
Now
What?
that is truly humiliating and
mental.
insulting to a Christian. I'm not a
What
Christian,
the
and I
fuck
find
is
it
he
humiliating and
talking
insulting.
about?
You put a crucifix in your jar of your urine, but you know what? It went from
Pause it. One thing that I find fucking hilarious about Catholics is how they fucking use their religion to fucking encourage and embolden homophobic and queerphobic sentiments. And I always tell them, motherfucker, y'all literally worship a man's foreskin. The fuck are you talking about? Like how the fuck are you going to demonize queer people, but you literally worship a guy's fucking foreskin? Like, how?
Worship
Fucking
the
hell.
foreskin.
Like, goddamn, if you want head, like, fucking hell.
Circumcision
No,
is pretty
no.
fucked.
It is like not even gonna lie. If Jesus was fucking alive, and if he for whatever reason, like asked like modern day fucking evangelicals to give him head, they would fucking do it in a heartbeat. I know that for a fucking fact. They would do it immediately.
Emergency circumcision.
Emergency head. Fucking hell. But sorry about that. Continue if you want.
From museum to museum in America. But you can't show a painting of Muhammad, a respectful painting from the 15th century. By the way, they apologized because the uproar in the country against Hamlin University was so great. It's too late. The president of the university.
Well, I mean, that's good if they got met with uproar from the Islamic community and they don't want it up, they pull it down. Oh yeah, good on them.
Isn't that amazing? Or get fired?
Exactly.
How many hundreds of thousands of Americans had their vacations and their trips to weddings ruined because Southwest became so utterly incompetent?
If Christians really have a problem with these depictions of Christ, they can organize and struggle against it and say it's offensive to them. They don't have to bitch about it on the internet. They're an oppressor group. They have the power. It's like, I'm not trying to like talk down to them or anything, but like, it's not the same as being like an oppressed group where we can't just struggle and achieve things. It takes like so much more energy for us to get somewhere. We have to struggle our asses off. When Christians struggle is piss easy because of all the fucking capitalists that are on their side. The Protestant and Catholic Church are two of the richest entities in the world. The Protestant Church is where like a lot the monarchy's wealth is.
You get fired if you say anything that the left differs with, but not for incompetence and not for intolerance. We've got a lot of battles in this country. And if you're watching from outside this country, don't let these ideas enter your country. What about piss Christ? You can't censor. I'm against censorship. But don't be persuaded by them. So I feel for you that you have to put up a pride thing. By the way, I would feel for a left-winger who has to put up a right-wing message that I agree with. That's not the job of a retail store or the NFL or the NBA or the NHL. That's the different sports leagues in America.
What do you mean? Like celebrating LGBTQ pride is like sticking a flag up for most of these companies, and usually that's seen as good enough.
You know what? Instead of calling it the LGBTQ community, we should just call it Piss Christ. That's what we should fucking call our community.
Piss Church.
Piss Church. Piss Prager you. Piss Prager you.
Penis Pisser.
Penis Pisser. Penis wait, no. I was gonna say piss consumer. Fucking hell.
Yeah, like this guy's fucking like, off his nuts. Like, this is the worst queer philosopher I ever came across. Whoever it was who told me that this guy's a great queer philosopher, I'm coming for you.
Bro.
If I go to a football game, I just want to see football.
Don't bro me.
Sorry. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking Ben Shapiro is more fucking bearable than this fucking man right now.
Ben Shapiro is a crafty little fucker, that's why. Like, everyone underestimates him because he's a bit goofy, but that guy's like a crazy little Nazi. But, like, he's very mentally there. He's quite attuned. I would be very careful.
Indeed.
And cheer along with the next person seated near me. We both root for the same team, whether we're on the right or the left. It's one of the beauties of sports. But the left has decided to politicize sports like they are your retail store.
Oh no, they made
this is a tragic development. There's an intense day today, what can I say? But these are intense issues. Read my column, by the way. My column this week at DennisPrager.com, Town Hall, and American Greatness, and Daily Wire. My column every week comes out on Tuesdays. I ask a question. Who's more irrational, The religious or the irreligious?
You.
What's like? I mean, what do you
All
mean
right.
by
Thanks for
irrational?
being with
Because
me.
both follow
Dennis
rational
Prager here. See you
ideas.
next
It's just
week.
whom is correct in their.
Thank you for
rational
watching this
ideas.
video. To keep PragerU videos
Like-
free,
Because I mean, if anything, like religion is rationalized to the point of dogma. So sure, it's like super rational in a dogmatic sense, where like it's just caught in this loop of rational fetishization of theory and not praxis. Everything's stuck in this metaphorical world of look at these great stories that we have that say the men shouldn't sleep with boys, so gays shouldn't exist, which is like not what that quote means, but fuck it, we'll just change it in one of the versions of the Bible and like use that one as the main one and ignore the previous translations.
It just depends. Which one is objective, which one is subjective, which one is scientific, which one is idealistic, which one is rooted in
Materialism
dialectical
or not.
materialism. Exactly. Which one is rooted in dialectical
I mean,
materialism
Christianity does
and
also have its
objective
own
reality?
materialism, but it's vulgar materialism.
It's metaphysics.
Yeah. But interestingly, fascism in like Germany and Italy, as Gramsci pointed out, come from like a mixture of Christian materialism and Hegelian idealism.
Can I ask you a random question?
Well,
Who would you rather fight, yourself or the world?
I mean, I'm a cripple, so it would just be easier to fight myself, but I don't know, there's like a vibe in me where like fighting the world sounds like a fun endeavor.
Also, I hope I don't sound like Iron Man still.
Oh, that stopped ages ago. I'd still be giggling
Nice.
about it every time it happened if it was.
You're fucking amazing, Car. I love you so much. You're fucking wonderful to be around.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be around you too.
Aww. I wish I could give you a big fat hug right now. You need it.
Aw, I do. Like, fuck. Shit's
You
not
know,
being
I'm
great.
also not that. I'm sorry.
Shit's not being great. I was just sort of aspirating. Ow.
What happened?
Oh, boob hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, when I was very young, I don't know if it is a thing that happens to everyone, but when I was young, my nipples were fucking sensitive as hell, and whenever they were touched slightly, they would fucking just fucking sore up and tense up, and it would always fucking hurt. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is normal. Unless, like, we're both normal. But I felt like that was normal for me, too. I'm very hypersensitive, though.
I don't know if that's just a thing that like everyone experiences or mostly everyone experiences or if that's
Yeah,
just
I don't know
because
either, to be honest. Oh,
because I feel like I have like a like obviously I don't take estrogen, but like I'm pretty sure like I'm like even though I have male genitalia which does not fucking determine gender identity.
Well, I mean,
I
like,
feel like
genitalia isn't necessarily male. Like, it depends on how you perceive it. Like, you know, on a female.
Exactly.
Female, like, it's just genitalia. It's just that type of genitalia.
exactly, but I'm pretty sure I have like more. I'm pretty sure I have like more. I feel well, not more, but like I have like a large amount of estrogen in me. I think so.
Yeah, what's it? I mean, I don't know what my original levels were. 'Cause I
please
didn't get a
consider
blood test
making a
first,
tax
but
deductible.
Idea.
The
It's,
piss
I'm just
Christ
curious.
man really wants to talk.
gotta find a
Oh,
funny.
fuck.
Oh, there we go. That's it. Boob growth is so painful when you have fibromyalgia. It's like, here's one of the most like painful forms of growing pain you're ever gonna fucking deal with, and it's like fucking 7 times more fucking like sensory data than like what people are normally getting, and so it fucking feels like getting stabbed in the boob or getting punched in the boob, depending on the type of boob pain. Well, in like fucking, it's probably been 7 hours. Yeah, 7 hours and 43 minutes. We've managed to cover 20 minutes of PragerU. This will be the end of the stream. But I still need to get that Palestinian protest out from late October. I fucked up with that, and I've been down in the dumps and not been able to even consider sitting anywhere near anything that can do anything relative to editing. I will try and get that sorted as soon as possible, hopefully before Christmas. I'm hoping to go to another protest on Thursday next week if I have the energy after I've been to the doctors. So there might be another one that'll also hopefully come up before Christmas, but given my track record of the last like month and a half, I you know, I might be a bit overwhelmed and might not be able to get the second one out until like either before New Year's but after Christmas or after New Year's.
Remember, y'all. Piss Christ.
Always, yeah,
Fuck yeah.
hail the piss Christ and hail the shit
Hail the
Antichrist.
piss Christ. Hail Christ and hail
The
piss.
piss Christ and the shit Antichrist. That's the communion of piss and shit. But
There's
you know,
has to be a balance.
slang
There's
to
piss, there's shit, and the Holy Spirit.
slang to comrades, comrades. I can speak English. You know, red fucking salute. Swear words. Red salute. Catch y'all on the flip side. Love, respect, and solidarity. And you know, peace and love. Catch y'all later.